Okay, all the city employees are in the back row representing, okay, thank you. Welcome, Trey. Tracy, are you going to come have a seat or are you going to keep welcoming? Okay. Here we go. Oh, are you ready? Notice is hereby given pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Vernon's annotated civil statute, Article 625217, that the city of Smithville, Texas will conduct a special called council meeting June 18, 2025 at 5 p.m. in the council chambers of City Hall, 317 Main Street, Smithville, Texas. I call this meeting to order. Presentation from our city manager, staff, 2025-2026 budget.
Good afternoon, council and citizens. Thank you all for coming. You'll notice a couple of changes based upon citizen feedback. We're no longer have our backs to the audience in the horseshoe. But you just got to worry about me getting in your way when I just have to stay stationary so I don't block the view. But thank you for taking the time to come out and get informed, because it's very important what we're about to do and undertake. Today, I would like to cover, best laid plans. Really, this worked, guys, before I came. No, I'm going to put that. Excuse me, we had this worked out. I don't know, but we'll go with it. I'm just going to wink at you or something to move on, okay? All right, so tonight I would like to share with you some recent accomplishments. We're going to talk about the where we are right now with the current budget status and the tax note update. That would be the FY 24-25. It's not advancing at all. There we go. We'll do an overview of the 25-26. We'll talk about budget assumptions, the budget process, the timeline. We'll take a look at BCAD, preliminary property values. Briefly take a very high level look at the future plans and projects. You know, what are those plans that we're working on now that will carry over into FY 25-26, and what new initiatives are we going to be supporting in the coming fiscal year? We're going to do a cost center or department overview. It's what, who, when, how. It's something new we came up with this year. Basically, the tagline is tell your story. Here's a department. We have 22 departments, and each of them have a different function. And I want them to tell their story. So you can, one, get, is it working now? Okay, thank you. Then we'll have an opportunity for citizen comments, and then we'll talk about next steps. Okay, that good? Sound good, council? Citizens? Okay, some recent accomplishments. Photos are worth 1,000 words, and so we've had a lot of major projects that, you know, were in the pipeline for years, 3 and 4 years. Innovation Center construction has started. Hopefully in the next couple of months that will be complete. You know about the GLO CDBG MIT drainage projects, $13 million in funding, whereby we paid 1%. So for $130,000, we got 13 million, minimizing the impact to the taxpayers. So I think you all would agree, Main Street in downtown looks pretty good, yes? Awesome. And the drainage has been fixed, which is something that's been a nemesis for decades. Loop 230 detention pond is another one of the GLO projects. It is 90% complete. LCRA steps forward. We do a lot of partnerships with various entities, and the LCRA has been a very good partner over the past 10 years. They are announcing the 15-year anniversary of the CDPP program, which is a community development partnership program. We've received many grants from them over the years, and one of the things they do is the Steps Forward Day, and they love coming and giving back to their communities. They do this all over Texas. This year we had 3 groups of people, about 45 to 50 volunteers on 3 different projects. This is one of the projects at the rec center. Again, leveraging those resources to minimize the impact upon the taxpayer, because to repaint all of this is probably a $4,000 or $5,000 job should you have hired it out. We got a $50,000 HEB grant for recycling center improvements, a baler and signage and other stuff. And in the lower right-hand corner there, this is teaching the children about voting. Every year we've done this, and Mayor Forrester has catered to about 45 pre-K kids. And their assignment was to learn about the voting process and to choose between broccoli or donuts. Which one do you think won? Ever said broccoli? No, donuts won. But they learned about the democratic process, and it's just a great thing. And it's just cute to see kids getting involved. It'd be nice as they get older, they would continue to vote, but somehow that drops off. So a lot of good things happening in the past year. Let's talk about the current budget status and the tax note update. So this is looking at where we are today, 8 months out of the fiscal year, or 67%. This is information taken from the last finance report that Cynthia gave on the 9th of June. So it's the most current that we have. We did receive a clean financial audit. There were no material findings. It did identify that our net position increased from 168,000 from the prior year to the current year of $709,000. Basically, net position is an indicator of a government's ability to maintain financial health and sustainability, okay? So our assets exceed liabilities, and this is a function of increasing your revenue, reducing cost, and applying best known methods in your financial approach to the budget. So very proud of that. That's one of the larger increases in net position that we had in 5 years. So that's goodness. Speaking of revenues and expenditures, our revenues are exceeding expenditures on a $16.7 million budget to a a positive number of $425K. This is goodness as well. Our GASB 54 requirement to maintain 3X operating in our general fund balance, we have $338,000 above what we're required to have by law. Hot tax and sales tax are both up. Hot tax is about 8% up, sales tax 6% respectively. Regarding the tax note, and there'll be another slide in a moment to drill down deeper into where we are with the tax note, but on the very top level, 73% of the $3 million tax note has been spent. We have earned $143,000 of interest. Oops, sorry. And as you know, the FY 25-26 budget process is currently underway. Let's take a look again where we are today. Here's a snapshot of revenue versus expenses, and then expenses by fund. Bottom line in the right-hand corner, the left-hand corner, excuse me, I have a pointer that actually works. We have $6 million remaining to spend. The revenues from the versus expenses, that difference is $425,000 shown here. The expenses by fund, utility fund represents 51%, general fund 41%, debt service 7%, and our maintenance fund is 1%. The good news is, as I stated, this is the 8th month out of 12. 67% is where we should be, and we're actually 64% with respect to expenses. So again, revenues exceeding expenses, we are not overspending. Let's take a look at our budget history. This is last year's budget in comparison, 6 years back. The year-over-year increase between FY 23 and 24, as it finished last year, was 5.2%. But last year was an interesting year in that we had $555,000. I don't want to hit you, Jimmy, in the head with this because it'll blind you in a minute. $555,000 of this $16.7 million budget was for revenue in, revenue out expenses. The purchase of 3 hangars and the purchase of the fuel concession, which required money to fund. In return, we did get revenue back from that. So if you were to take that out, the total year-over-year spending would have been 1.9%. So what are our expenses by fund in the general fund? I mean, what makes up the bulk of what costs the city? If you look at this, of the $7.3 million, 56% of all of our expenses are attributed to the police, the airport, and the solid waste department. And you can see the other amounts that all add up to 100%. Regarding the utility fund, same story. There are the top three here are administration, the electric department or the electric services we provide, and the general fund transfer. Those are the top three that make up the utility fund expenses, or 83%. Let's take a look at that $16.7 million versus other municipalities of varying sizes. I benchmarked 8 municipalities, and they're listed: Bastrop, Lockhart, Elgin, Giddings, LaGrange, Smithfield, Luling, and Flatonia. Before I get to that, I want to say that what is your tax burden? What is our tax burden? It's $1.93 in totality of all the entities with which you pay taxes to. Of that $1.93, 58 cents is the city of Smithfield, or 30% of your tax burden. But how does that compare both by budget and tax rate? So if you look at municipalities of similar size, our budgets are very similar. Where we get thrown awry is with the tax rate. And there are varying reasons for that. You know, LaGrange has a lot more sales tax. Bastrop has a lot more sales tax than we do. But I'm pleased that our budgets pretty much align with other cities of our size. In the candidate forums, Mr. John Gilkinson brought this up, and it's a very interesting way to take a look at what it costs a citizen to live here. Okay? Did the same type of analysis with other municipalities. Given our budget versus the population, $10.78 per person per day. Versus Bastrop, $20. Or Luling at $7.35. The point here is that rooftops bring retail, retail bring revenue. Revenue, if you get additional revenue, we can reduce the burden on the taxpayers, where we become not 10.78, maybe down further in the $7 to $8 range. I just thought this was an interesting concept. Y'all remember that when Mr. Gilkinson did that? Pretty neat. Okay. We do have several subdivision developments that have been in queue for quite some time. If the Enclave and other developments actually kick off and come to fruition, that's about 135 homes, which is going to bring in about $500,000 of revenue based upon a $350,000 to $400,000 cost of homes. So if we get the rooftops, the retail will follow. That's more sales tax. That's more property taxes. That's more available budget to get things done that we need to do. Let's talk about the tax note. In 2023, the council approved a $3 million tax note to purchase capital equipment, upgrade infrastructure, and improve city-owned facilities. The caveat with the tax note is that you have to spend 85% of it within 3 years. As I stated in a brief summary, we're at 73%, but the good news is that we earned $143,000. You do have 7 years to pay this back. So with everything, the give and puts and takes, there's $938,000 remaining in the tax note, including the interest. And this is our chart, sorry, in the back, but this is what we've spent the money on thus far. Let's take a look at going forward. What are we looking at for FY 25-26? There's some budget assumptions that I'd like to share with you. Our current year-over-year projections, we're at a 2.37% decrease. Now, I'm going to explain that in a moment. The current CPI and inflation rates It's 2.4. Interesting thing that is happening with the BCAT assessed values is that they're lower. I don't remember when the last time in totality our values went down. Of our total budget currently, 35% is made up of payroll and benefits. The staff and I are, and council, mainly the staff and I, are actively looking for cost savings, cost cutting, and opportunities to increase revenue. We will be identifying projects and initiatives and prioritizing those initiatives as we move forward. But right now, there are no plans at this time to increase utility fees, water, electric, sewer, or garbage. I told you that last year, and we didn't raise any fees after the large increase that all the employees got in 2023 to make them equitable with what other municipalities were paying. Let's take a look at that 2.37 reduction. So remember, I started this presentation off with last year's budget was driven by the revenue in, revenue out, mostly for the airport, $555,000. That's not going to be $375,000 of that is not going to be in the equation because we purchased the hangars. The fuel sales or the fuel purchases will still be in that equation. But if you take the 375 out, we're already starting at 2.37% lower than last year's budget without looking at a thing. Let's look at our debt. We took that tax note out in 2023. We've been paying down that debt, and our current debt service is $7.8 million. BCAD property values. This is where I talked about it. It's really, I've never seen this in quite some time. Or actually, since I first was hired as city manager 11 years ago. The values last year were 273. The values this year are 273. And I have to say that the preliminary values were published on March 26th. Every time those values were republished, which has been 5 times now, I meet with the finance department. We start strategizing. Held the first major meeting with all the staff a couple weeks ago. The bottom line to this is that there are still 271 out of 2,800 properties still under review. So more than likely, that number is going to continue to go down. And that's going to mean basically adding 0 additional revenue to the general fund. Another interesting fact is that home values went down, as the preliminary numbers indicate, from $258,000 to $244,000. Okay. And of course, the increase of over 65, people who qualify or eligible for the over 65 tax freeze has increased from 464 to 500. That's $112,000 loss in property tax revenue. Let's talk about taxes. The no new revenue rate versus voter approval rate. And this seesaw effect has proven true in the majority of the budgets that we prepared over the past 11 years. If your appraised value goes up, your no new revenue rate goes down. If your appraised value goes down, your no new revenue rate goes up. Right now, we're right here with a forecast of the appraised values going down. So don't know how much revenue that is or won't bring in or where the final tax rate's going to be. I can tell you this, that on the 23rd of July, you will have a preliminary budget that addresses all of this, and we can migrate forward as to what plans, projects, initiatives, what cuts, what additions, whatever the council directs the staff to do. You'll have a better idea of that on the 23rd. Between now and then, the council, the city staff, is working and preparing their wish list. What projects, plans, and initiatives do you want to see happen in the coming year? Part of that is the council talking to the constituents, or the constituents talking to the council to identify what y'all want. Once we get that information, we'll collate it into a big presentation that on the 23rd, the city council and the city staff will make to the community. What are our top 3 to 5 projects? Once we define those, then we can do a ranking order. One's got to do, two's want to do, 3 we can push off to another time. Okay? Let's talk about the timeline. There are 4 budget workshops scheduled. This is the first of 4. We've already talked about the values coming out in July. The absolute mandatory date that it has to be out is the 25th. Historically, we get them a little earlier, but then it's up to Cynthia to start on the truth and taxation worksheets that are required by law as well. The next workshop is on the 23rd, followed by one on the 20th of August. We'll have a workshop on September 3rd and a final vote to adopt the FY 25-26 tax rate and budget on the 9th of September. So between now and then, actually between now and July 23rd, the staff and I are going to spend 400 to 500 hours working on this budget. Citizens and council, if you just do the math, you consider this particular meeting is 4 hours, y'all will be here 12. So the point is, it's very important, happy that you are here now to help go through this process, to understand what the focus is, what we do, how we do it. So thank you for being here. That very top level review of things that are carry over into the next budget year is now. We're currently working on adopting the 2021 International Building Code. You all know what code we're under right now? 2006. Long overdue. That looks like it'll happen in the September, October timeframe. Realistically, most of the builders that use 2021 anyway, although we have 2006, there's no real advantage to going back to 2006, but it does impact most of our ordinances because it all references back in our building code to 2006. This would be a good update. You know about the GLO drainage projects. We're in the middle of an ERP CRM implementation. And Cynthia, we're doing the utility fund right now, and there's other modules that people are training. We got the utility fund done. Finance, my bad. Okay. So in totality, about December complete or September?
Utility is,
Speaking of the mic, please.
oh, sorry. So we finished financials today, as was our last training. The end of August, first part of September, we will go live with the utility. We spoke with the girl today from Tyler and are pushing the payroll back to February due to them wanting to do it the week when we were having our first budget meeting. And I said, there's no way I can do budget and ERP because it's 20 or 30 hours a week. So I said, I can't devote that. So that has been pushed, but everything else hopefully will be live on financials and utilities.
Just to remain on the safe side, we have still engaged with STW in case this thing doesn't work. So that'll be an expense we didn't expect going forward, but it's one we definitely have to have. It's like 20,000.
Yeah, I haven't got the firm numbers yet,
Okay.
but yes.
Comp plan, you got to study us on that in the last council meeting. Yay, verily, thank you, Jesus. The Highway 95 expansion, after 14 years, project will let in August. God willing, and the creek don't rise. That includes about a $5.4 million utility relocation that the city of Smithville would have been responsible for had we not lobbied and leveraged everything we could. Since the state is doing this project, well, state, you should pay for our utilities relocation. Senate Bill 1512 was passed, very specific to Smithville. If you're doing an expansion in any town that's had 5 natural disasters between 2015 and 2020, and you're less than 20,000, anyway, it was very specific to us. The good news is we are going to pay a very minimal amount to have this expansion, which includes a turn lane, sidewalks, and lighting from the rec center to the high school. So again, long time coming. I hope that's done before I retire or vice versa. Airport lighting project starts in July. That's a $1.5 million project. We had a 1% match. And they're going to start working in July. That'll greatly help that asset. Future projects, implement impact fees, rebid the solid waste contract, citywide street paving and repairs, wastewater improvements, regional drainage improvements that will continue through the GLO program, and identifying funding for wastewater treatment facility expansion. Had a great meeting with Reuse and Train. They'll be coming in July, maybe August, August, to make their presentation of the options that we have going forward. But basically, it's double the capacity, half the cost. So that's goodness. Okay, are there any questions about council from this presentation before we get into the tell your story?
First question I've got is, when was the ERP conversion project started?
We pulled that trigger in last year.
Yeah, when we got the tax note, that's when we went and got.
That was 2023.
Yeah, actually, we diverted funds when we found out that STW wasn't going to support the payroll platform anymore. So we relocated some funding in the tax note to address the ERP, which is approved by council vote to allocate that funding to this system.
So in effect, the ERP, we won't have the benefit of it for this budget cycle.
Well, we're using, as of this past couple of weeks, we've been using the financial part. They're doing the configuration. It takes time. The financial part, which was all the accounting, the backside of it, had to be in place first. Then they're going to come in and do the utility configuration and get them where they can do all their utility billing. That is currently been working on and will go live come September 1.
So that's too late
Too late.
to impact the planning of the budget process.
Correct.
So in that software package, is there a component that allows us, would it facilitate a zero-based budgeting process?
I can address that. I can start wherever you want, Councilmember Jameson. If you want zero-based, if you want to start with what we did last year, if you want to drop that 5% or whatever the amount is, I can do it. 5% is $15.8 million. We can start there. Or you can do a zero-based budget right now, start at 16 minus the airport, the hangar expenditures. Y'all just collectively need to give us.
Yeah. And
Opposed to that.
I'm not saying that, and from my perspective, zero-based budgeting means that you start building a budget from the ground up. You don't look at prior expenses as your starting point. It's what do I need? What's the purpose of this department? What do I need to fund it? And that's what I'm talking about. The research that I did, Cynthia, on zero-based budgeting in the ERP platforms, it typically is, it is a component, but it's obviously not going to be ready because you have to have everything available to use if you're going to say, we're going to start from scratch for every department.
I mean, I use my Excel. I mean, the ERP is just where I pull my numbers from. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's not.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. That it is a component of the software zero-based budgeting where the information that the ERP program collects allows you to, it's much easier to do a zero-based budgeting process, which means you just start from scratch. But we can, you told me what I needed to know. Thank you.
And Encode and Tyler Tech are one of the best companies out there that has that capability. Again, they're the most common ERP system in municipal governments in play today. Bastrop uses it as well, don't they, Cynthia? Yeah. Other questions? Okay. Next presentation.
One last question. I'm sorry, I was making sure no one else had anything. So on the next budget workshop on July 23rd, you'll be bringing forth a budget proposal based on whatever feedback that we give.
Whatever direction you give me tonight is what I'm going to bring you back.
Okay, so how much typically, and I'm just wondering which forecast you're going to rely on for revenue, the fourth or you're at the fifth iteration right now. I don't know how much it varies from the first number that you got. I think Brandon did a synopsis on that where it may be a 1 or 1.2% variance from the original revenue projection.
There will be, what month is it? There may be another, before the certified values come out, they typically put them out the first week of the month. So there could be a sixth iteration, which if the final values haven't come out early like they have, that's what we will utilize for the budget. But what's happening in the background, waiting for the, the values to come, is we just got what LCRA is going to bill us next year for power. We still have to do all the workers' comp, property insurance, medical negotiations back and forth that are going to also drive the budget costs or opportunities to reduce those premiums through any number of ways. So the point is, on the 23rd, you will have a complete budget to look at based upon either the final certified values or the latest preliminaries.
Okay, and then you mentioned you have no plans on having any increases in utility fees. Do you anticipate a need to increase the property tax rate?
I won't know. That's what I'm saying. All I'm telling you right now, this is where we are today. There are no plans to increase taxes. There are no plans to increase fees or rates at this point.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I don't like them back. I'm sorry. Somebody gonna have their back to somebody. Not yet. Sit in the comments. Yeah. Go ahead. Next presentation. All right. So we came up with this. Is that big? That's as big as it gets? That's strange. Anyway, like I said, each department head is going to get up and talk about their department, because there are things you probably never thought about and what do all these department numbers mean? I do have 87 employees. The average tenure of our employees is 7.4 years. I have 73 full-time and 14 part-time. You'll see a couple open positions. We haven't filled them yet, which will give us additional savings, but we do need to fill those because they create a void or a hole in our services provided. Next slide. There are 22 cost centers. There are 17 in the general fund and 5 in the utility fund. And each of these, as I said, supervisors or managers responsible for those departments will get up and tell their story. I do want to say that our budgeted, and we budget by department. And if there's any budget that's over $1,000 from what you forecast and adopted budget that was approved, then you have to do amendments at the end of the year. Okay. So with that, I'd like to, next slide. We're going to go through the general fund numerically, starting with Department 100. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Lynch. That just looks small. That's PDF. I can send you let me switch it to mine. Good time for a quick bio break if you need to. It'll take 2 minutes for me to switch this. I think. Yeah, I got it. So right here. No.
Everybody had beans last time. And then the one before.
It's called bring the beans,
Bring the beans. Okay.
Jennifer, do you have a mom?
But I noticed like, I played beans. And then like. Okay, maybe we'll do like, I think if you wanna do like. That's good.
Probably Brandon.
Oh, Brandon.
Okay, so this is my department, one of my departments is the general fund, which in that fund, in that department, it's Tracy, which is the city secretary, and also we all wear many hats in the general department and the utility department, and we all kind of cross-train and help each other out whenever we are shorthanded, which we are often. But like I said, we're a team, we work together. Tracy's the assistant city secretary and general clerk and 911 addressing clerk. She helps in permits. Tracia is the general clerk and she works part-time in the court with Anna. They've got a full day every day, like many of us, but we've got 4 head count, 4,500 is our annual spend. We're located at City Hall. Some of the functions of Tracia and Tracy are, Tracy does the P and Z, Tracia does the permitting. Tracy also does the open records request, and you can see some of the statistics down at the bottom. Tracia with permits just year to date is 151 permits pulled. That consists of new homes, building permits, demolition permits, plumbing permits, electrical permits. And Tracy has done almost or 72 open records requests, which that's up this year. It goes up every year pretty much. We've kind of seen that people just want more information, which is fine, and that's what we're here for. That's what makes us our job security. We give you what you need if you're asking for it. 21 P and Z applications have come through that y'all have seen as well. 911 addressing, she's done 40 of those so far just in this fiscal year. We've adopted and implemented the STR ordinance and platform. That's live and going good, and looks like that we've brought in some more money on the short-term rentals, just probably because it's easier to access online. And then we've installed the security door and alarm buttons here at City Hall. And then our current issues are our legal expenses exceeding forecast. Do you have any questions for me?
What do we anticipate on the legal fees for next year? Do we have any kind of
75,000.
75,000? Okay,
That's the run right now.
yeah.
75,000 is the run rate right now for legal fees. I mean, we've had a lot of, our STR went through our legal, we've had our ethics ordinance.
What did we budget?
We only budgeted 35,000,
35?
35,000, and we're at 75.
A lot of that is with our fees and stuff for, what is it, the impact fees?
Yes, impact
Uh,
fees.
all the
Yeah.
conversations
I paid.
we've had with all of them, all of our lawyers about different things, people calling the lawyers, we need to kind of figure out how to standardize what we want to do with them so that it's not, every time we call them, it costs. So we need to call them, but I think we need to have, kind of run it through Robert and then he can call them with a whole big set of questions instead of just one question at a time.
I've never called them yet, but maybe that's in my future. Do we have it budgeted where we have them attend every council meeting?
No,
Maybe we should consider that.
that I can tell you, that's about a $1,200 cost each.
Well, we want to make sure that we do things correctly so that we don't put ourselves at risk of having any decisions revoked later.
So then it'll probably be more than the 75.
Maybe we need to.
Yeah.
That's my input so far.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That could run 100,000 easy.
Question. Jennifer, and do we, I'm sure I've seen it, but I don't recall. What is our fee, our consulting fee for Bevco and site plan review on commercial,
So Bethco doesn't,
small site plans?
are you talking about like plan reviews for like if a commercial business?
Subdivisions, just say smaller site plans, say less than 5 acres or whatever. What is that fee structure like?
It kind of depends. If you're talking about like, just say like a commercial business wants to come in and put in a hotel or whatever, we send it to, and it's actually not Bevco, it's BBG.
BBG? Oh, Robert's told me that before, but I didn't remember.
And so it all depends. They give you, they'll give you a cost estimate before they do the review. And now that y'all have approved it recently, the person that wants to have that done pays for it up front. So it could be anywhere from small, $1,000 to $5,000 to bigger subdivision, you know, it just depends, but they give us the price and that project manager pays it.
So it's based on the actual project?
Yes.
What they anticipate the review will entail?
Yes.
Not an hourly rate, it's a flat
It-
rate?
Yeah, it's a flat rate.
Are the residentials done in-house?
Residentials are done in-house. We did try to do an outsourced review plan company. It just didn't work. The contractors didn't like it. But now that we have Doug, and he'll speak to, he has been trained with Jack, and they're doing those in-house. All commercial goes out. Unless they aren't adding square footage, then depending, it could stay in for small commercial, but usually it goes out to BBG.
Okay. I have the finance department. There are 3 of us in the finance department. I have Tiffany, who handles mostly the AP and payroll part of it. And then I have Jessica, who is the accounting assistant, who does all sorts of things, deposits, helps out up front, permitting, just keeping track of all kinds of stuff. We all cross-train and all that. Through all of our departments, we all know how to do payroll and all, you know, we all cross-train. The annual spend for our department is around is budgeted at 83,000. We're located all here at City Hall. The main functions of the accounting department, of course, is budget, audit, single audit, all your accounting, any invoice, anything that any department buys within the city, all feeds into us, all has to be put into the system. We track everything on that. We also, like I said, we've been currently using STW or OpenGov. Like I said, as of today, we are totally live on the financial side. So all the accounting, everything that is done is being put into the new system. Payroll and utility, until they go live, is having to be manually done in STW and then either imported or manually input by us. So we're basically working with 2 systems currently, which causes a little bit more time to get everything done. And like I said, the training for the last couple of weeks has been several hours for 4 or 5 hours every morning for the last several weeks that we've done that, and then trying to keep up with our normal payroll posting and all of that. Again, we do all the AP payroll. We do all annual reporting, take care of a lot of the grant management, all the financial side of all of that, making sure invoices are sent to the Langford or to whoever, so we get reimbursed. We have to track everything to make sure that we're getting paid, and then we turn around and have to pay all the vendors and all of that kind of stuff. We also track the fixed inventory, any vehicle that comes in. Everything has to be documented, put on insurance, all of that. We track all the property liability insurance. We take care of the workers' comp. If somebody gets hurt, Tiffany is on the phone dealing with all of that kind of stuff. So we have several things that we do, wear several hats. It's not just sitting and putting in invoices and stuff. So there is a lot of stuff to have to do. Like I said, the current thing that we've been going through was the ERP. A lot of time spent on that. Like I said, I'm glad that is done. So hopefully I can get more into the budgeting, because I haven't had a chance to devote as much time to that as I had hoped by now. I don't know if y'all have any questions on.
I've got one question that actually goes back to the original presentation. When we see the breakout of the expenses, but we see it by fund, we've got it by the general fund and the utility fund.
Because they have to be two separate approved budgets.
So, but after that, in terms for us to take a look at the actual expense ratio to the overall budget, could we combine those? Instead of saying that economic development is,
Well, you do see, you see a general fund total and you see a utility fund total, because you have to approve the budget on a general level and on a utility level. When I present you the monthly financial report, that's when I kind of combine it, and you see it all combined together with the debt also.
could you put that in another pie chart then that has combined all the different expense categories, so I can see it as a percent of total budget instead of a percent of fund? So for instance, the economic development is 3%. I think it's 3% of general fund, but in terms of the overall $16.7 million budget, it's really going to be about 1.5%. You see what I'm saying? I just want the expense ratio.
Pie chart, okay. Robert did the,
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be a pie chart. It could just be each expense category as a percent of total budget, and as opposed to a percent of the fund, of how we funded it. So our total resources are 16.7 million. How much of that do we dedicate to economic development?
okay.
You just
Just at
answered that question,
3%.
but it's going to be difficult when you start combining utility.
I mean, we have to keep it separate, but I mean, if you want me to create a separate chart that lists all those departments, utility and general together, and give you a grand total?
Yeah, just
wanna
as a
do- you
roll-up,
wanna
because
do-
you've done the accounting work, the legal requirements. I'm just talking about for the ease of reference in terms to look at what percent of our total assets available are being spent against a particular expense category. I
Okay,
don't know
so
if I'm making
22, let me
sense.
take over here. 22 departments in and of itself against the total budget, not a problem. Done.
Okay. Is it? Next.
Cool, thank you. Look at the color coordination of this particular team. I have to give them, props for that. Yeah.
Okay, for those of y'all that don't know me, I'm David. I work with the police department, your police department. We have 20 employees there at the police department, plus Will with ACO. It'll be the next slide. I don't know if I need to get off in the weeds about what police do. I think that y'all have a grasp on what we do. It's there. The basic stuff: serve and protect, maintain peace and order in our jurisdiction, investigations, community policing, and lots of other things that we can't put on this list and just don't have the time to. But 8,957 calls for service this year so far, 534 case reports. For the layman, that would be offense reports. So an offense within the city of Smithfield that we've determined occurred. 394 close patrols on residences, 3,039 security checks to date for commercial businesses in town. And current issues, staffing, a lot of people may not know this, and you need to know. There are times there's one officer working in this town, and if I had two more, there would always be two. It happens probably about a quarter of the time that there's somebody 10 to 20, maybe 30 minutes away. So if they get in trouble, they get in a bind, they're by themselves. It's part of working in a small town. But, for years, we've had to make the choice. Do we need more money to pay people to get them to stay here? Or do we have people? And these are choices that have had to been made. And so I would like 2 additional officers at some point soon, so that there's always another person here. Typically I have to leave my house in West Point to come to town. I do it, I would say, fairly often, but I got to get dressed. I got to get woke up. I got to get dressed. I got to come here. And typically that occurs on days during the holidays, on weekends during the day, that there's one. So I ask y'all to think about that. Number 2, this is part of the budget workshop, and I shared this with a couple of council members earlier. And I think this probably can be said citywide. Many people have come and stood at this podium and talked about how things are expensive, and they've gotten expensive over the last few years. The government does not have some secret place they buy things from. Things are expensive for us too. I'll give you a prime example. I was telling Mitch earlier, a bulletproof vest 4 years ago, 3.5 to 4.5 years ago, cost us $900. Now hopefully you agree, that's a non-negotiable piece of equipment that we give the people that work for you, that work for this city. And now they're $2,800. And we're not talking about an upgrade. We're talking same part number, same manufacturing facility, same everything. And my annual uniform budget for the year is $5,000. So when you're talking about, and those things expire every 5 years. So you have a rotation, and so it costs money. A typical uniform shirt a handful of years ago was $43. They're $70 something now. And every officer needs 3. I give them 3 shirts because they work 3 days in a row. I don't want to have to go home and wash the same shirt every day. 3 pairs of pants and 3 shirts. But I think that could spill over citywide. I'm not going to talk about other departments, but I would assume that transformers and everything else cost more money too. So I say that to say that I think when it comes to stuff like that, we're doing more with less. We're doing more with less than we did 4 or 5 years ago. And I hear people, and I shop at Walmart, HEB, and stuff like that, and I feel it. I understand it, but I think that we all need to be aware that we don't get 80s pricing with the city. Things cost more too. And, it's a lot of money, to hire one person and get them a bulletproof vest and a set of uniforms is about close to $4,000, and so, I hire one person and there's 80% of my uniform budget for the year, and I'm not, woe with me. It's not, this is, I think, citywide.
Chief, a quick question. So you add that to the salary requirements, salary and benefits. If you were to hire an additional officer, what's the cost of that headcount?
To hire someone?
Yeah, hire somebody and you give them uniforms, outfitted, the whole deal.
Mitch, I would like, a lot of it depends. Last year, the budget was pretty tight, and y'all passed the year before that a STEP program for the PD, which we appreciated. It allowed me to attract people. Mr. Etheridge has asked me pretty point blank, how long will it take for you to fill the 2 spots that we had open for like a year?
Yeah.
And I filled them rather quickly. I was very happy because I didn't want to upset him. But last year we took it on the chin and everybody stayed where they were at, in the interest. But we have, I hope, it is my hope and my mission every day to make sure that y'all receive positive feedback about your police department. Ours, it's all of ours. It's not mine. They don't work for me. They work for everybody here.
I'm just saying, and your future needs, you say you might need 2 additional. I'm just wondering, is that $100,000 cost to bring an additional headcount?
It's quite a bit more for the year. It's quite a bit more than that.
Okay.
I mean, because it depends. Am I gonna hire a brand new cop that's gonna start at the entry level of the step program you did, which has some pitfalls, right? I prefer to hire seasoned, experienced people that aren't overly heavy-handed, that come in and work with the community. So that might cost you an extra $5 or $8 grand a year to hire somebody like that, depending on where they fall in that step. We could start them out at 59.8, I think is the base pay around there right now, or it could be 65K starting out, and y'all gave me some good tools, but last year we took a little hit by staying in our step. And I'm grateful for everything that y'all do. I'm not complaining at all. I think that we were playing catch up, and I think we all knew that. Prior and current council members know that we were playing catch up, but we're starting to fall behind again. It's a vicious cycle. I've in a future deal, I'm going to show you all the agencies around us, Mustang Ridge and different places that are paying sign-on bonuses, and it's hard for us to compete with that. Because when we talk about going and shopping and going buying clothes for our kids and buying food, these people aren't going to stay for so long because they're my friend, because they like working for me. Eventually they're going to say, hey, I can go over here and make 10 or 20 grand more. I lost the first person ever from this PD to any other agency in this county to Bastrop PD a few months ago because they're paying them a 10 or 15 grand more a year. And I'm not saying we need that.
Well, this isn't a hard sell, just to let you know. That's what I'm asking the question for is like, okay, if you need two people and we decide we find ways and savings and whatever funding mechanisms we come up with. So if we give you one head count, is that 125,000?
I don't think it's that much.
So 80? 100?
Yeah, the experience.
I know it depends. I'm just asking for a ballpark.
Burdened is about 82 to 85,000 burdened.
What is the 1.34, 1.54 burden rate?
It's 1.3, 1.28 to 28 to 30%.
Okay, and for the people listening, burden means that's all in. It includes the benefits and everything.
Yeah.
Plus, but I'm saying that if we got to have another $5 grand to outfit him to uniform and,
That doesn't count. See, the capital outlay to hire somebody to add one, you're buying another car.
right.
You're buying, you're buying another gun. I don't have spare guns laying around.
And that's what I'm trying to get to. So,
It's expensive.
so it's at least 100 grand.
There's no doubt.
All right, thank you.
But anyway, I appreciate y'all. And when y'all take this undertaking that we get paid to do, y'all do for free. And I appreciate that. I know it's not an easy thing, but just please, nobody wants to pay taxes. I don't want to pay taxes. Nobody wants their taxes raised. I don't, but it costs money for us to operate, especially as a police department. And not saying to raise taxes, God, please, nobody. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it costs money. And so the people that come here and say everything's more expensive, they need to understand it's more expensive for our families and for the city as well. It's expensive for everybody. We're not exempt. So at any rate.
You want to talk about the close patrols? Explain that a little bit, because that also is.
Yeah, so you may or may not know, a lot of people do. If somebody calls in, they're leaving, they can give us their address and phone number and what cars are going to be at their house, and we'll go check your residence. That happens 394 times a year where people call us to check on things. And that's just residences. The security checks are focused on commercial, businesses. If the officer gets out to check on the hospital and the staff up there to make sure everything's okay, they log that. Those are some numbers, but that's a drop in the bucket. There's lots of stuff, it doesn't tell you every time the Sunshine School calls and wants to have kids come over and we, sit there. There's just it's hard to quantify every little thing that we do, and I think that y'all know that. Hopefully you get the feedback from it. I don't get complaints from y'all very often. It's part of the job. Sometimes people are unhappy with the police, and that we can accept that sometimes if we're right. But, hopefully the feedback y'all get is positive and your investment's worth it with the police department.
David, is the city providing all the essential things you need? Like you mentioned a bulletproof vest. Does every officer have one?
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah. The city provides, and there are.
And you're saying they have a 5-year expiration, even if they're never used?
Yeah, you got to understand that the material that it's made of, when you sweat on it, the elements, it breaks it down and stuff like that. And so, the manufacturer will only warranty it for 5 years because the sweat. It actually comes with those things get so hot and sweaty. They come with 2 carriers. We get 2 carriers. So you can wash one and switch them out so they don't smell that bad. But it is just a tinder box of sweat, and especially now when it's 100 degrees outside.
And Amazon doesn't carry those?
Oh, no, man. No, man, no, unfortunately not. If they would, I do buy plenty of stuff on Amazon. I was telling Robert earlier, I rebuilt some DeWalt batteries that belong for the PD, to the PD. So we try to save money where we can, but some things are just non-negotiable. I'm not gonna buy a $100 gun and put somebody's life at risk. I'm not gonna buy reloaded ammunition or something like that. I'm gonna, in a bulletproof vest, I know we're making light of it, but a bulletproof vest is, and we just buy middle of the road. There's ones that are way more expensive, and then there's some stuff you might be able to get that might not be as quality, that you might be able to get a little bit cheaper, but we just get run of the mill stuff that we've got for years. And I keep an eye on the pricing and uniforms. We get the basic stuff they have in stock, nothing special. And then they've gone up, like I said, from mid-40s to low 70s for each piece of garment, for every garment. So when you multiply that by, and when officers have 3, could you imagine? I mean, they're wearing them out, they're in and out of the car, rubbing on the seatbelt. I mean, you got to replace those at times too. So those are some costs, and I know that the PD is a big lion's share of the budget, but that's, you can look at any county and city anywhere, and I think that's the case.
I do have a couple questions.
Sure.
One, I think to acknowledge the efforts you and your family have made as well too. I believe we'd had a conversation prior to my election, and you mentioned that your wife actually sews all the patches on the
Yeah.
shirts and everything too. So,
Yeah.
Additionally, I think maybe what Mitch was trying to say was in the budget request to potentially raise the amount of money to make sure we're covering the outfitting of everything that the new officer would need,
Oh, yeah.
if that is needed. But back to the comment you made about the one officer at a time. I know you've also mentioned that there's times where this precinct doesn't even have a sheriff's deputy in this area.
Well, the thing you have, and I worked for the sheriff's office for a decade before coming here 10 years ago. And the reality of this area is this is the least densely populated area of our county. And when you get to the west, lots of people over there. Cedar Creek, if you've driven through there within the last year or two, it's getting packed and packed and packed. So, they have 4 patrol sectors in the county. If there's going to be one uncovered, it's here. That's the reality of it. And it's just a numbers thing. I mean, it's just the likelihood of where the hot calls are going to come out, where the family violence calls are going to happen. It happens here less in the county area, right? So if they're going to have to pull a deputy from here because these guys are working a homicide over here in David District, which is the Cedar Creek area or up by Elgin, they're going to bring this guy here and move him. We see it with ambulances, right? It's the same thing. Sometimes we don't have ambulances here because it's the least populated area. So, and that's what I mean by, when I have one, I mean, there's lots of times I'm sitting at home just praying to God, please don't let nothing happen. You know what I mean? Because I don't want that on my shoulders.
And then on top of
maybe
that,
y'all don't.
oh, I'm sorry to cut you off. I was just going to say on top of that, you also have your mutual aid obligations as well too, that can pull an officer out of the city.
Oh yeah, no, if we don't generally work outside the city, but if, with the county having one guy here in this whole district, the Smithville area, if he's fighting with somebody out in Lake Thunderbird, we're going to go help him. I mean, if there's nothing going on here, I mean, we're going to go help them. If there's a trooper wrestling with somebody at the county line right here, we're going to go out there and help them. Now, we don't drive 10, 20, 30 miles out of this town. Not that it can't happen. I mean, LaGrange would do it for us. We would do it for them. If a bomb hit LaGrange, we would probably go help them some. We would leave somebody here and we would go help them. But yeah, you're right. Mutual aid, whether it's for EMS, whether it's for, law enforcement, whether it's state, county, federal calls us sometimes, the parks police, if they get in a bind out there, we might run out here to be sure real quick. Sure. And they do the same for us. I mean, they do. It's a reciprocal thing. So.
Yeah, one of the reasons why the Born Again Emporium wanted to be annexed is because the county sheriffs were not able to respond to the calls that they were having. That was a big thing for them. So I know that they really appreciate y'all being out there and helping them and everything else. You have to understand, a lot of businesses that are outside the county is the ones that take care of them. I believe you'll see more and more of them as time goes on. That'll be a carrot to annex because we have a police department that can respond more readily to them. So yes, we'll need more officers.
And they've been great to our department. They support our association immensely. So help us with Blue Bunny and Blue Santa and things like that. So they do a good job.
Another question I am curious about, I don't know, could be multiple different departments that would need to speak about it, but with all the construction that's going on in the area, all the road closures, there's always an officer, an off-duty officer. I know Manor for a long time, they had additional patrol cars, less expensive patrol cars. It would allow their officers overtime, or they were paid and then dispersed out. Are there potential revenue options through all this construction work that we can take advantage of?
So typically the way that that works, based upon my experience, and whether it's construction in Bastrop or here, typically those companies, and it escapes me, a good friend of mine worked for them, but the big company out of San Marcos does a lot of the road construction. They usually have a contract with somebody that coordinates that, and they hire officers from everywhere. I mean, there was a guy that I talked to out here on the highway when they were doing something out here on the highway, and he was from like Edinburgh. So the thing about being a Texas peace officer, you can work anywhere in the state. So um, typically, whenever those big outfits come in, they've already got a contract with somebody else, and they're bringing cops in from somewhere else to sit there. You see them in Austin on the highway, or in Bastrop, you'll see them sitting there. So not really a revenue stream for the city. I mean, they might get a little money for the use of the car. Typically, those guys own their own vehicles. And so they're getting the 10 or 15 bucks or 20 bucks an hour that the business is paying for the car. But the officer would do that outside of city time, on their own time. So they would just be collecting all that money, which off-duty stuff is great. I mean, it's how a lot of us survive, you know. It would be nice not to have to, but you know, I mean, you want toys, you got to do it sometimes. So,
And our policies allow for off-duty to happen.
oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, we have nothing negative has happened with that yet. You know what I mean? I mean, so the good thing about this city is that the council and the city manager and even the previous mayors and council members have given us enough to attract some people with a lot of tenure. And that's why I like to hire people with, I mean, the last guy we just hired 20 years with Waller PD and Sheriff's Office up there. So he has 2 decades of experience. Lives right out here in Page. So, you know, when that hits Smithville, I don't have to worry about all the growing pains of somebody being too rough with somebody. Typically, that's all gone. I mean, they've done that and either weathered it, or they're not a police officer no more. So that's one of the things. That's why I like to hire you guys and gals, experienced people. And it's amazing. I remember some Facebook groups, and every day it's just dozens of people with flyers. And you know, used to be you could have beards and tattoos. That was like the thing to drag them in. And now it's $10,000 sign-on bonuses over 2 years and relocation expenses. It baffles me. I'm not asking for any of that, but it just baffles me how much people are willing to offer. And it's just because it's hard. When I went to work in Bastrop 25 years ago, I was one of 2 people hired out of like 50 applicants for 2 positions. Now, some departments have positions open for 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years. It's just it's an officer's market. You know, they say buyer and seller's market for homes. It's an officer's market right now. The young man that we hired from Rockport didn't stay here 6 months, and they offered him $15,000 more to go to Bastrop, and it's the first one I've lost in county to another agency. You know, that kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. You know, but it is what it is. They're going to move on, and that's fine. You know, I try to pride myself on trying to get them to stay. We have a lot of people that have been here for some time. Y'all know them. I mean, you see them every day, all day. And I like that. You know what to expect from them. They know what to expect from you. And so that's what I'm trying to keep here. So, William, and I have to say this because he takes it on the chin on Nextdoor, Facebook. I don't comment a lot, but I read everything pretty much. He works harder than anybody at the police department. And I will say that to anybody. He works harder than anybody at that police department. He deals with more drama and stuff. People are passionate about 3 things: their money, their kids, and their pets. You know what I mean? And so he works very hard. And I would take part with anybody that said any different. He tries his best. He's a lot of the reason, and I forgot who I was speaking to on email the other day about what we used to pay the county for animal services was like $8 or $9 grand a year. And I met with the commissioner up there year before last and got them to go to a per animal rate. And our run rate now has us hitting about half that now. So, you know, saving the city $4,000 or $5,000 a year, it's $4,000 or $5,000. You know what I mean? because he works his tail off to try to find the owner before he takes him to the shelter. Matter of fact, puts him in his car, gives him water and stuff, tries to wait an hour or so, brings him into the PD, lets him hang out in the air conditioner for a minute, because he knows that it's gonna cost us $250 or whatever it is every time we go drop one off. So he does good at that. He does good at that. He's not asking for nothing. William's an easy guy to please, and he doesn't require a whole lot, a snake catch pole here or there. You're right, he doesn't like snakes. He's got a couple of snake poles, and I think they're the long ones too. So, yeah, but,
But does Bastrop County take the they have to take an animal
They
if
don't have
if it can't, so
Yeah, they
what
don't.
if they're full? Where does William take them?
he doesn't,
Yeah, I don't want to know the answer to that.
and I know, and my friend Jimmy, Bastrop County, from what I was told by their director, because I called them directly several years ago, that Bastrop County has, classified cats as free to roam, feral cats. They can be feral. They don't take cats in general. So when we get cats here, Jimmy knows this, they won't take a cat from us. Dogs, generally, we've never had them turn us away. I would say that, but it's because we take so few. When I had a conversation with the commissioner up there, the other places were bringing them in volume, in mass. They weren't trying to find owners and stuff like that. And that's what spearheaded the per animal rate. They were hoping to curtail some of that from other places and reward us for the hard work that he puts in to try to reunite. Scanning, we post on Facebook, does anybody know this animal? Come, please let us know it's at the PD, or we have it, come get it. And the town's great. It's weird how many people know who owns what animals around this town, and it's great. It makes it where we don't got to take a lot. And this year we've had, I think, probably twice what we would normally have, and that's from people like dumping 4 dogs at one time, and so nobody owns them. They're in town. We have to take them and do the humane thing, which is the right thing to do. And so they go, well, that cost the city $1,000, for them 4,
Appreciate the initiative to find that savings.
Okay. Thank y'all.
Right. Hello, how are y'all? I'm Anna Hernandez. If I don't know if y'all, I have met each of you, but I'm in the court, Department 120. We have 2, of course, myself, a judge and a court clerk still, and Tracy and Jennifer spoke of her earlier, general clerk, and she also does with the court. I will say she's not in our department, but Tracy Disnowski, she steps up and helps as well. Yes. She says she wants her picture in here next year. So our annual spending, it says 94,000. We are, we work at the police department that they issue when they issue citations. Of course, they come to us and then we handle everything from that. The defendants, if they don't show, we are required to have show cause hearings to give them another opportunity to come in and try to handle their citations. And that's the 277 show cause hearings that have been held. Not everyone comes to those. Then we have a process after that we can put a hold on their license, send them to collections. They do still, at times, it may be a year or 2 later, maybe a few months later, they will come in and make arrangements regarding that. And we can still offer them certain things, if they're worried about it going on their record. But those are options that, as it says, numerous cause payments, citation options, given information. That's given a lot where we don't have the numbers for those to tell you what we do. And Tracia mainly handles the phone, because being the judge, you have to be very careful when you speak to someone, because a lot of people walk up to the counter and I have to have a plea in place before you can speak with them, because if they plead not guilty and you've already heard their whole story, well, then I just can't have that. So, and a lot of people do walk up, I didn't do that. I'm telling you, the officer didn't see me, and or whatever. Whatever the case may be, you just can't hear, or maybe I did roll, but I stopped for a few seconds. So Tracia does have to handle the window more. I just have to tell them, 1 moment, please make a plea, and then we'll move forward. And they can make their plea, request to talk to me still. and we can go over the options with them. If they plead not guilty and that comes into our pretrial hearings, they are set to meet with the prosecutor. At this time, we've been doing about every other month for him to come in. We've had 45 pretrial hearings, and now, January 1, they've said where we have to have youth diversion. That's for any non-moving when you are a juvenile. And that's just trying to help, and it doesn't go on their record, and help set them up maybe if they need help at home, or just to try to put them in a different direction, depending on what that may be. You know, there's different options that they do. Tracia is head over that, because as a judge, you can't necessarily head over that. I can sit in, but her and the prosecutor handle those. As a judge, if you have someone in the officers want to issue a warrant, they'll type up a probable cause affidavit, have to review it, determine if a warrant is issued or can be issued, determine the amount that the warrant is, the bond is for that warrant. That's 27 warrants were signed just so far this year. Now that doesn't go when someone is arrested on a warrantless arrest. So you have someone out and say they're driving while intoxicated. They pull them over, they do what they need to do. They still have to write up that probable cause affidavit. They have arrested them, they transport them to Bastrop County. They have certain things they have to do for that. But then it is presented to me and have to review that, set their bond, and then I have to set up with Bastrop County because, you know, we don't hold them here. And that's been for quite, I know since Judge Jones has been gone, and that he's been gone since 2018. I'm fortunate I do not have to travel to Bastrop County. When Judge Davis was here before, she was already JP, and she was familiar. She went, did that. I did train with her and go over there. I can go, but I am able to now. We do video magistrate. So I have to work it out with Bastrop County. We set up, I get all my paperwork ready, call them, we set up a time so that I can then look, the defendant will see me, I can see them. I just read them their rights warnings, give them their bond amount, if there's bond conditions, and if they have a few questions that I'm able to answer, but I am not over that. That goes to the higher courts, whether it's district or county court. Let's see. So the professional services that would cover, of course, for our, the prosecutor coming in, and that's for the pretrial. Sometimes I know that, if the defendants have a lawyer or an attorney, they will reach out to him as well. Cash handling, of course, we take in payments here. We do at times if needed, and Tracia handles that more because she is up front still, where I've moved to the office, the first office on the right when you come down the hall. But we will help, you know, we take payments for the court, and then of course utilities and general if needed. That's the cross-training people have spoke about. And we did, at the end of April, we started, now you can make online credit card payments. What I think that has helped with some of the phone calls where people do call in and make payments, not that they still don't feel more comfortable for you. I don't know why, calling, talking on the phone, taking the credit card. It is still processed through that. So, and we are not having to pay now that credit card fee. And I don't know what that fee was before. But now it's just, they charge that. It's 3.5%. And they can call in and make it for Spanish speaking, that it's a little higher at 6.5%. That's over the phone though. So we do have that now. That's a little bit of savings for us. And hopefully take off a little bit of Tracia and Tracy taking phone calls for payments. We did get some standing orders done that we need, and that just helps and tells how the court processes and what, as clerks, we are allowed to do under a judge's order. We also got the local rules for the court done and implemented, signed. Let's see. And then, of course, each year we attend the Regional Judges Clerk Seminar. We just went in May and attended that. And that just, if there's, we do have a update, legislative update coming up in August, and we'll do that online. We'll just sit in the office and listen to that instead of going, because everybody tries to go and you just go to Austin and it's just this big hassle. So we won't travel for that. There is still a fee that we have to pay, even though we are going to be doing it virtually. And let's see, we do have to have the CJIS training, and that's because we review information whenever the defendants are arrested. We have to view information that, you know, is not anybody can view that. Let's see. And then and they will tell you that our training, more people come into contact with the municipal courts than any other Texas courts combined. And that's about all. I'm sure there's something else, little things we do, but that's what I can think of at this time. Do you have any questions?
Most of what you see are traffic violations and just like
Yes, Class C.
theft, and that's the kind of thing, what all
Well,
do you?
so we do have, let's see. So if code enforcement, that at a certain point, if code enforcement is issued a notice to a property owner and say they don't comply, it can come to the court. We would send them a summons and then they would be charged. And we still would try to make them to come into compliance. If they don't, some have not showed up when we haven't had some in a while, but then they are charged that fee. It's, I think, $285. We can charge them each day if they don't comply. We do try to work with them because the main thing is we want them to bring that property into compliance, or, you know, junk vehicle, unwholesome conditions. I was trying to think of what else we've had. It's been a little while. If there's family violence or an assault and it's just a Class C, because some, of course, go higher, and that's district or county court, they do come in because and we you can assign them, you know, a class and defer it. Try to work with them because maybe it hopefully wasn't quite as serious, and hope it'll keep it from being more serious for them to go for a higher charge. And minor and juvenile hearings, but those are Class Cs, and sometimes they're, you know, minor in consumption, minor in possession of alcohol or tobacco or something like that. But we do see those as well. That's just here. And then, of course, the magistrations, that's a whole different that go to county, and we don't handle that. Those are higher charges that go district and county court. All right. All right. Thank you.
Dre Clemens, come on down.
I'm Trey Clemens. I'm the fire chief of the Smithfield Fire Department. I have two assistant chiefs, Robert Hightower and Councilman Washington. I have a head count of 47 members. Our annual spend is about 145K. Myself, Councilman Washington, Hightower, we're both over 2 stations, one located right in front of Pockets. The other is over on Southeast Second and Taylor, I think right in front where you live at. Of course, we are a volunteer department. We respond to numerous different kind of calls: fire calls, structure fires, wildland fires, water rescues, lift assist, different type of medical calls, vehicle rescue, traffic control, and we also do the parades and community outreach. So far, since 2024, October 2024, we've had 84 fire calls, and that's consist of different ones. Maybe mostly is a lot of medical calls. We do a lot of medical calls, even though we are not medical department, but we still tend to assist Acadian with those medical calls. This year with the fundraiser, we actually raised around 52K. That's one of, since I've been in 19 years, it's probably third or fourth times we ever hit 52K. He's been in longer, and I don't know if we have hit that much, but I'm very proud of that. We also do a fish fry with the Lions Club. I don't know exactly those numbers, but that went very well.
Community outreach, fire prevention week, and we do the fly-ins. I normally go to schools, daycares, probably 15, 16 times a year. All the time. They always calling up, hey, last minute, drop what I do, go take care of them. Down here, current issues, we need more volunteers. We have, like I said, we have 47 members. 12 of those are reserve members. And with everybody, of course, having jobs, families, it's very hard for us to make every fire call with a full staff. It can be 1, 2 in the morning. We might get 1 or 2 tones, but we'll normally average probably 3, 4 members throughout the night to respond to these calls. We do have the help of Heart of Pines. They are our mutual aid right down the street. And if anything get out of hand, we do have other agencies that will come and help us. Of course, participation and equipment. We're probably our newest equipment is going to be our Jaws of Life we received this year. Ford, it's the battery operated one. So no more dragging the hoses around, the hydraulic hoses getting tangled up. Battery operated ones are, some of our newest equipment. Truck wise, of course, everybody knows that a fire truck costs anywhere from $550 to $1 million. It's something very hard for us to raise, on the fundraiser we have. Of course, the future needs more volunteers. The more we can get, the more it will help us out. Last year, we did take it was age limit was 21. We dropped it to 18. So that helped out a whole lot. We have got a couple young guys in 18, 19 years old. That has helped us out a whole lot. Radios, that's one of the big things we're going through right now is trying to find all the volunteers radios. Radios run about anywhere from 5 to 10K.
How many are you gonna need?
Right now, top of my head, probably at least 10, 15 right now.
Okay.
Vehicles, and once again, like I say, equipment. That's where, pretty much we stand right now with everything we have, but the little we got, we make it work.
Chief Clemens. First of all, I don't know that we can thank y'all enough for what you do. Heartfelt. We on the council, we get text messages when you guys are getting your tones and we hear the air raid sirens going off and always looking to see what you guys are up against next. The question I have, this is $145,000 spend, but that's just the city spend, right?
That's the city spend.
So your total budget really runs what? How much are we contributing toward the total, do you know?
The city's portion of their budget is 145,000. But they have their own fire department budget as well through fundraisers.
Yeah, I'm just asking, how much are we contributing as a percent? This is not a negative thing. I'm asking to, okay, if you could get me that number at some point.
Okay, yeah, I can.
Yeah, thanks.
I know Councilman Jenkins and we went to the Bastrop County Office of Emergency Management. They had a training, and in that discussion, they were bringing forward that they're starting to approach the county commissioners about radio upgrades for encryption purposes and things like that, and trying to get everybody on board, and they're seeking grants. Are we part of that benefit, or do we know if we're going to be able to be a beneficiary of some of the efforts the county's doing to upgrade communications throughout the county?
I know probably 5, 6 years ago, I think the county did help us out with a few radios, our first go round. That was probably 5, 6 years ago. Moving forward from there, I'm not really sure. That's some information I can check into you know, try to get some help with the radios.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, whether that's you or Claire Beckett, I mean, Robert, I mean, maybe speak to Claire Beckett about that because it seems based on what we had heard that there's definitely some movement and the county's looking like they're trying to fund and bring all the different agencies into compliance with those.
And they want the encryption to make sure that they're getting the message to one another, but also to limit information to outside people and things like that. Robert, does CapCog, I know they'll do police grants and things like that, but do they do things for fire?
There are a couple of opportunities for fire through CapCog, and then radios through DOJ or other entities. We, Chief Repka, through the PD, we're working on this, and as Trey said, that we're going to migrate to one system, but they had issues with that, did they not, the county, regarding the uniform.
No, what Brandon's talking about is encryption because there's a lot of stuff that doesn't need to get out. It's become more mainstream. But to answer your question, Brandon, no, as far as law enforcement goes, and I cannot speak on the fire side, they want us to do it, but we're not getting any. We would have to apply for our own grant funding through CapCog or wherever. So I'm assuming they would be on the same end, just like we had to redo the county used to provide the radio equipment in the dispatch center. They stopped doing that. So that cost the city 180, 200,000 from 2 tax notes ago to updo our radio. So I'm assuming it's an assumption that's cost saving measures. Maybe they can't buy for everybody else anymore, and it was great while it lasted. So it may be something that we're all on the hook for because they want LE to do the same as well.
And to Chief Repka's credit, we wanted to maintain local control through our own 911 dispatching system. So we've kind of fought that from migrating over to the county, but there's still communication lines that are open. But yes, we'll look into whatever the emergency from the emergency management course you took and see what CapCog has to offer. Okay.
I know there used to be, when I was doing hazard mitigation work for many years, as long as you had an action in your plan, you know, a fire would trigger the ability to apply for those grants. And a lot of them, I mean, they could actually include purchase of a fire truck. I mean, it was a multi-year action item, but with the FEMA cuts, the hazard mitigation programs are just, they're almost non-existent now, but hopefully that will be come back. Yeah.
Thank y'all.
Good evening, council, mayor, members of the community. Robert may regret that he asked us to tell our story. I came prepared. The story I'm going to tell does require a book, but this is just a prop. I'm not going to read the story. Couple weeks before Mother's Day, when I was leading the children's story time at the library, I opened a book and it happened to have a book plate on the inside of it. And a 4-year-old in attendance said, "That's Betty Hewitt." And sure enough, he was right. The book plate on the inside says this book was purchased using funds donated to the Smithville Public Library by Betty Hewitt, a friend of this library who wished to provide good books as friends to the citizens of Smithville. In 1992, when Betty Hewitt died, she left her estate primarily to the Smithville Public Library to provide reading materials for all the community. So we get a check every year to be able to purchase some of those books. I'm going to fast forward a week from when Jack said, "That's Betty Hewitt." And I was trying to get the kids to tell me what we were going to read about. It was the Wednesday before Mother's Day. A lot of the books had animals on them. There was a mama llama and her baby, a mama penguin and her baby, and a mama elephant and her baby. And so I asked the kids what we were going to read about today. I got a lot of animal answers. And I said, no, maybe you can tell me how these characters are related to each other. Who is this llama to this llama? Or who is this elephant to this elephant? Crickets. So then I said, let me give you another hint. Who is a very important person in your life? And 4-year-old Jack said, Betty Hewitt. So, and that is a true story. We're grateful to Jack for pointing that out to us, because if you look at the chart there, it says that the library spends 470,000. I think if you look at the budget numbers, it's more like 463. But in all honesty, the Friends of the Library also support our library, and they fund our summer reading club program. And they fund several other things such as children's story time, Little Bookworms. So I added their amount of funding in, so that brought it up to 470,000. Of that 470,000, 365,000 is local money, is city money. The other money is grants, foundations like the Betty Hewitt Foundation, and funds from the Friends of the Library. And all of those factors go into whether or not we get accreditation every year. Accreditation is what the state library decides that we can avail ourselves of services for the community. Those services include an e-reading platform so that we can purchase ebooks for the community. They include access to interlibrary loans, so our patrons have access to all libraries in the state of Texas. They include research databases that are valued at over $58,000, so people can do genealogy research, they can do educational research, things like that. So those are what the library, some of what the library provides. We have access to books. We have over 49,000 materials, physical materials, and an additional 5 to 10,000 digital materials, ebooks and things like that, that our patrons can use. Those physical materials are valued at over $1 million in a replacement cost. And so our staff is purchasing, cataloging, taking care of those items so that our community can use them. We also have, as I mentioned, the interlibrary loans and the TechShare databases. We have computers that people can come in and use free. We have Wi-Fi that people can come in and use even when we're closed. Reference assistance. We answered over 12,000 questions last year, what people wanted to know, if it's help with the computer, if it's how to find certain things in those TechShare databases. So we're not just sitting around doing nothing. We also have ESL classes and GED classes. Those are provided in partnership with the Community Action of Central Texas Incorporated. We have Spanish classes as Spanish as a second language. Several social groups come in on a weekly basis. We have 2 knitting groups, and we have a dominoes group that will come in and play 6 to 8 hours a week while they're visiting with each other. We have a writers group, a film group, 2 book clubs, and all of these programs are part of what everybody in the community has free and open access to. We currently have 7,400 cardholders, and we serve greater than the city limits because the state assigns our service population to align with the school district. 49% of those 7,400 are inside city limits. 42% are outside city limits but still in the county. And the other 8% or so are outside the area. They may be from another county, or some of them are northern residents that their permanent address is Minnesota or Michigan or Montana, but they live here half the year, and so they still hold cards. But when you look at that breakdown, that 49%, we have over 3,600 cardholders within the city limits of Smithville. What's our population? We have almost 90% of our city residents that hold library cards. So for those of you who don't get it, I would recommend you ask somebody who holds one of those library cards, or maybe one of the 22,139 people that have set foot in our door for services, programs, and maybe books and materials. And that was last year. That was our head count, 22,139. We had 72,000, over 72,000 circulations of those materials, and that includes digital materials. Our programming attendance, that breakdown is for both programs on city property, so it's included, those 3.3 thousand people attended programs at the library. An additional 5,500 people attended programs that the library put on outside the library walls. And then there are another abundance of programs where we partner with the rec center, we partner with the school district. They get credit for those programs, but the library is there in support of those programs and helping to pull them off. So if I invite you all to come in, stop in the library any day that we're open and see what goes on there. And then you'll see that that $365,000 that the city is spending is well worth it. Because for every dollar that the city spends on library monies, they're realized $5 in return in services and programs. What are our current issues? We're looking at the potential loss of federal and state resources. As the Institute of Museum and Library Services is threatened with closing, that means that that federal agency will not be able to spend to the states the monies that they use to help us provide our summer reading club, or the text share databases, or the interlibrary loans that we're able to do. So currently, we're assured of funding through this year, but we have no idea what next year is going to hold. So we are looking at that and hoping that we can recover or make up that money, whether it's in grants or maybe have to reduce our services for that. So, and then our future needs, I have a couple people who may be retiring in fiscal year 26, and one of them has been 10 years and one of them has been 20 years at the library. So we're going to have to add a little extra into the budget for that to make sure that we're able to cover their severance packages and still be able to replace them, because we won't be able to work well with the drop in that many service hours. Any questions?
I've got a comment and a question. First of all, I've grown to admire what you do with this program. You seem to have a very well fleshed out offering of programs and services that address the needs of every demographic in town. So we appreciate all that you do. Just a point of clarification, because we're showing on the pie charts that this is a $463,000 spend, but you're telling me it's only a 300 and what?
That 365,000 was local funds.
So from
Because
the general fund, we're spending 365,000, not 400 and,
the other 100,000 is from the outside monies that get put in. The Libraries for Health grant, for instance, we knew we were going to get that grant, so we put it in the budget, but it's money in, money out. The Hewitt Fund, we knew we were going to get that money. It was $20,000 this year, so that's money in, money out. So that's not part of the city tax dollars that are part of the.
that's what I'm looking for. So what we're saying is that extra 100,000, Cynthia, comes in through grants. Okay,
And we include them in the budget
so
when
that's
we
added
know
to-
we're going
that's
to get.
added to the general fund budget. It's not tax dollars.
That's correct.
Yes, very similar to the hangar purchase revenue in, revenue out, 375. It drives your year-to-year budget up, but it's grant funding.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
365.
Yes.
Judy, what, and I know you went down the list here, but speak to again the member savings here, that what?
Thank you. I didn't mention that, but our circulation software looks at each number of items that are circulated. And if our patrons purchased the books or the DVDs at a non-local location, because we don't have those locally, they would spend $525,000 to have access to those materials, to be able to read those books. So that's how much that our community is saving, our library users are saving.
Judy, is the community garden, do you add that into the library stuff, or is that?
That is the library programs that are being held at the community gardens building. That is part of the Libraries for Health grant. And so that's added into that additional up above the 365,000. And what goes on there, and on the slide, you can see the social and mental health, the parenting groups, the creative studio sessions. Those are all provided through Libraries for Health resources in partnership with Smithfield Community Gardens.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I know a couple of years ago, Bastrop, the city of Bastrop made a decision to only provide free memberships to the citizens of the city. And I think at that time, it became very obvious Smithfield was the only one in the area that allowed for non-paid memberships regardless of where they live. Do you, I know you may not be able to speak to the specifics, but do you know what they had to give up for that? Do they lose state funding in order to be able to do that? Or what were the benefits and the cons of the decisions they
They
made?
lost county funding to be able to do that. We still get $12,000 a year from the county. And I'm working on the application now for the coming fiscal year, and I always ask for more. They don't always give me more, but the $12,000 that we get from the county allows us to include county residents as part of our service population. If we gave that 12,000 up and charged fees, we probably wouldn't see as many people buying cards. And the 4,000 that, or the 3,200 that are in the county outside, I don't think we would be able to charge enough to be able to recover that $12,000.
Judy, I just want to say that I go to the library pretty frequently. I buy your magazines for like a quarter, and I can take them home and find some recipes or whatever, magazine subscriptions have gotten really high. But each time I'm in there, just the energy is so powerful, and the environment, it's a wonderful place, and it's a beehive of activity, which it should be. And I guess I'm partial because my mother was a librarian for 35 years. And I just want you to know, I think y'all do an incredible job. And I really appreciate that you're part of this community and you serve the people in the fashion that you do.
Well, thank you. And I've got to give all the credit to the other people pictured on that slide, because the staff, we work well as a great team. But even when I'm not there, I hear people saying that when they walk in the door, they feel like they've come home. And they really appreciate how the staff serves the people that walk through that door. And that includes off-site visits. We have somebody, she said, they do a lot for the older generation, and that includes off-site visits. We have a staff member who visits Towers Nursing Home once a week to take books to them and visiting with some of the residents there. So it's much appreciated by those residents as well.
I think also just another point that I was shocked by. I took my kids to the library. It was probably a year and a half ago. We checked out a book that I remember from as a kid, and I just had to commend the stewardship of the books. because that book in particular, frankly, based on the dates, it very likely could have been, I was one of the ones that had checked out the book as a kid myself. And so and it didn't look tethered, it was well taken care of, and I think that that is A, for the citizens, but also B, just the stewardship of the library as well, like you mentioned earlier, I think.
Yeah.
that was-
And sometimes that's why library materials cost a little more, because we want to get the better bound books for the most part, so that they can hold up to 20 kids taking them home in a year's time or something like that. So another part of it is the ebooks. The electronic publishers charge libraries about 3 times more than you would if you got it on your Kindle privately. So that has to be taken into account as well. So we pay a little more for library books, but we get a little more out of them, and they last a long time. That's where the funds like the Betty Hewitt Fund, which is primarily for collection. The Betty Hewitt Fund accounts for probably 40 to 45% of the money spent on our library collection. We also get money from the city. That's about maybe 30%, and then some other money from donations, memorials, and also the Silky Crockett Ragsdale Ragsdale. They make a contribution to the library every year as well, so that we can buy large print books, primarily for the people who can't read the small print anymore. Thank you.
You look really small in this picture.
You know, I was actually looking at that picture a while ago. I was like, man, why I gotta be the smallest one out of all of them? But okay, all right.
He's way back in the back.
Yeah, they're way up front, so that makes it look bigger. Yeah, that's it. So, I so let's start with my Parks Department. This is my Department 150. There's a 5-man head count. One of them's he's out right now, so I didn't get to get him in the picture with us. But our annual spend here is about 452K a year. And let me tell you about these guys. When you hear Parks Department, you think, oh, they're just over there and they're mowing and they're weed eating a park, and that's it. But let me tell you, there's 11 parks out here, and they're not small. You know, they're big. They also do 7 city buildings, places around town, you know, local things, you know, the Y. I have them down up on Loop 230, mowing the city easements and stuff, weed eating and stuff. These guys are everywhere. If I see weeds, we're cutting them. They spend numerous hours every day cleaning public restrooms. They're the guys that have to go out and clean up the mess that happens. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not, but somebody has to do it, and they're the ones that do it. They're the ones that come out there and they get it all clean and ready to go for everybody else to enjoy and use while we're out for the market on Sundays and stuff like that, or any functions we have down Main Street or whatever. They run twice a week down Main Street, picking up trash. It's not just emptying the trash cans. They're out there, they're picking up stuff off the curbs, off in the drainage, you know, anything that's flying around, you know, they're spending their time out there in the mornings, 2 or 3 hours cleaning up everything. They get to go out and have fun when we have big functions down on Main Street. They get to come in at 5 a.m. in the morning, and they get to run down with their weed eaters and make all the noise they want to on Main Street and weed eat and clean out drains and everything, so that all the public is ready to rock and roll and have their good time on Main Street. And it's clean, it's pretty, ready to go. So I really praise them for that. That's a big deal for me. I like it to be that way. They take care of our splash pad. They're the guys that, you know, for our youth and everything to go around. Yeah, we don't have the biggest splash pad in the world or whatever, but we have one and they love it. And then people like it, and it's a big job. We have to make sure all the chlorine levels and pH levels and everything are right and everything, so that, you know, it's almost like a swimming pool. You're having to take care of it. The only bad thing is it's coming out of the ground. So you have to be inside the pump house figuring all these chemicals and numbers out and stuff to make this work. So it's a big job for them. Take a little credit for this, but not to take from Ashley, but we did get voted #1 for the best RV park in Bastrop this year. That's a big deal. And I'll tell you what, they spend their hard
hard time out there and stuff, and they take care of it. And there's a lot of weed eating, a lot of trees to be picked up, a lot of limbs to be picked up, and grass to cut. So good job for them. Great events.
Word, and you got number one without having sewer hookups at the pads. That is amazing.
Do not have full hookups out at the RV. We have water and we have electric, and that's it. And we have one dump station. And let me tell you, when Jamboree comes, man, we gotta get it pumped before Jamboree, and usually not everybody makes it to the dump station when it's over, because by the time the carnival people come, everybody that's out there at Jamboree, that dump station's full. It's overflowing. So, but good job for them keeping up with them. And successful, Jamboree, successful. I think we had possible two little small issues, a water leak, break or whatever and stuff, but as in the park being cleaned and beautiful and everything to my expectations, and my expectations are really high, I was very proud of them, very proud. We do a lot for the airport too. You know, we go out, we mow around the hangars that we own and stuff and everything. They're the guys that take care of that. All the little pretty crepe myrtles and stuff, they're out there right off the highway and stuff. They're the ones that take care of all that underneath and stuff, you know, keeping all the little brush out and everything. So good job to them. Music in the park, farmer's market, that's all them, you know, they're cleaning it up, getting it ready for everybody, you know, and stuff. So, and especially Memorial Day, Memorial Park, that's their baby right there. That's one that's got to be taken care of all the time. So good job to them. A few current issues we have with these guys, of course, staffing. I mean, it's 5 guys, and it's a lot of grass and weeds to be mowed and stuff to be done. It's just getting bigger and bigger by the day. You know, everything's needing to be done, and everybody wants everything done at the time. You know, if we get a little bit of rain, the grass grows. And one big thing I forgot to mention this earlier, but they take care of the Little League baseball fields and the soccer fields. So let me tell you, when it's Little League season or it's tournament season, don't mow until Friday. Don't mow until Friday. Well, what do we do when it pours rain on Friday? How are we supposed to get out there? Do we mow and mess it up or what? They go out there, and what they do is they mow on Wednesday, Thursday, and then if it doesn't rain on Friday, they will mow again just to keep it ready for them. But that way, we always have a backup plan if something happens and we need to get them out there, but we're out there playing Little League. They actually stripe the fields too for them. That's one of our jobs, and taking care of all the maintenance and stuff around the baseball field. So good job to them. But again, current issues, staffing, you know, like I said, it's getting bigger. We need more people. You know, can we afford them? I don't know. We'll know that, you know, down the road. But I mean, they're working for the pay they are, and the 5 of them that are doing it, and it's a lot. It is very much to them. Our mowers, they're getting old. You got to realize these things run 5 days a week, close to 8 hours a day or whatever, you know, give or take. I only give them about 10-minute breaks during the day. That's about it, 1 or 2 at the most. But they had a truck. It was a 2002 Chevy. And about 2 months ago, it finally kapooted on us. And we don't have any other trucks. So we were ganging them up. Some of them were riding 3 deep in a truck, trying to pull 2 mowers, having to take them out there, dump them off, dump 2 guys off, and a guy would have to come back to the shop and get another mower because we couldn't get them all on one trailer. So we're fighting it, we're making it, but they're running around and they're doing what they have to do to get it done, and they're doing it. So they need another truck in that department this year or whatever and stuff, definitely. So future needs, same things I told you about current issues. We need more employees, more mowers. Our mowers, really out of their 5 mowers, I think there's about 2 of them that are about 7 years old, and they're being worked on frequently, you know, for maintenance and stuff. Cause man, these things are running every day. They're lasting us about 5 years, 5 to good 6 years, but we've got a couple of them that are about 7 years old, and we just need to replace them and the truck. So.
Are they zero turn or?
Yes, sir. All 0 turn.
Zero turn. Thank you.
Edward, do y'all have to outsource some of this mowing from time to time? You don't pay contractors or other you don't outsource that. You have all in-house.
I have one part-time solid waste guy, and he does a lot of shredding for us and stuff. Bad news is this is his last week. He's to the point where he can't make it no more and stuff. So, but I still have that position that I can open, I can fill or whatever. And we take care of everything through ourselves. We haven't outsourced any of this yet. One thing about and I can't just say this department because I got 8 other ones too. So between all the 9 departments, if something has to be done, it's getting done between all the departments. They know that they work for the city of Smithfield. I had to look what side my shirt was on. City of Smithfield. They're not, just because they're assigned to the electric department, doesn't mean they don't go out to the cemetery and weed eat. Right, okay, just make sure. But no, for real, man, my guys, they'd like to take care of themselves. They take care of each other. We make things happen. We get it done.
I want to thank you too again, and Robert, for the ADA sidewalk in front of the chamber.
Yes,
Mhm.
beautiful,
We're
beautiful.
very excited, and we want to get the garden club to help us do some plantings there and paint the railing. And, you know, Robert's talking about if we have any money, maybe some new grass to make the ground more even, but it's so nice and you did it so fast, and thank you so much.
Hey, no problem. And we finally got the handicap stencil in the other day, so we're gonna try to find a day so we can make that one parking spot over there handicap with the van accessible. We're gonna close off. I still got to get Richard to come in. One thing I forgot over there is I got to cut out a little bit of that sidewalk to make a ramp for the van side when they get out and everything. So I got to get that done too, but I wanted to make sure I had everything in place before we did that. That way I didn't make a ramp and cut and tear up the ground before we had the handicap out there, so.
And for some of you that may not know, that sidewalk now goes from where it stopped in front of the chamber and connects over to the perpendicular sidewalk that leads up to the pavilion to allow, you know, people with mobility issues, you know, to navigate and get over there. And also, we're going to put in a handicap, another handicap spot, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have another handicap spot out there. Yeah, used to, the only handicap we had was at the chamber, and the poor people would have to get out and wheelchair out in the middle of the road and everything to get to the farmer's market. So we were like, yeah, we better come up with an idea how to help them do that without being out in the middle of the road. So it worked great. Looks,
It's a big effort toward our ADA program that we're trying to improve upon. And it's just really great to have that kind of start so quickly.
gotcha. Any questions? I'll be back. Thank y'all.
Hello. Okay, so I'm 152, the rec center. We are open 6 days a week, roughly about 70 hours. We have myself, Alexis Peck, and Kay Hurst. Alexis manages my rentals, event, general building supervising. Kay will handle our youth programs, also building supervisor. They're both full-time. And then I have 4 front desk part-time ladies, Rosie, Tanya, Peyton, and Kendra. And then roughly 7 to 8 seasonal between after school and summer camp, depending. And so with that collection of staff, we do youth sports, which is dribblers, bumpers, and kickers, of course, basketball, volleyball, and soccer. After school program, summer camps. We've incorporated an elf camp, spring break camp, and then we do our family events. So 5Ks, mommy, son, daddy, daughter, all the little nichey things that we can find, we'll put in there. Pickleball. We have a wake up and walk program, which is pretty much what it sounds like. 8 to 10 in the morning, people can wake up, they can come and walk. They can earn a free membership if they walk enough miles. And it's just a way to have a climate controlled, you know, for maybe the seasoned people, that when it's rainy or cold or hot or whatever, dogs are loose, the potholes are tripping hazards, all the things. It's just an easy way for them to get their steps in. We've incorporated a preschool playtime, maybe a month and a half ago. And it's just kind of the flip side, a way for moms to bring in their younger kids when the parks are too hot, or they're bored with the toys at home. They can come and play in the room that we have set up for that. Just ongoing things, of course, is racquetball is available. Our weight rooms are available. People can rent the spaces for meetings, birthdays, weddings, all the things. Basketball and volleyball, those are all the time kind of thing. So anytime we have open gym, that's what's available. Then we manage the campgrounds at the Riverbend Park, as well as the Chuck Wagon Square, the pavilions at the train park. Those rentals all come through us. General public servicing, faxing, copying, scanning, answering phone calls, giving directions. Hopefully we give them the right directions. We're not Christopher Columbus, so we do our best. Just general services of that. And then emergency sheltering. We're the people you go to whenever fires break out or floods happen. We get open for that. Current issues are always just keeping up with the trends. Parks and Rec moves really fast. There's always something newer, shinier, bigger, more fun, what have you, but it's also real expensive. There's a treadmill that I'll be asking for. It's about $5,000, but it's really cool. It's really neat. It's state of the art, all that kind of stuff. And then just future needs, like I said, is updating fitness equipment, rental supplies. We've always really dreamed about having round banquet tables to upscale those wedding receptions or banquets or something of that nature. And then just maintenance on the building. We're a 25-year-old building. Every time it rains, we find a new little leak somewhere down the wall. So we feel like a roof repair is somewhere in the future. Exterior windows, there's a couple that like the seals have, well, in the weight room, it's pretty much melted off, I assume, because how the sun hits it. There's a couple that aren't vacuum sealed anymore, whatever it is to temperature control those double paned windows. And then just more programming. Sometimes that's a staff issue, sometimes it's a timing issue, sometimes it's a cost issue. We're always racking our brains on what's out there, what's new, what's bringing people in, what can we do with the budget we have, what else is going on in the town, because if there's 10 things going on, odds are we're not going to get a whole bunch. So we always try to not compete with other, chamber or little league or something else going on. We always try to take those groups into consideration when we try to implement something. And so, we just try to, be there to support, provide, and, just do all the things that we can with what we have.
Actually, I've got a quick question on the average daily customer count. What's the definition of a customer count?
Really anyone that would walk through the door. So whether it be for our services, Meals on Wheels, maybe a meeting, something of that nature. And the problem that we have is, especially during school months, for example, people are not coming in as much during the day. And so it's only evening programs or events that would bring them in. Saturdays, people are busy. There's select ball, there's cheer competition. So there's not a lot of people just coming in to play basketball. And so it does get diluted and spread out. But like I say, that 30 a day average umbrellas those days that
So but we're saying that
going on
30 people walk through the door per day.
on the average. Yeah.
And the private rental count, what is a
So
rental?
that's an estimate of like when someone does a wedding reception or banquet, on average, it's about 150 people that come in for that event.
And how many of those do you have per year?
About 2 a month, give or take. Again, obviously some months are going to be busier. The summer months, we have the wedding receptions. December we'll have festival lights and things like that. So it really just kind of depends. January and February, it's hard for us to rent the gym because we have dribblers, and that takes up the majority of the day. So there's a couple months that it's hard to offer rentals. And so, but we do as much as we can, because then we also have only 4 staff members that have to work all these shifts. And so there are times that we have to maybe not have a rental and just keep it an open gym because we don't have anyone that's available to work.
And what's your programming budget? What do you spend on I don't see how many programs you're running, but.
So the line item for programs is 19,000. After school and summer camp, well, after school is a $3,000 line item. Summer camp, I kind of pull out of both of them depending on what I'm getting. If it's something that I can also use for after school, then I'll take it out of that budget. If it's something specific to summer camp, then I take it out of the program.
But general, it's a $19,000 line item.
I'm sorry, what was-
Programming in general.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
One of the things I realized recently, I was going through my insurance benefits, the Smithville Rec Center is actually the gym there is actually a free benefit that I can get through my health insurance. Is that something y'all take advantage of a lot? Like, I understand like the earning the free memberships and stuff, and I think that's great for the members that can't, but I think at the same time, but how much are we capitalizing on?
So the program I assume you're talking about is like, it's a Silver Sneakers program. That's what it started out as. It's a new name, Healthways or something of that nature. We have currently about 30 that are enrolled in that. And so we get $4 a check-in. So every time they come in to check in, we get $4. Honestly, that's one report I didn't even look at. Sometimes it's as low as $50 if it's a holiday season. Sometimes it's as high as, a couple $100. Those are of course mostly seniors, but I mean, we definitely have some young, because we encourage people. We tell them when we're like, oh, well, we don't want to pay for the membership. It's like, hey, check with your insurance. You're already paying for that. Like, don't pay again. So we encourage people to do it every chance we can. Because like I say, we'll still get sometimes more depending on how often they come. We'll get more than the $20 out of them. And so we definitely encourage it.
And then also, do you have off the top of your head like a general membership count for the rec center?
Give me like 2 seconds and I can. I think actually my report that I just updated was 124 was our current
And that's households, or is that
individuals.
Okay.
Yeah, so 124. So like if it's a family and there's 4 people, that's each one's counted.
Do you know if that is roughly consistent what it's been over the past 5-10 years, or is it?
For the most part, because as far as the report that I just replaced it was 118 around the same time. So I mean, we did have our first of the year membership drive. It brings in about 25 new memberships, and then we did like a besties membership drive. Actually, I think only about 3 signed up. It was a really quick one. We kind of did that one on the spur of the moment. But it was, bring in your bestie and get, a $10 membership. And so we had a couple of people capitalize on that. We have Anytime Fitness that we're battling against. And this happened when Iron Tiger opened theirs. Memberships dropped and then it kind of leveled back out again. So I was no shock that we would have, lost a few to that. I mean, it's state of the art. It's 24 hours. It's all the, the fancy things that we're not really able to provide.
Ashley, I know we're talking about doing some different things at the rec center. You have a really vibrant youth program, sports program. I mean, it's very popular, and the after-school program for kids, there's so much great stuff going over there. But can you speak a little bit about your challenges of why we have almost virtually no adult and senior programs over there, activities? What are your challenges with instructors?
Sure. And this will be a lot of assumptions, right? It's just the trends and stuff that we've seen. Adults are busy, especially the 31 to 50 age group, because again, they're select ball, travel ball is big, travel cheer is big, all this stuff is big. So the active adults that would be in a kickball league, a softball league, a whatever league, they have their kids and stuff. And so they're not around. I have talked with a group that I'm like, hey, let's partner. Like, y'all can kind of manage the thing and we'll do all the admin work. And All Stars hit. So now they're busy doing that. And so hopefully we'll circle back in the fall, to try to pump out an adult softball league. Seniors have kind of been the same thing. We've tried various things. What happens is we have active seniors and we have limited mobility seniors, and those two tend to not like to be together. And so it's been hard to get those active seniors to come in when it's like, oh, well, it's just not going to be my group. It's not going to be the people that I want to be around or whatever. I have talked with Kate in the Meals on Wheels. She's tried a couple different things and she's like, they're just not coming. And so her and I are going to work together. We're going to try to brainstorm. She's, a really, really great person. And so I think that we can maybe get some things done together to really not only promote Meals on Wheels to get their numbers boosted again, but then also to provide, some stuff. Our environment is very, it's not the cozy place you want to sit down and necessarily do a puzzle. You know, we have hard plastic chairs and we have tables. It's not necessarily designed for someone to cozy up and read a book with a cup of coffee, right? And so that's also been challenging to find a way to pull people in to be like, hey, it might be hard plastic chairs, but you're going to have fun. And so, you know, I think especially for seniors when it's like, you know, my mom, God love her, she has to bring a cushion everywhere she goes. So that tends to also be, you know, the hindrance of like, well, I don't want to go in there. They have hard plastic chairs. I don't want to do that. But we also have to just be multi-use. And so I'm like, well, I can't bring in couches because then I've got to be able to use this space 3 different times today. And we can't just be moving furniture around. So there's always brain work going on to figure out the best way to do, like I said, whatever we can with what we have. The preschool playtime, you know, I went and bought a whole bunch of rugs to make the multi-purpose floor look a little bit more homier than just a gray floor. So it's just like little things like that, you know, but again, that was a $10 rug from the dollar store, but it's like, hey, it'll at least make the puzzle area look a little bit more, you know, inviting and homey. You know, but that it's all, you know, it's a give and take of money and what all, you know, we can, you know, put out there within reason to at the spur of the moment, again, have to pick everything back up, you know, for meetings or voting. And it never fails. The second I put something in a room that hasn't been used in a month, that's when 10 things need to be in that room. And I'm like, well, I thought we had an open room and I was going to utilize it. And now, you know, we have meetings back to back in the media room. So
Yeah, I know that it is challenging finding instructors. I've spent a good deal of time at the City of Elgin Rec Center recently. And this is their calendar. And you don't have to be very close to me to see that it's full. I mean, and I know they're you know, bigger. It's a bigger community. It's not apples to apples here. I'm not suggesting that to you. But this is full of everything for adult and seniors, from yoga to fitness classes, which now we just have one over there, and I go to it every Thursday morning. But we need to work to bring more of this and support getting more of these programs and services for seniors and adults. I mean, they're a growing population in our community. The city of Bastrop, again, they're much larger. Again, I'm not comparing population. I'm not saying that this is how your calendar ought to look, which I understand there's a new one now. That you're working on a calendar, and that's great. So we do want to support working on that and continue to work with you and just kind of help revitalize. I know it is a challenge and I know it's difficult, but I think if we all work together, we can get it done.
and you know, the hard thing with the instructor situation, we've had them umbrellaed under the rec center before. It was $15 a class, no matter if 2 people came or 15 people came. And you know, we had about 5 or 6 girls go through the certification all at one time. Rec center paid for it. They did the certification, and we got about a year out of them. And they all moved, got pregnant, got jobs, whatever. And so, and it's like I say, that's if 30 people go to the same class, I'm only getting $20 out of those same 30 people versus I'm having to pay $15 every single class. And so the math just wasn't mathing on that. And so we've turned to where people can just rent the space and do whatever with their classes. Our instructor rate has always been $10 a class hour for the space that they're in. And, you know, we obviously we do that to keep it very welcoming to an instructor that wants to come in. They're not going to have to pay a lot out of their pocket, you know, to provide their service. It's just a matter of finding people that are certified instructors that want to either teach here or run their own business or, you know, something of that nature. You know, we had a Zumba lady and she was here for a couple months and then disappeared. I don't know where she went.
Yeah.
And so we get them, but they tend to not have a whole bunch of longevity.
One thing Elgin does is they have a consulting fee built into their budget where they actually pay instructors to come and teach, and it's like $20 a class. But their experience is volunteers don't work. I mean, you might have somebody come in and, like you say, be gung-ho for 3 months and teach for a little bit, and then they decide they don't want to do it.
Yeah.
And so I know it can be challenging, but I hope we can, you know, find a way to bring those adults and seniors in. And if we offer classes and more people are coming, then membership fees will go up. And, it's that whole cycle of, you do it and they will come, and then your membership fees are going to go up. So I'm looking forward to continuing to work on that with you.
Yeah, and if that's something we want to start umbrellaing under our budget again, I know Bastrop has a tier plan to where if 0 to 7 people, they pay, I think it's 15, 8 to so many, they pay 20 something, and they go up to, I think, $30 or $35, per class if they have enough. So, I mean, they have a stair stepping program. Again, it's just a matter, like I said, we ended up cutting it because it was like, we're paying way more in instructor fees than what we were even getting in memberships at the time. So it just was, it wasn't doing what it needed to do. Because there's only so many people.
Oh, yeah. Two questions, and I may end up needing a history lesson on this, but the first thing, Cynthia, so the 100 to 120,000 of revenue that we bring in, does that go back into the general fund, or is that directly offset the operating expenses of the 423 on the annual spend?
Well, it goes into general fund, but it offsets what she has for her expenses.
I mean, it's committed to, or does it go back in the general fund and can be used to offset deficits other, because we're running, I guess a rough calculation is a $300,000 deficit.
$300,000. I mean, any revenue, you've got the revenue on, if we got 120,000 in revenue, yes, it is to offset her expenses, and then we have to find the balance from other sources, whatever the source may be on the revenue side.
So it's a balancing act among all the departments, depending on whether to run the surplus.
It's only got X amount of revenue, and then they have to balance that out with the expenses.
Okay.
So, it's the more she brings in, yes, that's less that we have to find somewhere else.
Okay. So, got it. So that leads into my next question, where I may need the history lesson, because this is a huge asset for us. And we need to make sure that we're getting maximum utilization of it, of the asset. And I know that there are some encumbrances or restrictions built into the original grant that built this, and this is where my history lesson might be needed. What restrictions are there from us leasing out underutilized space? And that may be a question that's got to go to Robert from the history lesson.
Certainly, I'll take that one. And I learned a little bit about this. I forgot that we had a grant for this back in 1998-ish, 750. And part of the requirements are that it has to be used. It was built as an internal indoor rec center. So you have to align yourself with that use. If you lease it to a for-profit entity, you violate the terms of the contract, and you have to pay back any monies that you receive minus the operational cost. So basically, you can't rent this to a for-profit entity. And then fast forward, 2016 timeframe, we got $1 million grant to expand the facility as a shelter, and the same requirements exist for that. Any revenue that you make above and beyond operating, you have to report and pay back if you lease it to a for-profit entity. You can make income if that income is used to offset the expense. So the electricity, all the operating costs associated with the rec center, we're able to do that because we're using and renting spaces for public use.
Robert, I understood the proclamation you sent us a few weeks ago indicated the front part of the rec center that was not part of the latter GLO grant and the expansion could be leased out, but not the back part that was part of that GLO.
I have new information from Langford in the contract that I just didn't have time to get to y'all in the last couple of days, but I do have that with an explanation of what can and can't be done. So I'll get that to the council.
Are the restrictions in place in perpetuity?
That's what the contract state. Yes.
What would happen if we were to sell it?
Well, then you're going to take some of that profit and pay back what you were given to both those entities, Texas Parks and Wildlife and GLO.
Okay, that may be something we might want to take a look at. I had no idea that we were restricted from getting maximum utilization out of the asset.
Well, to be truthful, I didn't either because we were working, again, I didn't remember the Parks and Wildlife grant because I wasn't really involved in this back then. We were actually trying to get Garner Riley to rent one of the spaces that weren't part of the GLO in the front as a service, but they're for profit, can't do it per the requirement, the contract from, that we signed to build the rec center and that we signed to expand it.
So on a short-term basis, the only opportunity we have and I'm not understating the value of the service that we're providing to the community with the rec center, but the only opportunity to maybe offset or erase some of the deficit is to increase the current revenue structure, expanded programs or whatever, because we don't have another out here. I mean, okay, thank you.
I did have a question on one of your comments earlier. You mentioned that some of the months you can't offer rentals because of staff budgets. Is it, if the council was to raise rates for those and dedicate a portion of those rates towards the budget, towards the staff budget, would that help to offset that and really allow for more utilization for special events like that?
Sure. So my example on that was dribblers. And so January and February, every Saturday, we're running games at our rec center and then two of the school locations. I'm sorry, one of the school locations we do practices at there. Anyway, and so those games start 8 o'clock in the morning and run till 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I have all my staff working the whole time because we're divided amongst all the areas. And so then I can't put a rental that goes till midnight on top of that because there's no other person to work the rest of the time. And so sure, if I had a few more to, spread out those shifts or whatever, then we could for someone that wanted to start their rental at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And the chamber's done their banquet. We've had a motocross do a banquet. We've had a few people that we've been able to get in, and the fish fry does the same thing. They come in right after us. And so we'll always work with whatever we can, but then there's just times where there's just not enough people to go around.
With, sorry, no. I guess, is there demand in those months? I know there's lots of benefits, but I mean, is there enough of a demand to warrant more staffing to be able to gain more revenue from those kind of events?
I think most people in town know that those months tend to not be rentable. So they might just not ask anymore. We always probably have a few calls here and there to where it's like, oh no, we don't have that date open or, what have you. I don't think people are banging our door down necessarily for those particular months, but I mean, sure, we've turned people away because we just wouldn't be able to accommodate it. But that can technically happen any time of the month, again, depending on how many rentals we've already have. Like I said, we try to do, at least one weekend that stays open just for the public to be able to come in to play basketball or what have you. So, we try not to book every single weekend with an event. But again, I have 4 staff that have to then work 3 shifts. And so it's also giving them, time off as well and just kind of rotating everything out the best that we can.
I do have one more question. So on this staff, Rosie, Tanya, Peyton, Rosie, Tanya, and Peyton, it says front desk. Do they not also work the sports, referee and do all that other stuff? They only work the front desk?
Well, so like Rosie would do like a clock, Peyton during, or, Peyton, Kendra, whoever, we still have to have someone at the front desk of the rec center during, a basketball game. We have 2 shifts that day. So someone would come and do a first shift, someone would come and do a second shift. And then like say, if we have someone that can run, a third one, we will, or if we need, 2 people at another gym, we'll put them there. It all just kind of gets mixed and matched. But as far as, so yes, the front desk will do other things. You know, they work our events, but their job is to, manage the front desk. Kickers will pull someone to help Kay at the kicker hill. One manages one field, Kay manages the other. Volleyball, Rosie goes out. Sometimes she'll officiate a game. Sometimes she's doing a clock. Tanya's doing the front desk, managing that. Kay's doing another clock. And so it all just, we'll put them wherever we need them. And they'll do whatever we ask. But Peyton and Kendra have another job, so they're only available in the evening. And then of course now they're limited because they do have another job. And then so Rosie and Tanya are our big people that can really come in on more hours when we need them.
Okay.
Are there any sort of like automated check-ins or anything that can reduce their need to be at the front desk? I don't know fully what they do, but I imagine a lot of it's checking in stuff. Is there?
So the members can self-check-in. And that's just, obviously to ensure that they're checking in if, someone's cleaning a bathroom or, doing something in the back. But for the most part, we don't like them to leave the desk unattended, one, because it has money, and two, if they have to answer the phone, they can't just be tooling around in the back and not be, at the front. And so, yes, people already self-check in, but then everything else is what the front desk girls would do.
I have one more comment to Councilmember Jameson, just to clarify, and then I strongly recommend we consider a bio break. But let's back to the rental, long-term leasing of any of that space, because we did accept funding to expand it $1 million to build the 2 additional spaces and make upgrades to the entire facility. The challenge would be, if it were allowed, was that, okay, so you put somebody in there long-term and we have an emergency evacuation or need for the shelter, you can't get in there at that time. So it creates a situation because when we have a flood or a fire, that's its purpose. That becomes its purpose because we accepted the grant.
And that's on a specific portion. It's the expansion portion
Now, I
that
just
applies
remember
to.
that the monies we took were not only to expand the new multi-purpose room and the media room, but we made upgrades to the entire facility. AC, paint, new flooring. So yeah, that's going to be tough.
Hands are tied.
Yes, sir.
I have one question about that, and this may be kind of a little strange, but okay, somewhere down the road, when the city is not strapped, when we actually have a sales tax and everything else, can we buy ourselves out of that? If, say, the $1 million for the emergency, could we give the $1 million back to them and then use the facility as we wanted?
I don't have an answer to that, but I'll certainly research it, sir.
Yeah, I'd like that. Thank you.
So that's not a contract. That's again, that's in perpetuity because we took the $1 million.
If you take the money, you have to use it for the use it was intended for. Now, I don't know about getting out of a contract, because I don't think anyone's ever done that before, but we'll look into it.
Thank you, Ashley, and we're going to take a quick break.
Don't want to keep going, we can.
Okay, our next item up is the cost center, community services, and Robert Campbell will explain it.
If we would push the button is that me? Yep. Keep up with all this. It doesn't work again. I guess if we stop. Let's switch it. Unfold, well, it won't keep on online. Can't see mine. If I go to mine, no, we did not. There you go. I switched her. She's still broadcasting. Okay. All right, council, mayor, and citizens. Cost center number 155 is called community services, head count 0. So I get the default on this one. Our annual spend is $68,000. And what is in this account is hot tax allocation to the Chamber of Commerce, which is $50,000. We do contribute to, under an ILA with the county and the ISDs, to the Bastrop County Juvenile Boot Camp. This is a partnership that's been ongoing for the last 15 years. And we pay a portion, a set fee at the moment that hadn't gone up in about 10, to help pay for the expenses of sending youth that have gotten in trouble at school. It's a pretty successful program. It's about $4,000 or $5,000 that we contribute, again, through an ILA that's been in existence quite some time. The other big portion of this is all the philanthropic donations we made to nonprofit organizations. As you know, we removed that from last year's budget. And these are the organizations that did not receive any funding last year. And it's going to be up to the council to decide if they want to give any funding this year. Right now, it's out of the budget. In my head, I haven't got a budget yet, but this is something we're going to continue unless you tell me otherwise. So that's what Department 155 is. Any questions?
Source of funding. This is general fund.
Yes.
That's 68,000, but it's not offset by any hot proceeds or anything like that.
The hot proceeds are what funded it, just lies in this line item. Offset by the revenue.
Your hot tax expense is offset by the hot tax revenue, because they have to be equal.
Okay.
What you collect in revenue.
How much general fund is spent of the 68,000?
50,000 of that is hot tax. 5 or 4,000 it goes to the Bastrop County Boot Camp. The 20 and everything else is, we took the 22,000 out. The rest is utility cost that gets spread amongst all departments, operating costs, so forth and such.
Okay, so it's about a $13,000 hit to the general fund in terms of tax dollars. Okay.
Sneak. All right. I'm getting there. My sheets are out of order here. Okay, I'm sorry. I missed that question because Chief Repka scared me over there. All right, so let me tell you what I have. It's 3,300 for insurance and bonds. I've got 650 for maintenance. There's just fees that are spread across all departments, and those are the extra costs that are spread in that department. Electricity, $2,000. Building maintenance, $6,000. Youth, the advisory boot camp, like I said, 4,600.
So you nailed it without having to look. It's about 13,000 of general fund.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. When you take out the other sources, yeah, we have to absorb that in 155.
With the previous budget, what were we given to carts? Like, what was the benefit to carts?
Electrical. Shut the book and it went away. Okay, 5 years of history, carts was getting in 2021, 22, 2,500, 22, 23, 2,500, 23, 24, 2,500. Last year, nothing. So 2,500.
What was the money for? Was it for programs and services or?
However they wanted to use it. You know, it went to supposedly to the station here that just got renovated. But, you know, we didn't ask how specifically you spent it. But each year, these entities would send a letter requesting funding. And we had a process at one point where we decide, we have all these letters, do we want to fund them or not? Staff got involved. Thank you for your request. However, the city has decided not to fund your organization. Okay.
Does a portion of our sales tax go to carts like it does in many other cities?
I don't believe so.
I don't think it does. I'd have to look that up.
I know a lot of cities, I think it's the 1/8%, though they use it for economic development, or what do we use that 1/8% for? Does it just go to the city?
Well, we have the local portion, but then we also have a percentage that goes to offset the property tax numbers. So there's like a third of the 1.5 that has to be used to lower the property tax. And when I calculate it, that's in there when we calculate.
Okay.
So again, right now, these funds are not in the current budget. And you can make that decision later after we know where we are. Any other questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
Edward?
I just want to let y'all know, I'm actually taller. Taller than one person. Department 160, this is my Public Works Department. It's a 4-man head count, 516,000 a year we spend. I don't want to sound repetitious about this, but it's got to be, I have to. I mean, these guys are awesome. These are my road guys. These are my guys that go out, they take care of building roads, you know, patching holes, patching roads, doing curbs, cleaning up the right of ways and stuff through the roads and everything, all in the city easements, you know, trees hanging over the roads and stuff like that. Taking care of signs, you know, all of our street signs that come up, stop signs, yield signs, slow kid playing signs, all that good stuff they get to take care of. They also do drainage. Now, poor David gets the bad end of it because he gets to hear about all the bad drainage that nothing drains in this town, and it's just don't go nowhere. It's always flooding in my house and it's doing this and everything. But David goes, we take care of them. We get water moving. We try to do the best we can. And if you see on here, we've had 31 just on C-Click Fix. This not counting, you know, people that called, people that, you know, we've talked to, met out on the road, but we had 31 drainage issues this year, and 25 of them are completed as of now. So we're about 81% complete. The rest, the other about 6 drainage projects we got right now, it's got to take a little bit of money to get done, and we just don't have it. We're done. We're flat broke for the time. So we need cement. We need to dig it out. We need to put, you know, cement in or whatever to make water run or whatever. Cement's expensive right now, you know, and these trucks are not coming out for, you know, 1 yard or 2 yard of cement. They're wanting 7 to 10 yards, you know, to come. And I have to wait and make enough projects to get 7 or, you know, 10 yards of concrete or whatever. And if I don't have it, we just have to wait. So, but we're working on them. Of course, you can see here, we had 18 overgrown brush issues off of C-Click Fix. Those are 100% done. We always take care of those because of the buses, cars, stuff like that. People walking down the sidewalks and stuff that we have through town. We don't want nobody having to fight trees or brush coming out and everything. So they take care of cutting all of that up, taking it, hauling it off and getting it done. At the same time, we do make a little bit off of it or whatever, but they pick up big bulk brush piles and stuff. People that go out and pay to have their brush picked up because they took a tree down or whatever, and they won't put it in the alley because it's too big. We won't accept it, so we charge them. And my guys, they'll go out there and they'll pick up these big, large brush piles and haul them to the brush dump and get rid of them. So it's one good thing there too. Let's see, what else? Alley issues. You know, that's number one. That's where we make all our business. Everything comes through the alleys, trash, electric, water, well, what most water's out in front, but sewer, stuff like that. So we have to keep these alleys up, moving and workable and everything. So they take care of cleaning from property line to property line, making sure all the brush is gone, all weeds are gone, the alleys are clear, trying to make no dips or holes or anything, any backwash. So they're out there cleaning it all up. It's kind of hard with 4 guys. It's a lot of work. And, one of the issues we're having is, staff and equipment. One thing about the city, and again, I've been doing this in this department here for a few years now and stuff. And one thing I've learned is to build roads, it takes big machines we don't have. We've always used the county to help us out, tear up the roads and stuff and then chip seal them and pave with them because they have the chip seal equipment, the oil trucks and the Bomags to tear up the roads. We have none of that. So if we have to ever go in and get our own, we're talking millions. And outsourcing it, millions. It's just, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, it costs a lot. Y'all can see, when we had Lone Star Paving come from Austin to pave, it's expensive. So if we don't get that help or whatever, it's going to be tough. Even I don't care if we put out $250,000 to build roads next year. If we don't have the help, to get it done, we're not going to be able to get it done. So just something we're going to have to come up somewhere. Not saying that this year we need to go out and spend billions of dollars, to get machinery, but something we're going to start thinking of from here through the future or whatever. So I don't know how far the county is going to help us out. So, and like I said, like with everybody else, staff, we need more people. It's tough on, technically it's 3 guys. David's my crew foreman. He takes care of the solid waste guys too and recycling. So sometimes he has to leave to go take care of their issues and stuff. So we got 3 guys out here trying to build a road or cut trees and tear everything down, get it all cleaned up and stuff. So that's where we're at on that. Y'all got any questions?
Biggest question I get from our constituents is how much did we actually spend on repaving?
Well, 2 years ago, we were in the budget and we had 250,000 to build roads. And I think we did all the roads that we wanted to for a little bit over 200,000. I had a little bit left this year that I spent off the tax note or whatever. That's what we had on the tax note. And then I had a 90,000 in my budget and it's gone.
So when you say build, that basically means just repair and pave? Or
Well, a lot of it,
building a
no,
road?
it was block to block. So we would actually take our deal that we went through that they came and said which roads were good from 1 to bad number 5. And we would take the 5s and we'd figure out how much we had, how far they were. We'd actually tear up the whole road from block to block to block.
So 2 years ago, we budgeted 250,000. Was that
Mhm.
a line item?
That was on the tax note. It was a line item on the tax note.
And then this year, because it's been said that we cut the budget. I mean,
We cut the budget. So
where did the cut come?
my street and drainage budgets cut this year. So now where all the drainage and actually potholing and fixing streets like that was minimal this year.
Okay, but we as a council didn't specify that got cut. Where was that decision made?
When we had it in the tax note, because we were decided we'll
Not
put it
last year.
Last year, we didn't get the tax note. So what was there was there.
So there was nothing budgeted
Mm-mm.
for street building or repaving?
Well, there was 90,000 in there for
was a line.
repairing. Yes, it was a line item.
Yeah, that's what I'm
sorry,
trying to
yes,
ask.
it was contract labor.
Okay, but there was no budget cut.
Well, we cut a little bit of it.
It was reduced by about 75,000 from the 250.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get out, because that wasn't something that we as a council said to cut as a line item, so that.
Oh, no, it was something that we
meant
sat
as a
down.
reallocation?
That was something we sat down and said, hey, we need to make cuts and we're trying to do what we could with, and that's where we got it.
That's what I'm getting to, and that's what I really appreciate that. I mean, because I've been accused by people in town saying that we cut that budget. Now, there wasn't any direction.
I cut the budget. I put it down to what I figured we could make by do or whatever without building roads. I still needed the money to patch, fix, drainage and, cement culverts and stuff. So
That's what I'm looking for, and that's what I appreciate, because you took the initiative to find a way to reduce the spending. So that's what I was asking. And I'll just send these people to you and say, you cut the budget. So
Have them call.
I'm kidding for the public.
No problem
You know.
talking to these people. Call me.
Yeah, that was part of the discussions we had during the budget workshop 4 or 5, but it wasn't done clandestinely. I mean, but it was a good thing to do to try to reduce the overall impact to the citizens. But the result is, yeah, streets got 1 year worse.
Also, these guys right here, these are the ones that sit and spent many and many and multiple hours out at the brush dump when, after it caught on fire and everything, they were moving, making stuff happen, cleaning, or getting a half of it out of there and stuff, but they got it all cleaned up and everything with the help, of course, of some contractors, moving stuff, but they spent multiple hours out there in the burn and everything, getting it cleaned up. Looks really good, really good. If y'all haven't been out there, y'all need to take a ride out there. And I think starting Friday, they're gonna start hauling all the mulch off, so you'll start seeing them.
We could sell dirt to offset that cost, but all kidding aside, the Texas Forest Service has made arrangements with us to continue the fire mitigation activities out at the brush dump. But this is something we must do because we just can't let it get the way it was before. So we're using some funding to take care of that, to reduce the risk. Just for the record, this department on the budget books is streets and alleys, not public works. Yeah, you're right. We'll just make the change. It's not called public works, it's streets and alleys. So if you're looking for this budget in the budget,
160 streets and alleys.
Hey, Edward, when they gonna start hauling out of there?
It should be, I think they were bringing the loader in today and he's gonna try to go start. I don't think they're gonna run tomorrow because I told him we were closed. They might not need us. He said he might have a truck or two just getting moving, but Friday should be the day they start moving.
6
Hey,
to
yeah,
9.
one day I'll get with you because we got to fight down at the end.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 6 to 9 hauls per day, Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 3:30 on Fourth Avenue. So we've made a lot of communications to give people heads up. Hopefully the rain will hold off so we can get some work done out there.
Joe with Austin Wood Paving promises me that they're gonna drive slow and they're gonna abide by the speed limits and the stop signs and the rules and everything. But like he said, like everybody else, he can't babysit all of them. So the worst thing is, if anybody has an issue with them, call the PD. That's all I can do. I can yell and scream all I want, but
Edward, when, we have a lot of that, I don't know, grapevines or vines in general growing up, telephone poles, and then they go out into the trees, right? But they get wrapped around the electrical. The city pays to come in and cut that away from the electrical lines. Is that correct?
my electric department takes care of all of that.
That's electrical department.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, let me just,
Is that true though?
not to
That-
step
that-
on your toes, we do contract with the service to do the alleys a year, correct?
Well, we're not actually the alleys. We do the main feeders, which is like the big three-phase that comes out from the substation. We do have contractors that come for 2 weeks out of the whole year that we work with out of LCRA, and they help cut the big stuff out and everything that, we can't get to or whatever, stuff that really helps to keep the power on and everything.
Right.
We take care of all the alleys and stuff because they don't want to come through the alleys. Their trucks won't make it through there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I had a question. Leaf and limb, is that in this budget?
That's going to be the next slide.
I'll wait on that.
All right, solid waste, Department 170. These are my guys right here. These two of the guys, they run the leaf machine and two of them run the limb machine. I thought about this. I'm like, look, oh wait, I'm still taller than David and Mondo, so I'm getting taller. But no, anyway, for real, I wish I would have took a picture of the leaf machine and then one of the chipper machine, so that we could actually present it. And maybe that's something we need to do to put on the deal because we get multiple phone calls about, hey, man, the leaf truck just drove by my house and they didn't even pick up my leaves. Well, it's probably wasn't a leaf truck. It was probably the limb truck, and stuff, because there's two different departments and they both run the same day, the same route. There is an actual online, the city website, there is a route shows that when you're getting your limbs or leaves picked up, if they're in the alley. So we try to abide by those and stuff, but they're the same. We spend $1.4 million with these guys, yearly picking up leaves and limbs and hauling to the brush and getting them out and everything and stuff, but it's quite a bit. They also help us maintain our drains and stuff during rainstorms. Gets to be raining and stuff, it's hard for my leaf machine to pick up the leaves. They're too wet. They won't suck up, they won't chip or whatever. So, hey, we take them off the truck, we put them in a pickup with rakes and shovels and tarps, and they go and they start cleaning drains to make the water move. Their job is to get the water moving and get it going and stuff. So they unclog drains all throughout the town and stuff and everything. So they're also part of my early morning, Main Street cleanup crew. They come in too with their trucks and stuff and everything to help suck up all the leaves and brush and stuff in the mornings when we're cleaning to try to get Main Street ready for big events and everything. So they're real big help, big help, big help. And then, hey, yeah, so y'all, I don't know if y'all been by today, but they do also help out at the recycling center. So, we'll talk about Bobby here in a little while, but he's like gone this week on vacation. So I've actually pulled a guy from this crew and he's down there running the recycling center today. Pretty cool. If you look at our daily number of, pickups, this thing changes a little bit from time to time, like, cause we just started doing this about 3-4 months ago or whatever. We were running through and they were making me just a little mark. Every time they pick up a pile, they would make a mark if it was leaves or limbs. And we got an average out of this. Well, right now we're having a whole bunch of limbs fall. So we got a bunch of limbs, not many leaves, but come fall, it's kind of vice versa. The leaves start hitting the ground, limbs aren't falling too much no more, they're getting light and everything. So everything turns. So everybody has their days of when happening. 30 to 35 leaf piles doesn't seem like a lot, but if your machine breaks down, they got to do it by hand. And they got to put it in the back of the truck on a tarp and take it all to the landfill and dump it out. So yeah, pray that the leaf thing don't done. But as in C-Click Fix, we're good. We're on leaves. We're 100% complete on work orders and we're about 91% complete on limbs. So they're coming in day by day. So again, we need a third crew. Definitely need a third crew. 2-man with a truck. We need a box truck and we have a spare limb chipper truck and we have a spare leaf truck. So we do need another box truck with 2 guys somewhere down the line. It's getting big. It's getting busy out there. Those guys are staying busy, and we're not finishing routes on route days because of it's so busy. People are using the service and they're using it. And hey, if we're gonna give it to them, let's do it. Let's get it cleaned up and get it going. So that's what I request.
How much of this budget is leaf and limb and how much is of it, I assume some of the trash services in here?
Yeah, the trash service is in there too. That would, I don't know, you'd have to say, or maybe you might know how much the trash.
The garbage contract is $1.1 million. Leaf and limbs in the 300s. Let me find that for salaries and equipment, about 350. We did an analysis when we made the increases to the wages and salaries back in 2023, and it's about 355,000. And so, including the tub grinding, but we didn't even anticipate the 130,000 that it took to clear it to reduce the fire risk. So, averages 350 to 400,000 for personnel and equipment for the leaf and limb portion of this budget, which is 1.4 million.
From my understanding, the current waste contract also includes pickup of smaller limbs and smaller brush like that. Is there a potential argument here that we could put money towards community knowledge that if they're putting brush out, or so that we don't have to spend the money on more staff, more crew, more equipment if we're already paying for that money in our existing contract?
Yeah, go ahead, Edward. You want to go to that?
Yeah, I got a little bit. So we actually do have pamphlets and stuff from Waste Management that tell us, hey, if you got your limbs, a foot long or 3 foot long, and you can pile them up into a thing and you put a piece of twine around them, they'll pick them up, they'll dump them. If you bag your leaves, you can put up to like 10 bags around your trash can. They'll pick up the leaves. We leave pamphlets like if these piles get too big and we're like, hey, we can't pick these up because y'all mix the limbs and leaves together. We write on there, hey, they need to be separated, or you can get them picked up here or there. these people, they're just like, hey, it's free service. Why should I have to move everything from one way to another? They're used to it being in the alley and us picking it up. So we've tried to educate. We try to put out as much as we can. From the pamphlets, that's what I can do. What more can we do with them? I don't know. That a little bit more than,
So the rule under the contract that I call it the rule of four. No tree limb larger than 4 inches in diameter, no pile of trees longer than 4 feet. So I think what's happened over the years, decades, people have become accustomed to this service. And for them to take the time to bundle and bag, when you can just throw it out there and have us pick it up, I remember the council trying to remove this. Oh my God, you talk about pitchforks and torches. And when I was growing up here, and you probably too, maybe you're too young, they burned leaves on the street. So I don't think we're going to go back that far. But, as we go forward and talk about rebidding the solid waste contract, these are all items to discuss and decide as we move forward, which that contract is up in March of 2026. Notification requirements are 90 days prior, but they already kind of know what time it is. It's coming. But the important thing is, what do our citizens want? I don't want to get too much into this, once a week, twice a week, recycling once a week, twice a week, single stream, alley capability, or the sidearm. So there's a lot to talk about. But leaf and limb, I don't know how many people in this room actually have used it, but at 75 to 80 a day, it's being used a lot. And that's why that $10 was added 2 years ago, was to cover the operating cost of providing the service.
Given the tub grinding and everything. and
Yes,
the
yes, sir.
Hauling and everything, are we still covering our operations with that fee?
No, we've had to go red. We had to use
Do you know
tax note
roughly how
money,
much?
sir.
Do you know roughly how much?
130,000. When the fire happened in August of last year, we are just pulling the trigger for another 35,000. Really needed 60, but we're going to have to get by until we figure out what additional funding we can put toward this. But it's always going to be a part of the budget, because we can never let it get the way it was.
35K is not enough to clear out the brush dump from what it is. And we actually closed it since the fire to the public. So the only thing that's going out there is what we bring out there. And we're still bringing in right now. They wanted 65K to remove everything, and of course, we don't have it. So we did what we did we rounded up enough to get, hey, they said, tell me what you can do. We'll get what we can out of there. So that's what they're doing.
And I guess where I'm coming from is, and a lot of the argument that I was making the last council meeting is really working to present that kind of information. And I think that the burden comes on us to do that, but for us to know more in depth, especially these numbers, to add an entire crew, like you're saying. Also to know that everything that they're picking up is just going to the brush dump that we're then going to have to pay to haul off after it's been ground and everything, versus doing a more comprehensive outreach to the entire community, where we're able to really say, like, if you want this, that's fine, but this is how much it's going to cost. It's going to cost you another $50,000 this year, or it's going to cost $100,000. I mean, whatever the budgets are to be able to get that out, versus if you just did this and let the trash pick it up, it's not going to be an extra burden on our community. And I just wonder if that communication, if we can be more, I understand a lot of people love the leaf and limb, but at the same time, if it comes down to raising taxes significantly, like, really let the community make that decision.
Anything else? All right.
Yeah, all right. Good evening, council. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about the exciting field of code enforcement. Hey, I just completed my first year, and I just want to say I'm very thankful for the opportunity to work for the city of Smithville. My wife and I, we relocated here back in 2021, and we have just fallen in love with Smithville. We've embraced it, small town living. We're officially Smithvillians now, right? So, hey, I also want to say that I'm very proud to be a part of a great team here at City Hall. I get to work alongside a great team of folks that are very good at what they do. They're very professional. They do exemplary work, and I believe a lot of my success is due to the great support that they've given me in my first year. So I'm really appreciative of that. I'm currently working to obtain my certification, my license as I like to tell people a CEO, right? A code enforcement officer. TDLR, Texas Department License and Regulation, requires you to have at least 1 year under your belt. So I'm there, and I hope to obtain my license by the end of this summer. You know, I often get asked the question, what do you do? What is code enforcement? Why do we need it? And so my answer has evolved, if you will, in this first year. And so I've begun to be able to answer this with succinctly and with more clarity. And I tell people code enforcement is to ensure compliance with local laws, compliance with ordinances, regulations, primarily related to housing, building, and property maintenance. This is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, and to maintain community standards for safety, sanitation, and appearance. So code enforcement, we achieve this by conducting regular inspections and also responding to complaints. You know, prior to my coming on in 2024, the city went through a brief period with little to no code enforcement presence activity. So in my first year, 2024, we had a total of 343 violation notices, some overdue ones, that were issued. We responded to 105 see-click-fix tickets. If you fast forward to today, our current numbers for this year, we're 6 months into it, we are at 60 violation notices that have been issued and 37 see-click-fix tickets. Now, I personally believe the drop in those numbers, notices and tickets, is due to the consistent monitoring that is in place now. I believe it translates into a higher rate of compliance. Now, can we do better? Certainly. There's always room for improvement. We're always seeking ways to do it better. We're striving to improve the role that code enforcement plays here in our city. From the beginning, my goal has always been to bring about greater accountability, improved code management oversight, and increased efficiencies. My only ask this time around for the council is for you to please consider providing us the means to address substandard structures. We define these as uninhabitable structures that are decaying. These contribute to urban blight here in our city. If you want a good example of what I mean by this, just drive by 104 Burn Street, drive by 907 Charleston Boulevard. You'll get a vivid example of one of these structures that I speak of. We're unable to effectively address these. We get a lot of complaints about them. Realtors will tell us that they can't sell a property because of what a buyer sees. And so we're not able to address these effectively because the process to condemn a residential structure, it is very expensive. There is an arduous task from a legal perspective. And the average cost to condemn and to remove a residential structure is between $15,000 to $20,000, possibly $25,000. The city currently does not have the funds required to support such an effort. And so my ask is that this budget line item be reinstated. If at all possible, if we could do 1 to possibly 2 of these structures annually, I think it would go a long way in helping us address this issue. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
So that's 50,000.
Pardon?
That's 50,000. The ask is 50,000. If you want to target 2 per year, 25K.
The two,
Ask
those two that I mentioned, I'll take those two.
I mean, I'm trying to quantify it. So I mean,
You know, the way we approach this is we have to, there's a process, right? But we do get bids. So we have been working on bids. We've actually contacted a couple of companies that do this for us. And so we've used those numbers to help us determine what we think we need. Anybody?
Is a lien put on the property after it's condemned?
I'm sorry?
Is a lien put on the property after?
No, once we abate the property, we then, bill the property owner with the hopes that they will cover the cost for it, right? If they don't, then yes, our next step is to put a lien on the property. You know, we will hopefully recover it if in fact that property is sold, right? That's the hope.
And then, I guess further to the question, it's how long is that process typically from the point of you identifying a structure that needs to be condemned until it's ultimately condemned? And
Robert, you can help me with this. I believe, again, it's a process. You have to communicate it to the public. You have to have a hearing on it. You have to allow the property owner to come in and request a hearing to address whether they can fix it or not. So, what?
6 months.
6 months?
If it really moves along well, 3 to 6 months. If it doesn't move along well, 6 months.
And then is the I saw you nodding your head to the lien question. I
Yes.
assume that is the mechanism there, but is there at any point where at that, like tax sales start happening or any sort of forced sale to make sure that we're able to recoup that money?
That's a whole nother level of revenue investigation that we're going to undertake. We do know who has liens, and a lot of them do go to the courthouse steps, but we don't initiate that typically. And the 3 taxing entities get the benefit, of course, but we do have a list of all the liens. I mean, we've got some folks we mowed back in 1970, and with penalties and interest, you know, they owe $12,000 for a $70 mowing job, right? We try to work with the new owner or whomever is purchasing it to maybe reduce the penalties and interest and at least get half of the money owed. But yes, so we have a process to do.
And so
that we undertake.
You know, the hope is that once the lot is cleared, if you will, that an interested buyer will come along and possibly build a new structure there. But nothing can happen at the moment. They're contributing to urban blight. It is pretty significant.
And I guess from my perspective, sorry about that one last one. I guess from my perspective, adding this money to the budget, it's really, I mean, there's clawbacks to get that back in and to preserve that budget. It may be 6 months, it may be 2 years, it may be longer, but there seems to be some ways of getting that money back.
You're right. Yeah, I mean, we definitely will be looking at whatever means possible.
And truthfully, there are those who actually, well, I'm gonna let the city do it and don't worry about the lien. And so that's a risk you're taking when we do this. Not only just the condemned housing, but unwholesome conditions throughout town. If we do a cleanup on your property, you know, we're gonna charge you for it. And if you don't pay it, we'll put a lien, but that money's gone.
Had one question.
Until it's sold, then you get it back. Yeah, sorry.
This may not be in your purview, but a situation where someone moves a home onto a lot, but the utilities, excuse me, for whatever reason aren't connected, like past Grandma's nursery on the right, there's that white house, and it looks like they've plan to bring utilities up to it, and it's never been occupied. So they couldn't get a certificate of occupancy, I assume, but is that a situation of,
It's different.
that's
from what I'm
non-com?
Describing when I describe a substandard structure is unlivable. You cannot inhabit it. We have
Right.
some cases squatters. Squatters have moved into one particular one, and the owner was not aware of it. The owner now has to undergo the process of eviction. That's the only way to get them out, because they won't move out on their own. So what you're talking about, there's a permitting process, there's an inspection process before we will connect utilities and all that. So they have to pass, they have to jump several hurdles before they even get there.
But it's been sitting like that for like a year. I just wondered what the deal was, but that's not, I realize that's not the condemnation issue. It's still a blight on the community. I mean, it's,
I respond to complaints, and I'll have you know, these two locations that I mentioned have received possibly the most complaints, and it's residents, right? It's neighbors, but also people that want, realtors that want to sell property. So, anybody?
Louis, quick process question, and I don't know how much this gets put on your plate, so I don't know if it goes to your plate or not. Let's say, and maybe it comes in on C-Click Fix, and one of the most common complaints I get is about people parking in the easement. You know, 4 or 5 people, there's 2 people live there, but there's 5 trucks parked up on the easement. Is that yours, or we
No,
send
it
this
is.
to Chief
It
Rep?
is. It is a complaint that'll come to me, and so I will, every complaint that comes to me, I go put eyes on it, right? I always go and examine, investigate, and try to understand what the complaint's about. If I need to engage PD to help me address it, I will. If a violation notice is needed, I'll certainly put one out there. If they don't comply, I'll go to the judge to help me bring them in to court. So I have a means to try to address it, but the answer to your question, yes, I'm the one that receives that. Anybody else? Thank you for your time.
I didn't want to wear my glasses to look old. And then my buddy Jim, who I love, said he couldn't believe how gray my beard got since last time he saw me. So I'm going to put them on. Well, good evening. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Doug Berryann. I'm a part-time building inspector, which includes plumbing, electrical, framing, setbacks and elevations, rebar, foundation, and temporary electrical inspections for construction, residential plan review. I approve permit requests for fences, outbuildings, decks, additions and renovations, as well as residential new construction. Consult with citizens about questions and concerns on projects. Right now, I work Tuesdays and Thursdays. I hold a professional real estate inspector's license, master plumber license, a state plumbing inspector's license, and currently I'm in the process of getting my floodplain manager certification. Some of the things I'd like to see is inspections on HVAC. It's a huge hazard. It's the only licensed trade that doesn't get inspected here. It deals with gas, carbon monoxide. With these new houses that are spray foamed, you have to bring in fresh air intake. We see a lot of them who can't do anything about it. I mean, I can tell them, but we can't enforce anything. So it, be a good source of revenue, and it would also really help with safety. And one other thing is pools. I'm also a certified pool inspector, so I can totally nerd out. And I didn't realize this, right? So I went to Port Aransas and I opened the door and this alarm went off. This is annoying. So I took the batteries out. Well, when I went and became an inspector, I didn't realize that if you don't have a fence around a pool, you have to have an alarm. Then the number one way infants 1 to 4 in the United States die is drowning in pools. So I think it would be good, just in my opinion, to do safety checks on pools because it is very important. One of the things that I need is a truck. I most of the time drive my own truck, but Edward is nice enough to let me use one if he has a spare.
I feel super fortunate to be trained under Jack Page, who has over 40 years. I'm definitely making fun of him for that picture of experience in this position with the city of Smithville. Uh, the biggest surprise to me, I know about the plumbing and electrical and stuff like that, but the setbacks, all the zoning, it's very confusing. The fences are really hard, And so, that's, I mean, you can't get any better training than that. So I'm very grateful for that. And the biggest thing I wanted to let everyone know, and this might sound like it's, sauced up a little bit, but it's true. I was a little nervous about coming here because I'd always worked in the private sector and had my own business. And I didn't know, I kind of stereotyped, like, I thought maybe it'd be like Home Depot, like they'd be like, oh, that's not my department, or go over here. And I can honestly say I've never worked with a better group of people. Everyone is so friendly and so helpful, and they all cross train, and it's just really good. And it's kind of funny, like on Tuesdays and Thursdays when I come up here in the morning when I'm getting ready, my wife's like, "Oh, today's your fun, happy day, huh?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So I can't tell you how good it feels to be here, and I'm truly amazed how much every single person cares about the job they do, and it's definitely the best group of people I work with. So today, yeah, so I really enjoy it. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, this probably goes to Robert more than you right now with the HVAC for the code enforcement and stuff. Are we gonna do that in our new ordinances and bring that up so that we are getting fees and inspect that? I agree with him as a licensed HVAC tech. I know that if we don't have the fresh air intake on all of this, and with the new air conditioning that's slightly flammable, we are definitely gonna need to do something about that.
So 2006 to 2021 will address that, but we have to adopt a code in our ordinance to say that we do inspections and then create the fee that gets approved by the council. So yes, short answer.
Sir, correction, we already have it in our ordinance that we can inspect it. We just haven't because we didn't have the resources to do it. Nobody ever, no, we don't have the fee either.
Okay,
I
thank
don't-
you.
I don't know it.
Every day we learn something new. So, yeah.
Well, if that is true, I would like to move forward with the fee and start the inspections and get that
Well, that'll
going.
have to be another item on agenda, but certainly.
Yes, sir.
I'd be happy
Yes,
to do
I
that.
will get with you about that.
Sounds great.
So Doug, all you're asking for is a truck? Come on, man.
It doesn't, not, if I go full time, then maybe you guys can consider a truck ever if that happens, but
I'm joking with you, man. Thank you.
so. Does anyone have any other questions?
We'll give you a magnet that they gave me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do feel like a weirdo sometimes because I'm going slow in my personal truck and everyone's probably like, who's that guy? He's like, so, yeah. Okay.
And his wife did call that he's very happy working here, so I was glad that she did.
Where's Jack Page?
I'm back. All right.
Here he is.
That's me. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit taller. All right. We're getting here. Cemetery, Department 180. What can I say? It's a quiet couple communities out here. There ain't much talk going on out that way or whatever, It's pretty sweet. But let me tell you what, about 3 years ago, we actually contracted this out, and stuff and everything. We outsourced it and had people taking care of mowing these cemeteries and stuff. They never showed up. They would never come. Grass was high. We ended up spending more time out there than that or whatever. So we decided to come on and just say, you know what, city's gonna take over and we're gonna just mow cemeteries. So that's what we've been doing. And these two guys right here, man, they bust their butts out there. That's a lot of grass, a lot of headstones, a lot of stuff to watch for, weed eat and everything. Ever try to take a zero turn, mow through all the headstones? It's not that easy. It's a lot more walking and a lot more weed eating than it is mowing, but they get it done out there. They take care of both cemeteries, Oak Hill Cemetery and Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant's a Wednesday cemetery day, so they usually try to move all their mowers and stuff and get out there on Wednesdays and take care of the whole deal. Because I'll tell you what, the other 4 days, it's time to go. It's time to go. There's a lot of blocks out there to get mowed and weed eated, so they take their time out there. They do blow off, make sure that they take care of everybody's headstones and stuff. Man, when that grass gets out there, nobody wants to come out there and visit their graves, you know, their people and stuff and see grass all over the place. So they take pride in cleaning off all the cement, all the headstones and everything, making sure everything's cleaned up. If they have to, if they got to rake grass, they will, and just take care of it. They also paint all the gazebos and the fences out there. Well, we've got a new fence out of Mount Pleasant now, so they haven't done that yet, but they do take care of all the painting and structures and stuff and wood and everything, fixing and everything out there. So they do a lot more than just mowing, signage and fencing. So they're good guys. It's not a lot to say about them. Like I said, they take care of everything. Memorial Day, flag ceremony, you know, when that happens, that whole cemetery's got to be mowed that day. So they're getting it done. We actually got a sanctuary cat building out there at Elk Hill Cemetery. So they actually take care of our cats out there and stuff too, you know, and make sure that they're fed and watered and stuff every day. And they work with Robert Wood a lot out there for for the funeral days and stuff and everything, making sure he's good to go, helped and ready to go to make sure everything runs well. And this kind of got added on me, 140 unmarked graves. I know we have them out there at Mount Pleasant, but Robert, you might want to emphasize on that a little bit.
Well, when we when they went to bury the individual who donated the cemetery to the city of Smithville, they put her on top of somebody. So at that point, we decided to probably should identify where these unmarked graves are. We had ground penetrating radar done and identified 140 unmarked graves. Those are now marked. Pretty cool, but very simple. It's a coffee can lid with an 8-inch spike, so you can still mow over. At some point in time, maybe there's going to be a Friends of Mount Pleasant. Put some type of marker that just says unknown. But right now, it's just amazing that that's probably even an older cemetery than Oak Hill. And so, yes, there's 140 unmarked graves out there. We're in the process of mapping all that out with the cemetery software upgrade that we are in the process of finalizing. So at some point, we'll have that where people can purchase and not worry about digging up somebody else. Okay. Yeah.
I gotta tell you a quick little issue that we're having out there at the cemetery. About a month ago, one of our tractors, our mowers, broke down. It was still under warranty. It was a decent mower or whatever, and we bought it from Page Tractor. So we took it in to get worked on or whatever. It was pretty simple, easy fix. They took care of it and this and that, said, hey, y'all come pick it up. This was a Friday afternoon, real late. So we said, hey, we'll be by next week because it was too late for us to go pick it up and we don't work on Saturdays. So they're closed on Mondays. We went to Page Tractor on Tuesday, come to find out somebody stole our mower from Page Tractor. Along with another one from MD Anderson. Ours and MD Anderson's mowers got stolen. Page Tractor said their insurance doesn't cover stolen property on their lot or whatever, so they are not doing anything about this. Yeah, so we're working with the lawyer and everything. We're working it out.
It's called garage keepers.
But we actually pieced a lawnmower together because we really did. We had to piece it together to get this thing working so that they can still keep mowing out there or whatever. And it's horrible that they're having to do that, but yeah, we have to shoot a little start fluid in it every morning just to get it running because it's crazy, but it works. It's going. So that's just a little issue we're having. And I don't know if y'all have ever seen Oak Hill Cemetery. It's a big cemetery. It's a lot for, again, I know it's again repetition, but 2 guys, 2 mowers, that's a lot of mowing. It's hot.
Ready for questions?
Questions.
Quick question. How long has cost center 180 been in place? How long have we had this cost center cemetery?
Yes, 25 years.
Okay, so when we attempted to outsource this with a contract and we couldn't get any performance out of it, how much was that contract?
60,000. 60 to 80,000 a year.
Okay, that's what is.
There's a lot.
I'm looking for savings anywhere. I mean, we've had a lot of asks tonight, so we've got a lot of work to do and that's why I'm asking some of these questions.
No, I'm good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the other thing is a few people have said about all the dead trees at the cemetery.
Yeah.
And so,
We're working on a day by day, you know, but it comes and goes as we can get there, you know.
yes.
Any other questions?
Well, Mark Bunny is the one that would like to bring a contract to remove them all.
Yeah, we've actually had Mark Bunny come out and he's assessed all the trees. I've had my arborist go out and made us a list of all the trees that are out there, which ones are dead, which ones are good, this and that. But we got that far and like I said now, so we're just waiting to see what we can do to get some funds to cut them down, take them down and get rid of them.
How much is Mark's?
His was
35,000 total. We did a little something with him, 12,000 last year, and we told him, well, when we get some more funding, we'll call you. Don't call us.
Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
well, I need to know.
No, I love Mark. No, that wasn't rude at all. I was just saying, we had to cut budget. Now, one good thing that did happen when we had the paving money, we paved a bunch at Oak Hill and Mount Pleasant.
Mhm.
Really, really looks nice out there.
All right. Thank you. I think I am. Oh, no, it's Robert. Yeah, airport, my bad.
Y'all know the story about the airport. The very interesting thing is the amount of fuel cells that, you know, we budgeted a certain amount to anticipate what we were going to sell. During the fly-in, there were at least 1,200 adults that attended, possibly 200 to 300 more children. So Sandy Meyerson, who is the actual airport operations manager, he's a 1099er, a contractor that helps me with boots on the ground. I am the city's official airport manager dealing with TxDOT and grants, so forth and so on. But Sandy is invaluable out there. He is the face of aviation at 84R, okay? We have expanded from the one soccer van we had back in 2014 to 4 courtesy vehicles. There, of course, is an output of expense that we have to outlay to bring in the revenue with respect to fuel sales. And so right now, our current profit and loss on the total airport is $17,000, but we've made $24,000 on selling fuel. It's the Walmart model. Whatever it's costing elsewhere, drop it 20 or 30 cents and they will come, and they have come. Sources of revenue out there are from ground leases, hangar leases, tie-down fees, the FBO, fixed-based operator, who is the on-site mechanic. That's JD Castile. The expenses are maintaining 6 miles of runway. I mean, mowing. That's a $27,000 to $30,000 purchase. So the current issues, we're still trying to get reimbursed from TxDOT and the FAA for the promise that was broken, that it would be covered using federal money, when in fact it wasn't. But again, we've lobbied legislators and tried to present our case that, man, we're in this position because your staff did it to us. So do the right thing. Going forward, we have the lighting, the airport lighting upgrade that I told you about that's going to start in July. The next notice of intent that you have, and we're on their books for CPI, is a parallel taxiway. If you see where the grass in the middle, I'm getting my pointer. Okay, all of this was approved in our official airport, TxDOT airport layout plan, which is called an ALP. And then, of course, runway expansion, if we can get Bluebonnet and or LCRA to bury the very large transmission and generation lines at the end of the runway to extend it to 5,000 feet, which puts you in another level of general aviation airports. But make no mistake, it's $3 to $5 million to do so. And I don't know if there's a grant or if Bluebonnet or LCRA just want to give us that money. We did an evaluation. That's where we are. So, but maybe another round of grant funding will come up. But anyway, that's the future need, is to complete those projects that as part of our long-term airport planning projects. Questions?
Robert.
Robert,
course
do
I
we
do.
own outright those courtesy cars?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if we leased them or what the situation.
It's recycling, it's saving every chance we can. Most of those are recycle PD cars.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. And the one soccer van we had was blue and someone stole it.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know if it's one of your guys was in Austin. We're driving around, there's the van and there's the City of Smithville logo on it. It's some man that he used to fly in his mind once. He had a pilot license. He left that, got in the car, took his dog and was in Austin under a bridge. So we got it back. His name was Blue. That's all I got to say about that.
Robert, you know, I've always been a supporter of investing in the airport because I believe in it as an economic development tool for us. Do you have, or could you put in place some sort of metric where we can measure when these pilots come in because we're attracting them because the price of our fuel oil and they use our courtesy vans and go into town and shop so that we could see that there's some sort of return on investment?
My apologies. I got so caught up in my Blue story that we have the capability to monitor how many flights, where they come from, where they went, where they go, the type of plane that they have. It's called VERTOWER. So we put that in March through a grant through the FAA. And since March of 2024, over 21,000 flights have come in. The year-to-date number of flights up there, I've lost it now, 16,364 takeoffs and landings at 84. So I have the capability. Now, not all of those people are coming here. You know, some of them are flight instructions, some of them are the National Guard or the Air Force, but the people do come to Smithville, grab a courtesy car, go in town to eat lunch and leave.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at it, when this is all said and done, the current P&L is we're making 17 grand on it. I think the economic impact is greater than that, and I would love to be able to communicate that. I don't know how you do it. They, you know, if they take the courtesy van out, you maybe put a card and say, hey, where'd you go? So we can say that the average person comes in and spends $250 when they fly in to get oil. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and again, Mr. Meyerson, with his creativity and working with the area restaurants, any pilot that comes in with certain restaurants gets a 10% discount. So I know there's criticism, it's like golf, it's a rich man's sport, but a lot of people are using it and we're getting benefit by investing in the airport. And hopefully someday we can have a restaurant called the Beacon there. It's actually in our plan, but we need potable water. We need to have, you know, that we had a developer who wanted to do it, but he couldn't, there was no potable water. So, yes, so I can start publishing regular metrics if you like,
Like I
or just do quarterly.
said before, Dory Kelly from the EDC in Bastrop has reached out to me, wants to tour the airport because she says that during the COTA things that are going to happen at COTA, they want to use that airport to fly people in and then helicopter people over to COTA. So she wants to come out here and discuss that with you. We'll get with that next week, I hope.
Indeed, we just had 75 to 100 cadets come out as part of a kind of induction to CAP, Civil Air Patrol. We have a flight school and a flight simulator. The hangars that we just purchased, that also is another opportunity to not only increase revenue, but to increase interest in aviation by having the schools and the simulators. So this thing is going in the right direction.
Is there, sorry, on this, runway extension and everything, I vaguely remember some comments about it, so correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe that there is some belief that some of the grants could be tied to potential firefighting efforts in the area or setting up some sort of temporary base throughout the year through the fire seasons.
Yeah, we actually were trying for what was called a seat-based grant, single engine tanker, aviation tanker, where we could put jet fuel. That fell through, and they actually put the seat base in Austin. So to your point, there may be some funding available, but you got to work with El Seri and Bluebonnet to pull it all off, to coordinate, to design. So it's not going to be your average bear. It's going to be expensive. But if we don't start now, but again, to that point, every grant you do, there's a match. Every match you have affects the budget and the optics of the citizens. Why did you go up $1 million last year? Well, 700,000, that was grants. Revenue in, revenue out. So I need you guys to help me communicate what's happening in the budget. We'll do our part to cut costs, improve efficiency, find revenue, but this is a team effort. Okay, anything else? All right. Back up again. Maintenance.
He's not on. There we go. Maintenance department. There we go. Department 200. What do I say about these three guys? These three right here are on the top of my favorites list, because when I need to call, it's one of these three right here, I promise you. But yeah, no, I'm talking about it in my phone. If I ever have to call anybody, these are the three that get called all the time. So Brad up here on my left, he's my master mechanic, man. This guy's the guy that takes care of our whole fleet at the Public Works Department, Utilities Department, and the PD Department. He also takes care of our courtesy cars at the airport and stuff too. He works on those and stuff, and all of our machinery. He's the guy that we need around. Dean, he's our new maintenance guy that we put in last year, that we budgeted for, and we added him. And man, he's been awesome, great. He's saved us a lot of money, not having to call and outsource things to get fixed or whatever. He goes and does it. He's a jack of all trades. He can do everything. And one thing right now, my mechanic is out with a broke hip. So he's actually stepping in and working on our vehicles and stuff, doing what he can. There's some stuff we have to outsource because it's too technical for him, but Dean's taking care of a lot of it. Plus what his main job, what he's got to do during the day. And then you got my boy, Patrick. He's my man. That's the man, boy. I tell you what, he keeps our offices clean. He keeps City Hall. He keeps everybody going. But man, when I had to call him to tell him to come take a picture, oh man, this was like, man, it was a fight to get him to the warehouse. And I'll tell y'all a real quick story or whatever, but I ordered him some mop buckets and brooms and stuff that he uses at our warehouse when he comes to clean our office, because he always brings his own stuff from here. And I literally had to fib to him that this company gave all this stuff to me free because he wouldn't take it if I told him I bought it. He's like, I got my own stuff. We don't need to buy nothing. And I was like, yeah, but I'm tired of you having to move stuff back and forth all the time and forgetting. I mean, his poor little cleaning shovel thing was like broke, no handle on it. I'm like, you're good. So, but man, Patrick's great. We love Patrick. Patrick's the best. We've done a lot of work, especially with Dean, helping out with a lot of these projects and the stuff that we have for like the Mary Nichols Art Center and stuff, their grants and stuff that they've had. He's helped do a lot of that, installing the street lamp posts back after we did all the drainage projects down Main Street and stuff. He actually went back and built all the little cement bases and stuff for the lights to go back up on and stuff. So, and he also reinforced the farmer's market pavilion that was built. It was such in bad shape. I mean, the wind would barely blow. It was like almost coming over and stuff. So I gave him the task. I said, Dean, I need to get this done. I don't need it to move no more. Get it braced, do what you got to do. And he spent very little money, more on his time or whatever, and he got it done. It's great. It works really good. So
Can I interject a quick question on that? Something that you and Councilman Jenkins and I have discussed in terms of farmers market, and if we need to be able to enhance the capacity for the electrical. I doubt that's in your ask, so.
Yeah, I mean, again, when the pavilion was built, it was built for, I don't know if it was really built for the farmer's market at that time. It probably came in later, but it was something that, hey, you could
It
go
was
sit,
beautiful timing was what.
charge your phone, turn the fan on, and enjoy yourself, have your little get together or whatever, and then the farmer's market started and, it was basic, they had their stuff out there, but then they were like, hey, well, now we start cooking food and this and that. So let's start plugging these in and this and that. And these receptacles aren't made for that. They weren't built for that at the time. That would be a cost to have. We'd have to get a licensed electrician because through the city, we're not licensed to do any electrical function work like that, so we would have to outsource that.
We have to sub it out.
What's that?
Have to sub it out.
Yes, we'd have to sub it out to get replaced and upgraded. The only other thing, like I said, you know, some of the needs we got is, you know, with Brad, we've got a lot of these new vehicles now and stuff coming up and everything. And his diagnosis computer, he has the computer. It's still functional and everything, but there's software upgrades that have to be in. They're very expensive, you know, they're $8,000 to $10,000, you know, for some of them will take care of mostly all of our trucks. We're trying to move everything to one brand, you know, as in Ford or whatever, so that we don't have to buy multiple softwares, but some of them, you know, will end up having to come like that. So, and a lift, he was talking about, you know, with these big trucks that we're using and stuff now, he's trying to get them on a lift so he can get actually under them and work them instead of laying out in the outside in the gravel or whatever and trying to run around through that. So that's the mainly issues that we're looking for or whatever. So.
I've got you at $500,000 and ask so far.
We got till tomorrow. I gotta leave about 8:30, so we're good. No, I'm just playing. I'm ready to go. I gotta go home and pack. I'm supposed to be leaving in the morning. I ain't even packed or nothing. No, I'm good. Go ahead. We're here for you. I'm here for you. This is 400, 500 hours that we're gonna be spending, man. I'm ready. Nah, I know. All right. Nah, I got 4 more, girl. Don't worry about me. I'm still, ooh, yeah. See y'all later. I'll be back. Break time. Not for me. Next.
Hey. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you all, council, for, it's almost 9 o'clock, so for being here, taking the long haul, asking all the questions, making it all happen. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for being here. My head count is 3, but that doesn't really tell the whole story. If we're telling our story, every single person in this room, outside of this room, in the county, in the region, we have so many partners, so many people helping us with economic development that we're working with, that's helping us on the whole project, making sure that we are doing things that are relevant and important and will provide what we can do to make sure that we are going to be as good as we can be doing this economic development thing that we're trying to do. And of course, economic development is many things to many people. So there's a whole lot of different aspects of what economic development means. And there's different things that we can excel in that's different than what other communities can excel in. So the things that we work on in that department are grants and economic development. We seek funding from other sources so that we can augment all of our programs and projects. I work with department heads to make sure that we are working with the community to ensure that the additional dollars that we bring in are for things that are going to improve quality of life here, build community capacity, help to make sure that our community is well-informed and in a good position, in a better position if they can, to be able to live and work and play and stay here, just like all of the visitors that we try to bring in as well. As I said, partnerships, it's all of us are partners in this. We partner across the region with a number of county and regional partnerships. We've developed relationships that are very deep and broad. I wanted to say today I saw Michaela from the Bastrop, City of Bastrop Main Street program, and she said she was at a conference a couple of days ago, and Texas Department of Transportation was there, and they brought up Smithville as an exemplary community. And so I just wanted to say, you know, we're getting recognition from other places for the work that we're doing, for being good partners, for being able to be professional and to bring the programs in that are really important for our community. One of the other that leading also to this relationships that we have, I was asked to be a panelist on an Austin Industrial Conference a few months ago, and that was because of the work that we're doing here together. Let's see. So a couple of the things that just to the work that we've been doing. So just to say, since 2000, I've been working here since 2009, and in February 2025, so just a couple months ago, we passed a milestone of 400 grant applications that got submitted through my office. And so that's a tremendous amount of work with all of the people that are here, building those teams, talking to everybody about what the community needs and wants and can do things with. And of course, we didn't get 400 grant applications, but we got about half of them. And of that total, it's about $18 million in funds and resources that are coming into the community over that time. So the active projects that we have here, I don't know, Robert, do you want to? Oh, he left. I was. There you go. We'll come back to that. Okay, so I'll go on to the, yeah, here you go. All right, so, but we will, so one thing so that we're Opportunity Austin and GSLI leads that we've worked on, we've assessed over 123 of them since October. One of the things that we find is that a lot of different companies that are looking to come into this region are looking for things that we don't have. For example, they may be needing a building that's over 100,000 square feet. We just don't have that. They might be wanting to have, there was somebody who needed to have a paper mill, and we don't have that either. That's a very specialized thing, but some of them are that specialized. Most of the things that we have problems with are either building size, amount of land, or utilities. And so those are the things that are limiting factors for the things that are looking to come into this region for the reasons that we can't necessarily submit for the projects because we just don't have exactly what it is that they need. So right now what we have is we've assessed the 123, there's 8 in the pipeline, we've submitted 4. We'll be submitting the other 8 soon. And then we've got 2 interns in town. One of them is working through the city and the library, and the other one is working with the chamber and the career tracks. And they're doing a project together using GSLI, looking to examine those leads more intensively. They're going to give us, they're going to look at just the region for Southwest and for national looking. So not everything in the database, but the things that are relevant to us. They're going to tell us how many of them they're looking at to see what might be, what at least looks interesting. They're going to then funnel that down into how many things that might actually work for our community that they look at a little bit more intensively. And then they'll funnel that up into the top 10 or 12 or so that they think that we should start to put into our pipeline and look at. So we're going to be using those interns, stretching our resources, finding more people that are helping to partner with us and working to help us with this whole project. Did you want to talk about the projects? No, don't want to talk about. Getting the utility. Okay. Okay. So the other couple of things, we've been still working on the comprehensive plan. It's a huge part of economic development because we need to.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about them. You just threw it away?
Oh.
I want.
Okay.
All right. No, I got this. Okay. Active projects that we have, Tractor Supply still in play. The Smithville truck stop is still in play. A new one, the Culper Distillery, which is behind Frontier Bank. We're engaging. They're trying to get their construction drawings to us so we can have a third-party review and get that up and running. Enclave, GP is Garwood Park, Bubby's Barbecue. We're working with a very creative thing through this revitalized economic development committee is, a hotel is probably not going to come here. We already have one, but what's something different that we can attract? And we're going down a path of doing a resort hotel, something different through TJ, right? So we're looking at things differently. The thing is, I've got the domain, all these people, we're bringing the developers in, you can lead them to water, but you can't make them drink until they want to spend the money on the drink. Okay, so if everyone would build these houses, everyone would start what they said they were going to do, we would be in a lot better shape. So we're still recruiting, still looking for the future. Plant the seeds now, they'll grow. But we've been watering the garden for a long time. It's time to see some of this come to fruition. So we're on it. We hear it. It's just getting from A to B has been a little more challenging than I thought, especially after doing all the 380s, all the let's bring them here. Not Tractor Supply. Yeah, they were on and off again. So we're in pretty good shape for the shape we're in, but there's always room for improvement. So that good? That meets your.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, we want to make sure. Thanks.
So the thing that I wanted to stress though about what it is that we do here for Smithville is that the couple of things that are really important for us is to take care of the things that we can control. So the couple of things that we can do is we can work on quality of life and we can work on workforce development. And so building capacity for the community. One of the first things back in 2013, we got the cultural district designation, right? And so back in, I don't remember if it was 2018 or so, 19, Texas Texas Downtown Association came in and said that the strongest thing that we had going for us for economic development was culture and the arts, because that was something that made us different, made the community look fantastic, was really something that we could use to draw in more tourists, draw in more visitors, draw in people who wanted to live here because it was such an eclectic looking and interesting community. The support that we gave to our community was also another huge piece to all of that stuff. So since then, we've been continuing to do that high quality of life process. And in fact, I didn't mention, I was going to say, Jose is one of our team members, and he's been currently working on trying to get a Texas music organization TMO grant designation for us to be a music destination as well. He does things like this. I think you all know he does fantastic work. So he worked on this just as a little flyer in his spare time. So there's things like he's doing some things to help us look more professional, do more things to be able to push out that information in a little better way. So he's a fantastic, terrific team member on this whole head count as well. And then the other thing for workforce and entrepreneurial support, those are the things that companies that are looking to come to another location, people who are looking to relocate their businesses, those are the two things they look at is quality of life and workforce, right? And I guess the third thing, of course, they need to have a good school system. And so that's something, as a city, we don't control, but that's something that we work together with the school district quite a lot to try to help to support them wherever we can. And so that's where we're at. We're working at the things that we are able to control. We can't control if anybody else is going to spend their money or how they're going to spend their money or when they're going to spend their money, but we can work on those couple of things. So current issues like Judy had mentioned too, there's fewer public dollars and greater competition for resources. And that's, I think everyone is feeling that. So that's something where we're going to have to look a little bit farther afield. We're looking at other kinds of foundation rather than federal programs for some of the programming. And our future needs, if we could get an economic development assistant and then start to talk about how we could find some funds for incentive programs, which would be, for example, additional facade grant program to help to continue to support workforce training through the career tracks and additional infrastructure like we've always been working on, which is huge. Infrastructure, another big, huge piece. People want to be able to, it's all about the flushing toilets and turning the lights on and, making sure that we're all running as a city. So it all comes down to that. Any questions?
Of course. As you and I know, this will be my third year trying to get more resources into economic development. One of the questions that I have based on listening to what you were talking about, particularly if we're going to make an effort to find resources to expand and invest in economic development, how much of your department or your time, departmental time, is spent on grants versus actual specific on-purpose economic development? So that's a vague question. How much time do you spend on grants versus economic development?
So it's complicated because a lot of the grants support economic development. So it's hard to, for me, in my brain, I can't really tease out two activities. I know that there's.
I can help. I can help. I hear about people coming to us and looking how they might come to the community and help. What are we doing to go out and recruit certain types of people, to target certain types of businesses, to go out and recruit them and bring them in and tell them we've got an opportunity and hopefully at some point a place for them to locate. So it's what I call it is producing on purpose. How much on purpose activity are we dedicating toward targeting specific types of businesses to come here?
Okay, so that would be, for example, going out as a panelist for the Austin Industrial Program, going out for the Opportunity Austin and kind of talking with people about what kinds of things are going on in there to try to attract more people and more businesses.
Okay, I'll drill down further. Do we have a target list with a prototype of particular businesses that we're trying to attract, and do we go out and try and get them here?
That's what we're working on with the Economic Development Committee. We're trying to drill down into what exactly it is that we want to target here, because there's a lot of businesses that are out there looking for something that doesn't look like us. So we're using, that's what my interns are working on. That's what the Economic Development Committee is working on, trying to really pull out from the GSLI and other places to see what exactly it is that's out there.
Okay, I'm trying to build the rationale and support for us to invest and expand in the department. So
With the economic development assistant, what do you see that person doing?
Are you talking about the assistant? Yeah. So I think there's a couple different things that we do through so I am working on the job description, so I don't have it all 100% done at the moment. But what I'm thinking what that person would do is more of the cultural district specific, the music office, like the support for the nonprofits, the connection to community event type planning that has to happen with a lot of the public participation and support that way, that assistant would do a whole lot more of that piece of it, so that I can do a lot more of the kind of analysis in the back end of things.
Yeah, that would also help. Let me interject. The tools that we've put in place, it's going to allow her, free up her time to start utilizing those tools. Wow, can't speak. GLSI Placer AI is huge. I mean, you can set parameters for whatever market industry, hotel chain was the last one I went after, and they'll see if you even meet anyone's site selector criteria, but need to lighten her load. She can focus more interest on that type of analysis and then going after selling Smithville. But in conjunction, you got to have infrastructure. So all of this is coming together, not there yet, but it's a good path forward if we can get that resource so we can start doing some of the things that everyone's been asking us to do for quite some time. Okay?
Perfect. And then, I'm completely get at that, because the work that I had previously done with Bastrop, I mean, I completely understand that. I guess from my perspective in building out professional sales teams and whatnot, where I personally am questioning the current initiatives that are happening is we seem to just really be doing a lot of inbound work. People that are coming to us, we're fielding the questions, and we're not having a significant outbound presence. I understand, as your comment there about the hotel chain and identifying site criteria and stuff, but that's great from a commercial perspective. And I know that there's plans of potentially having some manufacturing close to the airport as well too. But as we look for things that are easier on the LUEs, that are going to provide a significant amount of property tax, both from the building itself, but also all the equipment and supplies, where do we, what are the plans to go out and make sure that we're making the connections and making sure people understand where Smithville is. And I think as I-10 is the last stretch between Columbus and Houston is getting rebuilt, there's definitely a lot of pressure that we can draw from that direction too. So I feel like we're the heart of I'm going to mess up the pronunciation, the heart of the megalopo, whatever it is. I think it's truly coming to a head right now, and we're in a really great spot.
Yeah, so just to kind of brief this up, we're making marketing material to push it out, but we're also working with, known landowners and developers who are looking at additional acreage. For example, McCullough, he's already purchased 35 acres down from the truck stop. I'm kind of wondering why you want to put a truck stop next to a truck stop, but that's not, that's his to worry about. We still have a lot of annexations that are coming. The remainder of the herded tracks that we did a 384 back in 2017. There's a potential of actually grabbing or annexing the 300 acres that's right adjacent to the property that was just sold to McCullough. So internally, we're working what I have to work with. Externally, outside, it's going to be dependent upon the infrastructure, our ability to find the funding to increase the infrastructure to provide something to provide to whomever that entity is. Is it manufacturing? Is it a new chicken restaurant? I don't know yet. It's something we need to really drill down into. And it sounds like you have experience. If you want to work on a task force and help us do that, come on, Brandon, we got you, baby. See how that turned around on you? No, that's good. Now, you got expertise.
Only have a few things going on.
Okay.
Jump on that task force, Brendan. I'm not kidding. Let's have one. I'll
No,
join you. I'll join you.
I very much am interested in this sector, and I think that some of the insights that I've learned, I mean, some of that technology is long gone, but I think that would be very interesting.
But to answer your question, it's going to free up her time to leverage the tools that we do have, and any assistance that you are willing to provide, we will take wholeheartedly, in addition to the revitalization of the economic development committees that were so successful, 5 or 10 years ago. We got good partnerships, so let's do it. Anything else for Jill?
Well, and just to say also, Robert had mentioned rooftops is what brings more business, right? So the higher the quality of life, the more people want to live here, the more will be attractive to a lot of different things. Also, as far as workforce and entrepreneurs are concerned, as we grow the capacity of our community, then we are looking also inward to bring up the people who are here and who have good ideas for businesses to be their own bosses too. So we're looking externally, but we also want to make sure that we are serving the people in our community. And we do that with workforce. The career tracks is a huge, huge piece of that. So, and the chamber, of course, too. I mean, we're the three of us, the three entities working together is the way towards, real successful economic development plan.
Potentially a dangerous question here.
Uh-oh.
With property values decreasing right now, potentially going negative, is that really, have you seen any indicators from the developers? I understand a lot of things are stalled, but do they still seem like they're going forward despite property values going
Actually,
down?
just the opposite. The markets, the ability to get supplies. I don't know what tariffs are going to do anything, but people are in a better position. Speaking with the Imtiazes of Tiger Den and the McCulloughs, of course, he's going to come back for us with a PID. And, I can't say yes or no to our Horton Homes, but we need something. If you get that something in place, then something else will fall in addition. Rooftops and retail brings revenue. And so I don't see it that impacting because they already own the property. And things are getting cheaper. I hope. Eggs don't cost $5 now, but anyway, so I hope that answered your question.
I was more speaking about the housing development and just if you're needing to purchase or needing to sell for a certain amount and the house values are decreasing, is a real estate condition still in a spot that's favorable for the housing developer?
For construction?
Yeah.
I can look into that, get an answer. I don't want, we're like 6 hours in this and I'm getting kind of punch drunk, so.
You said 4.
Yeah, 4. All right, you're right. My bad. See, I can't even mad now. But hey, good questions. Thank you. I'll research.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all.
We have 5 more to do. And here we go. Utility fund. Tell your story. Thank you. This is utility admin. What's wrong? Not working?
Big bum up here.
Oh my God. Here, I'm sorry, Jennifer. Oh, is it? No, I don't think so, but it should be there. Oh, it's not me.
The new guy. It was the new guy. It was the new guy.
So the utility fund is 4 head count. We've got Rosie, Nadine, Spring, and newly added Cynthia. She's our meter reader. She also does cutoffs. I do not want her job. I wouldn't, I really do envy all of the utilities and general, actually everybody at City Hall and beyond. They really do work hard and they do take flack when they cut people off. You know, that's probably a week, 2 weeks out of their month that they're getting ready for it, cutting them off, turning them back on, setting up payment arrangements. They have 2,200 billing customers that they have to make sure that their bills are, you know, that they go through. Some of them they're going through manually just to make sure that they're correct. They do collection, they do rereads, data entry for missed reads, they do cutoffs, customer support, trash billing, monthly reports, TCEQ reports. And they have, let's see, 469 customers left or transferred. That's just paperwork that they have to go through. And that's year to date, for fiscal year to date. They've had 232 customer cutoffs. Some of those don't come back on. Some of them are, you know, more than 60, 90 days. And then that's what that revenue there is, 62,000 revenue owed. That's currently 30, 60, and 90 days late. In the past 10 years, we've had 865,000 in charge-offs for people that have skipped out on us. That means that they got cut off and they didn't turn back on. Now, if somebody comes back into town and we see that they owe a bill, of course, we're gonna collect that before we turn them back on. If they transfer to another property, we're gonna make sure they're current and pay their transfer fee before we turn them back on at another place. But our ask would be to maybe lower that to just 30 days past due, so that we don't miss out on some of that revenue, and that would help in the utility department.
Jennifer, let me interject here. Our ordinance says 5 days. You will be cut off after 5 days. For whatever reason, a long time ago, it was allowed. When I came on, it was 120 days plus. So we're losing a lot of money. We ratcheted that down. We got to 45 days, then COVID hit. And I know it was painful and we had to send notices out. We're going to do the same. Help us help you eventually. You know, we have a revenue problem. I have $66,000 out there floating that you may not get. But if we ratchet that down, give people enough notice, for instance, August 1st, if you're over 60 days past due, you're going to be cut off. And that's going to be painful. But in the long run, if you don't do that, you're chasing your tail. If you owe a $1,500 bill and you don't even turn your lights on, you have a 10% penalty. So it's $150 before you turn a light on. We don't want that to happen. And that will help free up all the other resources that help these folks out. CCA, Ministerial Alliance, you know, it'll let them use more money elsewhere. Yeah, okay.
Is that on the July agenda?
It could be. We were just gonna do it. I mean, I'm telling you.
don't
I think
need
we
our
ought to do
approval.
that right away.
Well, we can't do that now, but yeah, I know. But yeah, yes, definitely. So August, I put that on the agenda. We can talk about it. You know, maybe it's September 1st. Give a little more time, a little more grace, and work with them to try to clear up these 60, 90 delinquent accounts. Okay.
Was there not a decision made on that whenever the council moved the payment due date back to the 15th? I thought at that time there was some decisions made about reducing the.
Yeah, that was 60 and a 15-day. We added 5 more days to help people out because mid-month just seemed to work out better. But there's nothing really official. Yeah, let's go after. I don't think we did it. Do you remember?
I think we did a
60?
90-day, or we brought, you know, like he was saying, we brought it down from 90, 120 to 60, 90. Now we're wanting it to be a 30-day, you know.
Yeah, 30, 60, and do it in stages. Eventually get to 30 days, and then maybe someday we can get to 5 like the ordinance states. But we do try, although, you know, we don't fall under PUC rules. We don't cut off over 100. We don't cut off under 32. and we don't cut off those that have medical issues tied to their bills. So we are trying to give folks a break. We are trying to identify other resources for people who are struggling. We do deals, not deals, we make arrangements, but you know, your word is your bond. If you make an arrangement and don't pay, you're going to get cut off. So, and these ladies, God love them. You don't know the manner of Sailorisms that they get, you know. Yeah. And if you, I think that's the thing, a good little one at a time, little assignment for the council members. Come sit behind the desk on the 10th or the 15th of the 15th of the month. See what they go through. God, you got some patience. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Robert.
By the time I leave,
I don't think she
what
would.
I am.
Current needs. I think I cut her off before her current needs.
Oh, my current needs is, let me see, which. Oh, so yeah, the metering system rereads, that would,
Yeah, and this water smart, I don't know, I'll go into it real quickly. We have this system that we put into place and there's about 40 people on it. This gives you the ability to drill down and monitor your water usage at least and set alerts when it's getting crazy or if you have a leak, it will tell you to help prevent some of the large bills that are caused by leaks. Same thing with Notify Me. The only way you're going to get my report now, a monthly report or alerts about burn bans or council agendas is to get on to Notify Me. And it's such a cool system. We have 42 people.
yes, that would be good, like, just to push out the water smart, and figure out how we can push that out so that people sign up for it, because they can see their usage, they can see if they have leaks, it's such a good, tool to utilize that customers.
So after all this, we've got 42 people signed up for Notify Me.
No, well. No, it's the water.
No, it's
Both
of them are tracking about the same.
Yeah.
Water Smart, not a lot of folks on it. I'm on it. I get notices when I water my grass. You've exceeded your limit. Okay, thank you. But the Notify of the two, if you get on Notify Me, if you want to stay in tune with what's going on citywide versus just your water bill, get on Notify Me and
Well,
select the thing.
That's what I'm saying. I would like to know how many people are on Notify Me, and if we need to get Jose to put, this would be
He had,
community engagement, and then we all can make a commitment to go to all of our social networks. But if we got 42 people on Notify Me, no wonder nobody's saying
that's
anything.
correct, yeah, because, and people can sign up for different things. The most one that is signed up for is the city manager report, and that one had 42 people. So yeah, the other ones, the agenda, don't have that many, but there's, yeah,
Okay, well, I'm making a public plea right now, and it's being recorded, and the press is here. And if our citizens want to be informed of what's going on, I mean, I got notification of agenda items being posted through Notify Me before I got it through city council email. So if you want to be in touch on top of what's going on, sign up for Notify Me. Thank you.
And to that point, that's been in my report at least 5 times. And so again, this last report I sent out, I did a 227 distribution list and said, hey guys, if the reason you haven't been getting my report because you didn't read it, they told you where to get my report going forward, sign up to Notify Me for alerts, burn bans, council agendas. It's a great tool. I just wish more people would take advantage of it, and thank you for pushing it. It is on the record formally. Thank you.
That's okay.
Edward, come on.
All right, here we go.
These
Like-
are your favorite guys.
Electric department, 620. These are the ones that they don't do nothing. We just give them all the money and they don't do nothing. No, I'm just playing. Don't put that on the record. No, I'm just playing. I know, man. Don't put it on the record. No, for real. These guys right here, this is the electric guys. These are the guys that keep the power on. And when I say they keep the power on, they keep the power on. They take care of everything in town, to changing out poles, changing out wire, transformers, doing upgrades, to making sure that the lights are on Main Street for Christmas. The lights are on for Music in the park on Thursdays and stuff like that, parades. I mean, they're the guys that make sure everything gets done and keeps the lights on. It's a tough job, you know, it's scary, it's deadly, you know, they got to take care of themselves, make sure that they got all the needs that they need, safety equipment, PPE and everything, but they do a great job doing it. Their response time on outages is less than 30 minutes for when they get called. I mean, when your power goes out and the second you call PD and you report to them that the power's out, my guys are on scene before less than 30 minutes right now. And majority of the time, I would say at least 85 to 90% of the time, they got the power back on within 30 minutes to an hour. Usually they get it done. It depends on what it is or whatever. Great crew, great crew. A couple of them, Johnny and Trey, they both work on the Smithville Fire Department. So there's a lot of times too, you know, that they'll be working and depending on what they're doing, if they get a fire call, I've always told them, you know, the city's first, you know, if you're not busy and you can break off or whatever, send one or both, they can go, then they go and they take care of issues with the fire department or whatever. And then they're back with their guys. So very good crew, very good crew. You know, some issues we're having out there is, you know, of course, tree trimming. Trees grow everywhere. They grow on the power lines. It's like they look for them, you know, they find their ways to get to them. They go through them and everything. And I mean, it could be a 365-day job just going through there cutting trees and we would never catch up ever, really. I don't think so. And we've got a lot of old wire, old poles that are still in this town and everything. And one thing I'm dealing with right now is the new Garwood Park subdivision that's coming in. That line that used to feed the old nursing home and everything that's now going to become the park or whatever, that equipment out there is probably 60, 70 years old, and it's not going to be able to hold that subdivision. We're going to have to get it reconducted. We're going to have to go in and we're going to have to change all the poles out, and we're going to have to get wire changed out. We're going to have to upgrade wire and everything ourselves, because if we try to put it on there, that the load that it's going to bring is just going to burn it to the ground every time. And we'll never be able to fix it. So one thing about that, we don't have the equipment or the total experience to go in there and string and pull and spread wire, leave it hot and bring it in, to bring new wire in and cut it over with just who we have. So it would have to be outsourced too.
Cost.
I got a quote from a contractor the other day. Well, it's been a while. It's been probably about 5, 6 months ago when I was working with the Garwood Park subdivision guys and stuff. And there's 13 poles that need to be changed out, and I can't tell you the footage on the wire or whatever, but to bring it in 3-phase so that way we can separate the load so it don't burn down, we were looking at about $130,000.
Mitch, there goes your vacations for the next 3 years.
Yeah, I don't know how it's appropriate it is for me to comment on any of this. My understanding is that project is underway.
Yeah, it's going. Don't get me wrong.
That's $130,000 need is not next year.
Well, we're going to put it up, and like I say, but I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to last. By the time people get these homes built and all the load starts kicking in and everything and stuff, it's going to burn that copper. It's copper wire. It's old copper wire.
That may be a discussion that needs to be held with the developer.
Mm. All right, moving on. Then there was one, my man Bobby at the recycling center, 6:30. We need to get him and Will together, because let me tell you what, this is the job nobody wants, because he takes so much slack and crap from these people out there, and I feel bad for him. But you know what? He does an exceptional job over at the recycling center. He keeps that thing clean. He has actually, since the day he started out there, his communication skills and everything have gotten way better. I got to admit, he has.
Amen to that one.
We've had a lot of discussions, and I'm very, very proud of him, and I'm happy for what he does for me and stuff, because again, I don't want to be there doing it, and I'm good at dealing with people. I don't mind or whatever, but when you start yelling at me, then the whole other thing comes. But you know, yeah. So Hey, we did get our new baler in Monday. It got delivered and we got it in and everything, and it's actually functional. We are probably not going to start using it until early of next week or whatever, because I need to fill up about 10 more Gaylord boxes so that I can get that load out of here and get it shipped out so that we can start using the baler or whatever. If I leave it short load, then it's gonna cost us money to get it gone. So I need to fill up about 10 more Gaylord boxes, and then we can make a run and ship it off, and then we'll start belling all paper. Go ahead.
Where are we on
Yes.
the ramp?
The ramp, so far, Bill's still looking for us. He had one, it was there. I told him, go get it. He went over there, it was gone. Somebody already took it, bought it, whatever. So we're still working on trying to find a ramp.
Okay, maybe we can get, keep Texas Recycling to help us.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, and he told me, hey, start with Bill. Well, that's who I started with, but we're gonna find one. We'll find one. Man, we've been doing pretty awesome this year, for revenue on the recycling center. We've made about, 12K this year, just on recycling materials and everything. Looks like we got 229 resident members signed up now for it, and 259 non-residents signed up. So that's pretty good. It's really good. And we've approximately 75 tons of material recycled this year. That's a lot of material. Times that by 2,000, and that'll give you how many pounds if y'all need pounds. Yeah, I just knew that. That something just came off the top of my head. I knew that for some reason. I don't know why. But anyway, what else? Let's see. We received the HEB grant for 50,000 or 50K for the new baler. We put up a new sign. You can see it up on the deal, City of Smithfield Recycling Center. We put some new other signage up and different things for us. And yeah, it looks beautiful. It's great out there. Like I said, the only thing that we're really having issues with, again, is staffing, because now with the new baler and everything, I read the monthly reports that they send us and how we can make money and this and that and stuff. Problem is, we don't really have much area left to sort everything the way we should. And I found this out the other day, we could make $1,700 on just one bale of milk jugs. If we could just separate just clear natural color number two, or not colored, sorry, natural number twos, $1,700 for one bale. But where do I separate that, from when it comes into the coloreds and to the, laundry soap to stuff and this and that. So we'd have to have more space. We just don't have it, or whatever. Same with the paper now with the bale. If we did just one bale of white paper, that's $1,200 right there. But again, how do you sort that without having more room, and you really can't make a bale like that. If you're going to separate different bales, you can't really bale a bale until you have enough to make a bale, because then you're going to be fighting between overflow of different items and stuff. So, but
What's the solution?
A bigger place, which we don't have.
solution right now is let's work on this new baler and make it happen and see what's going. And we're doing really good. We're going forward with that, but I think we need to sit back and we need to look at what can we do? How can we make this happen? How can we separate more? Like you said, we do need more room. Definitely do.
Well, thinking outside the box.
But yeah, again, we do. But like I said, with what we got, I think we're going to be good. I mean, we're doing way better than what we were doing years ago and stuff on this.
And we own that land.
And we own it. Yeah.
So it'd be a very attractive piece of real estate that possibly we could sell and then take that money and buy some cheaper land outside of town and give you the space to expand in.
I'd
Just a
really
thought.
like to see us get with the new superintendent of schools so we can get the white paper from the schools, because that right there, it would come as white paper. There would be no separation. We could just put it in the baler and bale it. I know that there's a problem with the carts that we would need to get it over to the baler, but that's something to look at for next.
Yeah, that definitely, that's a real good future need, for stuff like that. We actually recycled all of our old recycle bins that we had sitting out at the dump for years and years. They were no good. I mean, they were all falling apart. They were rusted out. We threw them on Gov Deals. We got the whole pile gone for, I think we ended up making almost $6,000, a little bit over $6,000 for all 7 of them. So that was really
The
good.
$50,000 grant, did you break even?
Can I what now?
Did we break even this year?
Yeah,
Center break even excluding the $50,000 grant?
well, it looks like it.
We're at 50,000 right now of revenue in with with 3 months left in the fiscal year. Our cost is 64,000 minus the 50, we're 14,000 short. But we're about to make a load, and there'll probably be another one or two that you're going to send out, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
it'll be close.
Well, this is a great example of people coming together, an initiative within this cost center where you guys worked, and particularly with Councilman Jenkins, who took on the project, and with Councilman Washington. So kudos to all of you for taking this from a $63,000 loss the first time we addressed it to darn near close to breaking even.
Yes, yes, and thank both of y'all, like I said, for all the help that y'all with me and
Word,
stuff and everything.
Just, do you have an idea how much land you would need, or what would be? I realize it's,
Don't make me tell you, because I'm gonna ask for.
but
all
I
of it,
mean,
but no, I don't.
like,
It would need,
how many
it would
more?
need to be at least 3 times the size that it is now.
Okay, okay, thanks.
One real future need that I'd see, just that we need to go in there, is we really need to cement, concrete that driveway going in there. We really need to do that because it causes too many potholes and too much stuff, but chip sealing it or hot mixing it or whatever is not going to be any good, because when he brings the Bobcat in to move the bells and stuff and this and that, it's just going to tear up the road. So I would really love to have it cemented to where he can do what he needs to do. People can come in. It's nice. It's flat. He can move around. And eventually I would like to, in the future need, is get a forklift for him, because I think it would be a lot more safer and a lot more efficient for him than trying to use that Bobcat. That Bobcat is not safe.
Yeah.
So I'd recommend, before committing to land, that, we're about to rebid the solid waste contract, which will include some type of single stream recycling, whether from the side or from the rear load. That may negate the need to purchase a larger facility. But again, great ideas, thinking out of the box.
Well,
But
we
just
certainly
remember,
have a plethora of realtors available, and just a quick market assessment of what that land might be worth would help us know whether we want to expedite a decision along this path. And I would be happy to reach out to those
I'm sure the
realtors.
comps are going to really support all of this with the values going down. So good time for not good time for the city to sell, but great to buy. Yeah, we can.
Great
take a
location
look.
with a great utilization. I mean, it's in a great place. I'm telling you, there's people that might want to buy that.
Anything else?
No, I sort of thinking, I mean, the warehouse, is there vacant land there, open land?
At our warehouse, no. I mean, there's too much equipment there, too much stuff going on that we would have to make it safe for everybody to come in and dump and everything. And there's just, with too much equipment going, too much big equipment, we don't want anybody to get hurt. We already fight now with the dumpster of trash or whatever and stuff, people just feel like they're welcome to come in whenever they want to. We got big signs out there that say, no unauthorized vehicles in here, but they feel that since the dumpster's out there, they're more welcome to just drive in whenever they want to and look at the dumpster, and then call down to City Hall and tell them, hey, the dumpster's empty. Oh, well, yeah, but, so we run them off a lot just because, like I said, we don't want nobody getting hurt inside of there and stuff. So that would be, man, if we try to get some land, do something there. Plus we got the detention pond in the back. So that took up majority of all the spot. There's not much left back there. Water Department, 640. These are my 5 guys right here to take over the Water Department, 410. I know I'm the smallest one again. My bad. And I was sitting right next to Kevin too, so. But no, this are my water and wastewater guys. We'll talk about them and the wastewater on the next slide or whatever. But these 5 guys take care of 2 of my departments or whatever here. They install all new water taps. Mitch coming up pretty quick. They troubleshoot and repair all the main and service lines for the breaks and everything. So anytime we get calls for water line breaks or whatever, they're out in the middle of it fixing it, sitting in the water, getting muddy, dirty and everything. They do all the upgrades and for the service lines, and they check and maintain 2 water plants and 2 wet water wells. So there's a lot that goes on when you have to check plants. You got to go in and make sure, chlorine's running right. You got to make sure everything is pumping right. We had one of the current issues we had 2 pumps at the downtown water plant crap out on us. I mean, both right the same day. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to say the C word, but all the water that gets pumped up to the hill for the pressure, I'm sorry, it's late, I'm tired, but all the water that goes up to the hill was being pumped from them pumps, and that would get it up there so that we can keep the PSI up there. Well, now the pumps went out. We didn't have no way to pump it up there. So we had to go and reroute and turn a lot of valves and do a lot of different things to function to get water to get up on the hill. Is it working? Yes, it is. But it's taken away some of the capacity from downtown. Are y'all seeing it? Not right now, you're not, but eventually one day you will. And the water pressure that's getting up to the hill and stuff, some days we have to check it every day now, just because if we don't, we get up there and the water pressure drops too low, then we have to send out a boil water notice, and that's what we do not want to do. I heard San Marcos just put one out today. So, yeah. So that's the main thing. That's a scary feeling right there to not have these pumps here. But you know what? When we called and to talk to these people about them, they were anywhere from 24 to 36 weeks out to get new pumps. We got lucky, knock on wood. We found a company, and he called, he said, look, we can refix the two that you have. They'll be fixed in 8 weeks. And it was going to cost us about $50,000 to fix both of them, repair. Or in 10 weeks, I could give 2 brand new ones for $35,000. So we're coming with 2 brand new ones, and we're mid-July is when they're supposed to be here. So that will be for them to install and everything. So hopefully, knock on wood, this all works and comes back to us. Yeah. So other than that, that's, let's see, I was just talking about that, expecting replacement pumps mid-July. So 1.6 million gallons of city water storage capacity. That's what we have here in town. It's a lot of water. 3 water plants. Any questions? All right. Wastewater, Department 660, same 5 guys. They take care of all the stinky stuff around town, but that's what they do for a living. That's their job. They go out, they take weekly samples for the wastewater and everything that we have to send to TCEQ weekly to make sure that we're in compliance. They perform preventive maintenance of the 2 wastewater plants, Gasley and Willows. They also do all the regulatory documentation that has to be done and sent to TCEQ. And Jennifer helps us out so much with all of that and getting the paperwork and making sure it gets there. So kudos to her, because without her, I don't know what we could do, how we'd get it all to them, but she takes care of that for us. They do all the new wastewater taps and cleanouts. Mitch, yours is in. So did you see that? Looks good back there. I just letting you know, is that because we're all out there, but maintain and repair wastewater mains and service lines. Troubleshoot customer issues and jet clean. So we do all, you get a backup at the house, we're coming out. We're going to clean it out for you. We're going, if it's on the city side, we're going to make sure that your wastewater is moving and stuff. So kudos to them. We have had no notice of violations issued from TCEQ. We've had a few things that we had to allegedly would be a violation, but they were like, hey, if you clean it up, pick it up, take care of it, no problems, we're good. And we've done all of that. So good job on them keeping that together or whatever. And active involvement with the wastewater treatment facility expansion. Y'all, we know where we're at on that. It's all coming. So that's one of the little small issues I have with that is and it's already happening kind of now that we need to do, but I feel like somewhere down the road, sooner than later, I would think we would need to have somebody that's just going to take care and be a plant operator for both wastewater plants and just the water plants. Right now, I have Paul. He takes care of Gasley wastewater plant and the downtown water plant, and Otis takes care of the Willows and Dorothy Nichols water plant over there. But as they do that, there's so much for them to do daily that they're kind of neglecting the other 3 guys that are supposed to be out there. And I always ask Paul, it's like, hey, I need you to be over there with them guys and helping them or, do something. He's like, man, I got to get samples in. I got this broke down or this is happening or something. So, and me and him have talked numerous times about, hey, if we ever hired somebody or them 2 are about to, well, Otis is actually a qualified wastewater operator. So if there was something like if he just did that and that was his job every day, there's enough work for him to do 40 hours a week, 5 days a week, but that would put the burden off of somebody else that can take care of the wastewater crew, wastewater crew. So just something to think about, like I said, in the future, because especially if we upgrade these facilities or whatever. I've never gone through it with the new membranes and everything and stuff. Of course, they sit up here and they talk about it shouldn't be much to it, real less maintenance and this and that. I don't believe that, but I don't believe that. And like I said, I mean, I don't want to be where they should be building jobs, to help people, get their water and wastewater taps put in or fixing water breaks or whatever. They're spending all their time at the wastewater plants or whatever, so something to think about. But any questions? Oh, man. Oh, there you go. I thought he was almost lucky.
Sorry, everyone.
That's all right. You're good. You're good. Got one.
To that point, I think that meeting, I wasn't
Mhm.
brought onto council during that meeting, and I noticed you guys seemed a little skeptical. And so I think whether that's brought to the city manager or whatever through you or however it's brought, I think it would be great to see their perspective and their skepticism. And also, I think be more proactive in contacting some municipalities indirectly, like not through the reuse program,
Mhm.
not through the reuse.
Anybody that has the membrane
Exactly.
the storage or whatever. And that's what we said. Yeah. And again, you realize that like Otis and Paul, they've been doing this a long time too. So, some things changes hard for people, they're not used to getting up to speed. I'm not saying that this reuse sounds like it's going to be great. It's going to help us and it's going to do a lot of world of good for us. I don't believe in it's going to do it all and take care of it by itself. It's not going to do that. It's not. And if we're already working on these plants and doing what we're doing with the guys we have and we're neglecting, the crews and stuff, I just feel like I'm all in for it. I think it's going to be a great deal. I would love to move up and get with the times and stuff, and be with that. I just want to make sure that these other three guys that are out doing their job, they're being taken care of fully. And it's kind of tough with that. And I understand Paul's situation. Paul has to make sure that if we get fined by TCEQ, it's not, here's, pay me $10, $100 fine. They're talking thousands of dollar fines and stuff.
Well, if you talk to Bastrop just signed a contract with Reuse for, I think it's 2 new plants. And they also toured a plant in South Texas somewhere that's Reuse. You have to remember that the technology, even though we would consider it new, it's been around about 15 years. This is not an old technology, but it's been graded and used enough to, I think it will be okay for us. I wouldn't be signing on for it if I didn't.
Mhm.
But I also think that your guys need to talk to the guys in Bastrop and ask them, hey, what y'all find out? What did you see? What was the difference? How hard is it going to be to change over and do this?
I agree, definitely 100%. They're on board. I just think they're just worried about what's it going to do to them. So.
Yeah, we did.
Right. That's exactly right. Change is not always that bad.
They have been attending the meetings and have been giving very good input. Paul has had some experience with it before, and so we will utilize them throughout the process. We have reached out to Bastrop, and yeah, so more to come on that.
Cool. Thank y'all.
While you switch to the other presentation, I just want to thank my staff for the Herculean effort we pulled off in the last week. I hope you appreciate the look behind the curtain. You have a better understanding of what goes on in each of these departments, who the department head is, and who are the people who keep the wheels on the bus turning round and round. So was that, I know it was long, was it beneficial for y'all or not? I know, I'm waiting for there's a thing that says citizen comment, so we're going to do that. Yeah. I just want everyone to know, we've heard your concerns. It doesn't have to be Citizens Against City Hall. We're doing our best with what we've been given, and I think tonight's insight will give you a better appreciation. We understand that you don't want fees raised, taxes raised, or anything that's going to increase the burden on the taxpayers, but my folks are very versatile, they're very committed, and I'm proud of each and every one of them for what they do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to citizen
Thank you.
comments.
I have Chris Wilkie.
Hold on. I'll come back.
Are we timing them?
Folks did a great job. It's been really interesting to listen to here. I have a couple of observations. We've been here 6 years. And for 6 years, we have heard, a lot of you have heard about we need economic development. Okay? We need economic development. Kick the can down the road. We need economic development. And economic development is a lot of things, but what it really is going out, reaching out proactively, knowing how to do the deal. Okay, how do you close someone when we don't have a building? What you do is you talk to them, about how do we partner to get a building? Okay, so someone asked the question, what's the job description for this person? Okay, this person, in my mind, being a professional recruiter, would have probably 10 years of demonstrated successful experience in coming into a situation such as ourselves and selling us, going out, beating the bushes, doing all the research. It's not a part-time job, okay? The individual who has that role now does a great job on grants, okay? But I'll bet you dollars to donuts, if she's honest with you, she will tell you, you want me to do grants, you want me to do economic development, okay? So how do you slice that time? So my expectations of the city council, and I think I'm not alone in this thought, your obligation, not your opportunity, your obligation is to approve a budget that will allow the city to hire a qualified, experienced economic development guru. That's your obligation. Because if you don't, there's nothing going to change. Nothing changes until something changes, okay? And I've been here 6 years and I've watched the can get kicked down the road. And we've all the mumbo jumbo, feel good, whatever, okay? But when you look at the results, economic development is not another bar. Economic development is not a feel good about the old town. Economic development is bringing real jobs in that pay real money and help us grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Kristen Merriweather.
Can you put up that
Oh.
slide on the,
Yeah, hold on, sorry.
what's that?
I can.
I definitely don't want 6 minutes. It's past my bedtime.
You
I
want the
just wanted
airport?
the airport one, yeah.
But you want tell your story.
Yeah,
Airport.
sorry, I guess you guys have that. You could really look at that. So it was. There we go. So I feel weird because I really should be talking to you. So when I wrote this story on the airport, whenever it was, I don't know, March or April, whatever, I got a lot of pushback on that. I got a lot of emails on that. And one of the things that they had, can I look?
Sorry.
Yes, sorry. One of the things that was brought to me was the fuel. And so the way it was explained to me was prior to, I guess it would have been March 24, we were not purchasing fuel, and all of the expenses that are associated with that, we didn't have. So the decision was made, I wasn't even attending council meetings to make that change. I don't know if that was a council thing or not. And then, so now we're purchasing all the fuel, but when I look at this, fuel purchase, fuel gallons sold, and then you look at revenue and expenses, like none of that adds up. If we still, like, we're having to pay for the fuel now and we were not paying for the fuel before. So I think the question and I can't ask any questions because you can't answer it, but what I'm trying to understand is the cost that we used to have when whoever the guy was that was doing it before versus now, because we're actually paying for fuel. And I talked to 3 different people that do it. So they gave me a list. There's like a permit that we have to get, liability insurance, some sort of service plan for a kiosk, the electricity for the kiosk, a cell phone plan for the kiosk, fuel filters, hoses. There's a lot of costs that are associated with us running the fuel that are not, that I don't feel, and I'm really asking, are included in that profit. Because I think the profit number that you're seeing is how much it costs us versus fuel sold. But from my understanding, and I could be wrong, that's kind of what I want clarification on is what is the actual, what are the expenses, I guess, that should be calculated in that, right? So if we purchase fuel for X, 148, and we sold it for that 24,000 from my understanding is just subtracting there. And so, but there are other costs associated. And I think that's something that I would like to understand more of. What we used to do versus the costs that we now take on, and where is that calculated in that? So I know it's citizen comment and you're not allowed to answer me, but I think those are, when you guys are looking at revenues and expenses for the airport, go back and look what it was before when we had somebody else running this and what it is now, and where are those expenses for all the little things, and I can send this list to anybody that's interested, that are associated with that. And I think that what we're considering a profit, I don't think takes into consideration all of the costs. So I'm sorry, guys, it's almost 10 o'clock past my bedtime. That might have been a little rambly. I can send an email to anybody that with a list of that will kind of help explain that. So thank you.
Next, I have Jan.
Robert, I think as a statement of fact, we could ask you what makes up those expenses that are on the,
That is purely just fuel purchases versus fuel sales and the profit made off of the fuel sales. A detailed list of expenses, can be, as part of even Cynthia's monthly reports. I don't break that down, but it's not a reason we can't. The biggest thing here that made the decision that we used to get 5 cents on the gallon sold, and we may make $800 or $900 in the past because the fuel was very expensive. And so the decision was made, that 1,000 to 1,200, 1,250 just didn't help cover some of the other expenses. Yes, so we're outlaying more money to run and purchase the fuel, but we're also getting more returns on revenue. So,
so the question is the P&L number that we're at plus 17,000, is that an accurate reflection of all expenses?
that's an accurate reflection of all expenses during this month, correct, Cynthia? That's what we looked up. So you take all your expenses, the mowing, what we pay Sandy as a 1099, the materials and supplies, the hay contract, all sources of revenue versus expenses, we're at $17,000.12. So yeah, I didn't break it down to that detail because I was just trying to say, hey, fuel sales are working. Yeah, but we do have, if you want that breakdown, be happy to provide it.
Yes, and a statement of fact for the public listening, if you send the council an email, we're going to respond to it.
Robert, one question I do have. Is there a typo here where the year-to-date revenue is lower than the expense, but we're showing a positive number?
I spent about 100 hours on these charts, so I'm sorry I didn't, where are you looking at?
The second to last bullet.
Yeah, the
year-to-date
reverse.
revenue.
It should be reversed. Sorry. I'll fix all that. My bad. Good catch.
Next, I have Janice Bruno.
Yeah, that's reversed. Sorry.
Good evening, Council. Janice Bruno, 800 Burleson Street, also the Executive Director for Career Tracks. I just had a couple questions, and this is related to the fire department. when Trey briefed, he said that most of the calls that they're going on are medical calls. And I don't think he's still here, but one of my questions, and only reason I'm bringing this up is because we are training folks in the region for emergency medical technicians advanced, paramedics. Okay, so I know this is a volunteer fire department. I'm working with the Bastrop Travis County ESD #1. The data coming out of Bastrop County right now is we're about 56% is medical calls. Now, those are paid folks, and so they're required to have certain trainings. So my question would be, what other equipment might our fire department need, which maybe we didn't discuss tonight? I just want to sort of throw that out there to be thinking about that. What they're doing up in North Bastrop is they're buying trauma equipment, which of course would be another expense because they're finding out that most of the calls that these folks are going on are mostly medical and these are firefighters, advanced EMTs. So as we grow our emergency service districts, it's just something we want to think about because we are running all volunteer. And the way that we see growth in Bastrop County, we probably are going to be thinking about having to pay folks to do this work because it's getting a lot more complex. Okay, on the economic development side of the house, I just ran a job posting analytics for the region, just for information only, for June of 2025. And I wanted to just let you know that at Career Tracks right now, we are working with about 80 different companies in the 4 different counties, okay? So you've got Bastrop, Caldwell, Lee, and Fayette County. Out of those 80 different companies, we've got about 500 open opportunities for jobs. Now let's take it down to Smithville. What does Smithville have here that's huge? We've got a Regency Towers nursing home and we have a hospital. So a lot of the trainings that we're doing here that supports healthcare in Smithville are those healthcare professions, certified nurses, certified medical assistants, emergency management technicians, nursing, and licensed vocational nursing. So we have some opportunities because the top industries in the region right now, half of the top industries are healthcare. So we have a healthcare hub. So I bring this up to say that one of the universities, Cybertex Institute, of course, some of you all know this, want to come to Smithville to be able to train medical assistants, licensed vocational nursing. So we look at that as an economic development to pursue them. They'd like to expand their institute. So as we're thinking about bringing folks in, some of the industries right now that need workers, of course, we've got a beautiful nursing care facility, our skilled nursing. We've trained over 250 certified nursing assistants, which feed out to about 12 different skilled nursing facilities. We have home health care services, which is expanding, okay? So when we think about economic development and we're doing the training, we want to place them in jobs here. So as we bring companies in, we want those type of companies to come here so that we can place these folks into jobs. And then others are like miscellaneous ambulatory healthcare services and then general medical and surgical hospitals. So we have a healthcare epicenter here. We're training for healthcare. Can I go just a little bit longer? I know it's late. So we have some opportunities, and Jill, of course, you know, she talked about collaborating, and so we do collaborate on a lot of grants. I mean, kudos to her, 400 grants, $18 million, pretty amazing. Just to give you a quick update on what's happening with housing and health equity in Bastrop County. The $750,000 planning grant is for housing and health equity. That grant was given to us by the St. David's Foundation. The MHM, Methodist Healthcare Ministry Grant, which is for training 100 healthcare positions within Bastrop County. We have great opportunities. The St. David's Grant we just applied for $3 million. It's going to train 175 healthcare occupations. She applied for a USDA grant for the Innovation Center. That's going to be create a job, save a job. So working with the 72% of all businesses in Bastrop County have less than 10 people. So if we can help raise the standard with these smaller businesses, we've got a great opportunity with that particular grant that she wrote. So we can bring in other healthcare unique entities. So we need dialysis. We have no dialysis. You have to go to Bastrop. So as we start to focus economic development, we might want to really think about the healthcare industry as being a really good focus for economic development for Smithville and those types of businesses that we can bring in. We can train them, we can place them, and maybe those kind of businesses would like to come to our way. So just appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Lots of good information.
Next, I have Tom Etheridge.
You sure? Okay. All right. Tom Etheridge, 107 Northeast 4th Street. I want to be respectful of the late hour in your time. I did want to make a couple comments. One was, like all former council members, and we have one here in Janice Bruno, you know, we have a unique appreciation for what you're going through. I have to say, I'm probably far more encouraged from tonight than what I expected to be. The level of presentation and just the attitude in general of staff being willing to look at economic development and ask some tough questions is something unlike occurred in the 4 years prior for me. So I want to thank Robert and the staff for that. And I know that y'all all played some role in that. It's no secret. I've been pretty outspoken about economic development for a number of years. Others have as well. I'll leave you with a couple things. One is I hope that when you approve a budget, and I know you will, you have to, that you require two things. One is I'd like to see efficiency or productivity, might be a better way, efficiency or productivity audits for all major departments. And I did get a very quick look at the report that was put out late this afternoon. And I found it, after reading it once, to be an extremely good template. So I want to commend everybody that was involved in that effort. I know that was a difficult effort to do because it raised some questions about how we can do better. And I thought it was a great report. I hope we can do that for all of the departments. I think it can be done relatively quickly. We don't have that many departments. The second is something that Chris Wilkie and others have spoken about, which is, you know, please tie to the budget a commitment to spend $100,000 to $200,000 adding to the economic development. I think it should be its own special department with an expert who gets up every day and goes out and calls on prospects. We have thousands of small businesses in Bastrop County that have fewer than 20 employees. When we talk about economic development, and Robert has a slide that talks about rooftops brings retail and retail brings revenue, absolutely true. But really, at the forefront of that continuum is jobs. When you read newspaper articles, when you read economic studies, they all talk about jobs being brought to an area, jobs being brought to an area. Jobs are what bring people to, and then people, the rooftops, and the rooftops, the retail. So I hope we focus intensely on an economic development investment that allows there to be resources that goes out and calls on some of these businesses. I think Smithville has a lot to offer. It's really just those two things. I think these things should not be controversial. It shouldn't be controversial that we want to be good stewards of citizens' money, and it shouldn't be controversial that we want to raise revenues so we relieve the burden in the future of added taxes and fees for the existing citizens. So with that, I appreciate the time and everything that you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Nobody else.
Yeah, so I'm at next steps. Go ahead and hit the, it's all the way down, right there. I'm sorry. Go up. It's just right there. Yeah, so, and the appendices has sales tax and hot tax information and the budget cuts that were made last year, you know, 362,000. I'm not going to go into that. What I want to make sure we understand where we're going forward. Address the workshop comments and our action items. To be very brief, I jotted some things down that you mentioned that you wanted me to explore. I'll put this in a spreadsheet and get it back out to everyone with notes for the next workshop. Number one, pie chart of combined expenses by cost scenario against total budget. Mr. Jameson did that. Smithfield Volunteer Fire Department, their budget. You want to see, look at that. That was your request. Look into funding for radio encrypted radios. Councilmember Dunham. Send Texas Parks and Wildlife contract and GLO contract to the entire council. Implement HVAC inspection fees on a future council meeting. A number of people that are using Notify Me and or WaterSmart, help market and push that out. Airport expense revenue, I kind of addressed. If you have a specific question, well, if you have other specific questions than we talked about, realizing that the revenue expense were flip-flopped, again, it is working. And those are the actions that I have. Did I miss anything? To your knowledge, Jennifer, you document anything else?
No.
Okay, so the next workshop is July 23rd. Between now and then, we will be meeting with staff members to develop this budget. And you're going to give us additional action in a minute. We're not done, but my portion is about to be done. You folks are going to go and do your 3 to 5 top projects, initiatives, and plans as my staff will come back and take a look at what it looks like, and then waiting further instruction. Again, want to say thank you all. I mean, I have 12 citizens here. Well, actually 6. Thank you. I mean, a big part of this is apathy. We go through all this and spend all this time presenting this material and try to be transparent. Nobody comes until the last meeting with pitchforks and torches. You are now informed. I think you see that our staff is very versatile. Green Acres, baby. Green, yeah, anyway, okay. I'm sorry. But hey, thanks to the staff. I'm done. So if you want to go to.
Do you have anything you want to add for him to do, or research, or?
Discussion and action. Finally to the discussion and action part. Really, that was good. Thank you. Oh. What?
Mine's laying over there. Okay, discussion and possible action from the 2025-2026 budget presentation. We have anything we need to add?
Of course, we've only just begun. First of all, I'm really appreciative of the process tonight, Robert, with you and your team. This is my 3rd go round. I've been doing this on the dais. This is my 3rd go round. It's probably my 5th one that I've actually been acutely aware of. And tonight's discussion and the education that you and your department heads gave us was, wow. I mean, a lot of us, even up here, don't understand the functions of the departments. And so for me, even though it took 5 hours, it was great. And thank you to you and your staff for doing that. When I look at, and for my colleagues here, and I know they get tired of me doing these dissertations, but I have to say what I'm thinking. I'm going to reiterate my position that I started with two council meetings ago. We've got to prove to ourselves and to the community that we are running these departments and our city government efficiently. And what process we decide to prove that out. I mean, one of the things when we look at all the different departmental presentations and one of the lines that we had was basically with future needs, which was an ask. And I was kind of joking with Edward about he was at $500,000 already. But there were a couple of instances where I think with Chief Repka and with Edward, where you guys cited initiatives that you took to create cost savings. And it's much appreciated because we need to be aware of that, because we get this perception that all you want to do is ask for more. But the line that I was missing on this was, and I would love to see it. It may be too late for this, but what are your cost savings? what did you do? To what extent did you go in and analyze your spending and say, here's where I can create some savings so I can fund part of the ask that I just made. And the processes that we have to consider as a council, because I think we owe Robert and the staff some direction tonight as to what type of budget proposal we want to see on July 23rd. And, you know, there's a concept called zero-based budgeting, which basically says that you start every year at zero as a department, and you basically justify your existence. And you take a look at every line item of an expense, and basically you got to justify what it is. So you build the budget from zero. That's what that means. The traditional budgeting process, which is what we've been using, is that you take a look at last year's expenditures and say, okay, what do I need to do here? Um, I think we can be more effective. I don't know how. I mean, I don't like us arbitrarily imposing some target of come back to us with a 3% cut or a 5% cut and say across the board, you know, cut every department. I don't like that. I'd rather create savings in one department so we can go fund needs in another department, particularly because you know I want to fund economic development. But we got to create the savings to do that. How much savings are out there? I know the number at 3%. If we were able to achieve a 3% cut in spending, that's a little over $600,000. That ain't funding the needs that were identified tonight. So I'm pretty sure that at some point we're going to come to a crossroads where we have to decide, are we going to support some sort of initiative, some funding mechanism that brings in millions of dollars more? And at this point, until we go through and prove that we're very efficient and we've looked for all the possible cost savings, at this point for my colleagues, I can't support it. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
No, I think I mean, honestly, today's presentations were great, and definitely to every one of y'all, I think it really helped expose and allowed us to ask a lot of questions that I think we have always heard citizens ask, and now we're really able to take that information back, and I appreciate your willingness to do that, because I know a lot of times it can come across as you need to be defensive of your budgets and everything, but I think it's really just making sure that we are doing our fiduciary responsibility just to make sure that everything is working in the right ways. And I think that also extends personally to economic development as well too. And I fully intend to take you up on your offer on that with the task force. And I know that there's some discussions about the First Street program as well too, getting into that. But I do think that as everything is kind of coming in, as we're discussing the impact fees, as we're discussing the need to invest in the water treatment plant, to make sure that it does bring people in and it does bring the businesses in. I think that the insights that Janice Bruno brought up tonight as well too, I think that those are very insightful. I think that's it really helps demonstrate how people view our community, but also looking to others, other cities as well too, to understand where they're shining and where the low-hanging fruit is, and where we can continue to grow and develop another type of industry other than just healthcare. I mean, the reality is we're very top heavy with our generations right now, where the baby boomers are at the top, but that's not going to be the case in 20 years. And so just making sure we diversify. I think that is one thing that cities always are challenged with, is diversification. And I think that one thing that has always been a curiosity of mine is just like the LCRA facility we have, the rail facility where they work on the rail cars. It's a great facility to have in our community. I think it's great, but you kind of have to hedge against federal oversight. And if they close the coal plant in LaGrange, does that also close the facility here? And how does that impact our taxes as well too? So.
You know, I look I'm looking at the slide here from if you take out everything from the airport, we're at a minus 2.3 from the previous year. I do understand what Mitch is talking about, starting at zero and seeing where your departments are and build from the bottom up. My sentiments about this is what we need to do is, if we're gonna fund everything you want to, okay, you're saying 600,000. I'm saying that there needs to be a find of at least 3% be a cut on our budget to look at that to see where we are. I don't know if we're going to get there or not, but I do want the department heads. I don't care if you do it his way or you do it your way, however you do it, to look to see to be the most efficient thing you can, which I've already said that's what you're going to do, and how you're going to look at it. Let's get back, y'all get the numbers back to us so we can see them during the next budget meeting. From that point, we can move forward. If we have to cut more, then we're going to have to look at every department and find out what we need to do. It's not going to be an easy process. It's going to be a long meeting again next time.
May I? It's just a listening check. Did I hear you say that you would like to see us do the exercise of looking at what a 5% cut would look like?
And you said across the board, every department, or not
I
every
am saying
department?
that every department needs to look at everything they've got. Now, here's one thing I do understand. Fuel prices are up, or well, maybe they're not up, but they're going to go up. We're going to have problems with how goods are sold to us because of everything. If you look at it, what the tariffs are going to bring in, all the other things that are external to what we can do about our budget. So we have to find every way we can to buy smart, to do smart every which way. And yes, I did say 5%. That's the 2 and the 3. So that's where I'm at with that. But that doesn't mean we're going to find that 5%. I mean, I want them to look to do the best they can to give me a little bit more from what they're doing. I don't know if we're going to be able to have a budget that's neutral and we're not raising anything. There's too many things in front of us. But if we start at the minimum amount, we can go to our citizens and say, this is where we are. What do you want? Do you want your streets fixed? How do you want us to look to find and do this wastewater treatment plants? How do you want us to do this? We need $2 million to go out to fix our existing wastewater. What's the direction? We need to find out, we have to find out where we are in the city so we can take it to the public.
Are you advocating a 5% across the board per department analysis, or just bring us back a 5% number?
No, I'm not advocating, I'm advocating, that's what I would like to
No,
say.
a budget proposal, that's all I'm saying.
I'm advocating that the departments go out and find everything they can. I am saying what I would like to see is the 5%. I'm not advocating that they can get to the 5%.
No, and I was, to clarify, I was saying you're advocating a proposal that shows us what it would take to get there.
Yes, that is what I'm advocating.
I support that.
And that target is $835,000 from the 16.7 million. Now that gives you the 5%, and just giving that number, 835.
I understand that, Robert, and
Yeah.
I understand how difficult that we might not even be able to
I just
get
need
there.
direction. I
I
don't
know
have
that.
to, is 5% what y'all want? We'll look at 5%.
Dan, we're not going to get that from every department after tonight, obviously.
No, we're
But-
not.
but
We're not going to get it with anywhere probably,
But
it's an
it's a
act
starting
to
place,
look at.
yes.
Not a problem.
So that's a, okay, does, we're just gonna give you direction, or does this require a vote?
It's the
Mr.
item on the
City
agenda, discussion
Secretary?
and possible action on,
It
yeah,
is
they need
discussion.
direction. So,
No, I've tried this twice and lost. I'll let you do it, Jimmy.
Okay. I propose that we direct the city manager and all the department heads to look to find a way to save us anywhere from 800,000 up to, well, starting at 600,000 and going to 800. I say we have to have a percentage within that part to look to see what you can find in your departments.
for clarification, I'm going to target 5%, which is going to be more. So that's 835,000. We can get there. Wonderful. And just for the discussion, it wasn't, we were never against it. I just didn't want to do 3 different budgets. Now I have direction. We will give you a budget on the 23rd that tries hard to get to the 5%.
So, and I'm sorry, but to do this correctly, we need a second on that.
Yeah, you
And
do.
then we
You're
can
right.
have more discussion and then we can vote.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm gonna make another comment before we vote, because that just made it official. If we're gonna do things the right way, we needed to have a motion and a second, and now we can really start discussion. So to clarify the motion, you're asking what it would take to present a budget to us that was at least 5% below what the expenditures were last year. Not if you can do it, but would it take you to do it?
Now you're missing something because
That's why I'm asking.
we have already found that from last year's, we went down 2.37% if you take out what happened at the airport. The budget was that much less. I'm asking for 3% more on that. I'm not asking for a total across the 5%. I said straight away that if you look at the chart that he gave us that was up there, it's in your book right there that you've got, the proposed, our budget at that point was 2.37% less. I want another 3% off of that.
Okay, I'm not understanding, so maybe we clear maybe you just give a dollar amount that you're looking for. I mean, the baseline is last year's expenditures?
Okay, look at this.
You can put it back up on the screen,
Yes.
Jennifer.
It's like, I don't know which, it's
Eat-
like the third one in the,
Easiest way, you're starting with $16.7 million, take 5% off of that, that's 835,000 total reduction year over year.
yeah, if you want to do it that way, off of the 16,720, take the 5%, that's 800,000. That's about
Understanding this is a target.
Yeah,
and we'll
target.
do our
That
best
is
to
a
get there.
target. Absolutely.
Yeah, what would it take to deliver that budget?
450 hours and, no, I'm sorry.
We already lost 7 weeks on the process.
I don't know I understand what the question, what would it take? It takes us going back and scrubbing and looking, what do you want? What do you need? What can you live without? What can you live with? So this is a process that will continue, but I have a target now. And whatever happens, as our discussion was before, if we don't get the certified values by the 23rd of this meeting, I will use the latest supplement to base our numbers on. But as we spoke, in the interim, we're going to start filling in the other numbers. So I have a better idea what the total budget is actually going to be.
Because this is all about expenses. This isn't about revenue. This is about can we cut
Revenue
expenses.
helps, but yeah.
I know, but that's not the process. The process is what would the budget look like if you were going to deliver 5% less than 16.7 million?
Yeah,
Okay.
We'll do that on the 23rd.
Madam Secretary, do we need to modify his motion?
Yeah, I
We
was
weren't real
gonna
clear.
ask, because you kind of gave a range and Robert is saying he's gonna do 5%. Do we just need to say?
I'll redo the motion in a second. I withdraw my motion. I'll withdraw. I have another question for Robert before we go any farther. Well, let me do the motion and then we'll go from there. I make a motion from the previous year's budget that we look for a 5% cut among all the departments to lower the budget 5%.
Ask for clarification. I mean, all departments, but that's everything is 5%.
A 5% all across the board.
Okay, because there is puts and takes with grants.
Mhm.
So yeah, certainly. 5% is the target.
5%.
Gotcha.
Second.
Clear.
Now
Okay, we have a first and a second.
Oh.
Okay, you have another comment.
I have another comment.
Go ahead.
Okay, and I'm all for this. Now, does this exclude, because I have to ask this, we have to look for the 2 million. And I'm not saying that we're going to look at a tax note, but I would like to see, to make sure, because if we can't pay for that 2 million, if we don't do a tax note, then we're gonna have to do a certificate of obligation, which is gonna be a way higher deal. So those are just asks, those are not done. But if we're not, if we don't, if in our budget, we cut it 5%, we have no way to pay for the wastewater expansion. So if we get that grant and of the 10 million, and all of a sudden we owe 2 million, where are we gonna get that money?
Call the vote.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor? 2, 3. Okay. It is approved.
5%. We're on it.
All good? Are we all good? Okay, meeting is adjourned.